Yeah, we back, baby. Day 2. You already know what it is, man. Yo, check it out. It's the one and only hip hop gamer, Hot 97 Logitech G. With my beautiful, lovely, who killed it yesterday, my co-host. Yo, let him know what's up, son.
Hey, it's Abby Sherlock, one of your co-hosts today. I'm super stoked to be here for day 2 of the Diverse Game Developer Summit, presented by Grant for the Web, benefiting the IGDA Foundation. And we're joined by Nika. How are you doing, Nika?
I'm good. I'm ready for day 2. I'm ready for day 2. Look, I'm not here. I've decided that I like to leave the competition, in the game, in the platform. I can never compete with year 2 energies. I just don't think I was built for that.
Oh man, yo, Nika, we love you. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot to talk about in terms of what took place. You know what I'm saying? Like day one. Day one was crazy. So what I want to say is this, yo, Abby, that Latinx panel that you did, that was fire. Talk a little bit about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let some people know like how that was for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. In case you did not miss it, we had a bunch of awesome Latinx and gaming panelists from all kinds of different companies like Team Liquid who came over and talked about just about how important it was to have Latinx representation at all leadership levels of the industry, because there's often that saying, which I thought Christina mentioned, which I thought was super important, right? And I feel like Nika could also talk about this too, doing so many studies on this, where it's like you can have these entry level and mid level folks, but if you have no one at the top level, it's really hard to make lasting change.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Nika.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey everyone, my name is Nika Noor. I'm the executive director of the International Game Developers Association Foundation, where we focus specifically on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the video game industry. And you're absolutely right. It's not just about filling in, positions at the entry level or the mid level. Too often we saw year after year, people were saying, oh, we've got our diversity numbers up. We've hired 50% more women, et cetera. More people of color, et cetera. And I was always like, what do you mean, et cetera? What are you talking about? Like, we've increased by 50%, et cetera. How come I go to all these meetings and I'm not seeing these people? Where are they? And turns out, yeah, they were like head count. The way that people calculate head count can be a little tricky. And that's in the studies. That's when you look at the numbers and you're like, oh, you mean by et cetera, you mean you filled up a lot of secretarial roles, internships, you're including your part-time contractors that aren't receiving full employing benefits. Okay. And that's exactly why we strive towards not just programming like Grant for the Web, but also our virtual exchange program. We look at folks from the student level all the way through their mid-level or mid-career, because we really believe that we're going to see more impactful change if leadership and our C-level level of leadership are also filled with diverse faces from people from different walks of life, from different backgrounds. I don't know why. Maybe I've just been doing this too long. I feel like it's 2021. Like, let's just get our shit together. It just shouldn't be this way.
Well, one thing I want to add to that, Nika, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that even from initial investments, sometimes it seems like when it comes to a lot of companies that are startups and they're trying to get certain investments, even when it comes to that, when you're trying to like fend for yourself, you don't even get the luxury of that. I was talking to Anya, and she runs the gaming for Kickstarter and stuff like that. And she would say the same thing. Like, even when it comes to Kickstarter, it always seems like everybody tries to put this stuff on Kickstarter, but it seems like one group always get the front page of this or always get the recognition of this. So even in the growth, standpoints, even when you're taking your stride, there needs to be things there where it's more fair, so everybody got a right shot. And all we're asking for is just fair opportunities. The outcome is going to be the outcome. You don't know what you're going to end up with, but at least give us a fair shot at the opportunity. Yeah. So that whatever outcome we get, we can at least say, hey, we tried, it was fair, and this is what we got.
Yeah. I mean, the truth is life's not fair, right?
Like, yeah,
we know that. And so part of it, like, what, we we as a foundation, right, we are privileged because we get to strive towards fairness. We get to strive towards equity. But for people
Mm,
that aren't in that space, if they're not in that position of leadership, if they're not drivers of change, and
Mm,
remember, we're not here to boil an ocean, it takes generations to make lasting
yeah.
change happen. So, what do you
mm,
do instead? And what you're seeing, where the fundings are going, who's getting front page of whatever, it's all relationships and network and net worth building. That's
mm,
it. And the truth is, the folks at the top, they're all friends with each other. And if you look at CEOs, if you look at startups, if you look at leaders that have great success, their biggest donors, their funders, their backers are people that they've been hanging out with for 15 years.
yep.
So if you're from an underrepresented background, you have to go and venture into spaces that you probably normally wouldn't anyway. Some spaces that might not be totally 100% safe to be successful, and
Mm,
that's not okay. But knowing that it takes generations to make change, it's like, okay, what do I have to do today to make sure that A, I'm protected, but B, I am giving myself that fair shot? Because
mm,
at this point, we can't ask other people to do the work for us, right? We can't
absolutely.
expect other people to change. And that's why I always say hope is not a plan, and show a better way, not just know a better way.
Mm. You know what I'm saying, Abby? That's what Nika does when she come through. You know what I'm
She
saying?
does.
Like, oh my gosh, man. Love you, Nika. So like Abby, I gotta
Yeah.
come to you again. Like, so what's some other things from yesterday that you feel was like, yo, like it something that like really stood out that a lot of people that probably missed yesterday should definitely go back and check out.
Totally. I really enjoyed the actually game jam section with Nika and Steven, which I thought was really fascinating to talk about, in this kind of COVID world, working remote and then working
Mm,
globally with teams, right? And how, as indie developers, how that's shaping up and for accessibility for people. And I've talked, a lot, that's such a button topic right now with relocation and working remote right now in the industry of are we being accessible by putting these opportunities in these very few expensive cities? But there's a debate
mm,
there, like and then what is the future of that, and are like back to office. And so even that I think came up with the game jam, but also game jams, which we touched on a little bit, but for portfolio building, especially
mm,
as an indie developer, is so important. And then those portfolios can be what get you a job, and so you
mm,
have this display of I can do projects even in this short period of time. I can show you what I can do, and I can have a beginning, a middle, and end. It's great to have all these wonderful creative ideas and all these cool little enterprises you're doing on the side, but it's really hard if you don't have a finished product to say, I did XYZ. This is why you should hire me. I can do XYZ. So I definitely, I felt like that was super, impactful for our audience to say, like, wow, these, studios are talking about like, I need a portfolio. Where do I get a portfolio it's always the chicken or the egg, which I think with entry level games where it's like, it's an entry level position, but you have to have shipped a game already. And
yeah.
you're like, how do I do that? And so these game jams are such a great opportunity for you to be able to like, well, I did do this, or I'm a student, so here's my student work. So yeah, I just thought that was really educational, and we're excited because today, instead of just on Twitch, we're going to be on LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube also for
Yeah.
the Diverse Game Builder Summit. So I'm excited for that too.
Yeah, I
But
gotta
lots
spin
to
a chain
learn.
on that one. I had to spin a chain on that one because we everywhere. Wait, I'm gonna do it again since I got the bigger screen. Let's get it, baby. Be outside with it, son. So
And it's for
yo,
LinkedIn.
oh, yeah.
LinkedIn.
So like, yo, Nika, like just to continuing with the game jam stuff when you talking to Steve and everything. Just your experience, like seeing like so many game jams and things of that nature. Is there any like stories, case studies, and things that you can share so that people that's like tuning in could be like, yo, you know what? Let me stop procrastinating. Let me get involved in this game jam because these case studies could be something that they talk about me one day about because I got involved.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing when it comes to game jams and even our approach in putting them together, we just see so many aspiring game developers walk through our doors, apply to our programming. And I don't know if like things are just a little bit more rushed or everyone's feeling panicky, but I feel like people don't take the time to ideate and dream anymore. or create or do things for themselves in the gaming space. I feel like we work so much, we work so much, so fast, so hard all the time for that promotion or that like very like minor raise or for that shitty title bump that doesn't really matter in 5 years from now. So much so that we don't even have time to play games anymore. So it's so ironic that you can work in a games industry where you're already facing so many different perpetual problems like harassment and toxicity, and then not to even get the joy of why we're in this industry to begin with, right? And so our approach is, how do we deconstruct this in a fun way? How do we get people back to the drawing board where it's not like, oh, I need 1 million likes for this, or I need to become a TikTok influencer so that this company will take me seriously. I cannot tell you how many, and I don't mean to make fun of our grantees, right? But I just think growing up, when it was about getting a job or being self-employed, you know, if you wanted to become a realtor, you'd go get an internship, then an apprenticeship, then you maybe sell some houses. But for whatever reason, with our new generation in gaming, there's this weird crux, and it's always twofold. It's either A, I'm overqualified, but I'm way like, I don't even realize I'm overqualified and talented. And I feel like I'm not good enough. And I've got all this imposter syndrome. I'm not applying to things like, you know, Forbes 30 under 30, or that job has a senior title in it, even though like they're the most talented, most incredible people I've ever seen in my whole life. It is so amazing how much self-doubt there is. And then there's the other side of it, which is like, I'm the best, so much so that I'm going to get 1 million TikTok followers, and then somebody's just going to handle me a bunch of money and I will get to be my own CEO. And that's not how it is either. To create games, to create the space to have fun and have joy, you do have to put work into it. You have to put work into yourself. And you also have to get that sense of reality. And part of that reality is you are good enough. Part of that reality is realizing everything you see, every job description, every contest, every competition, every whatever, it's all made up. Words are made up. We made all of this up. So just make up your own construct and make up your own reality. And in this case, make your own damn game.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Give me hype, son. Yo. All right, so I'm gonna tell you this. When you spoke about the TikTok stars and all this other stuff, and people forgetting the essence of why we love the industry in the first place and why we love games, why we play in the first place. Every time people see me, they see my grandma. You know what I'm saying? I always make that. I make that joint like large, known, and plain because I remember Atari 2600 playing with my grandma, Nintendo, Duck Hunt playing with my grandma. And the same energy, yo, Abby, Nika, literally the same energy I brought to the game industry. And it's interesting because you're told, oh, well, that's not professional, or that's not how you're supposed to be, blah, blah, blah. And in my mind, I'm like, I thought I was walking into an industry that felt the same way I felt. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because this is what we do. Like, you know what I'm saying? We talked about Splatoon yesterday, you know, with Sarah and Nika battling each other, like just having fun. Like, these are the conversations, you know, in the hood, in the back, in the back of the bodega playing Mortal Kombat when we wasn't supposed to. Like, you know, all these other things. Like, this is a part of the culture. And then, like, to be met with this friction and this doubt and all these in this business structure and all this other stuff, it's like, yo, this is crazy. So I'm thankful to hear you say that, Nika, and everybody that's watching. I want to tell you something because this is real. Don't let anyone rob you of your joy and your passion for what you love to do. Because if you do, you will start to become the very thing that you hate. You will start to become the very thing that you say you despise. If you want to be a leader, you got to be able to take the punches. When your armor is strong enough, you'll break the barrier. And then now you'll change the direction and the feeling and the way the industry goes, because that's what leadership represents. And that's what we're doing here today with the IGDAF, getting everybody involved. So, yeah, if you missed yesterday, you need to go see that, because what we doing right now is about to get even crazier. And welcome to the show. This is crazy. Abby, I know we got other stuff we got to get into.
I want to talk about your Wakanda panel from yesterday, because we're talking about we talked about all these awesome panels. How was that?
Yo, what the Wakanda DZ? The
Yes.
Wakanda, that's what we doing. The Wakanda DZ. The Wakanda panel was fire. All right. So one thing about the Wakanda panel that like really stood out to me is the fact that everybody that had like a long time in this industry, they talked about the changes that they seen and living through that stuff, what they learned, what has changed, what didn't change. And within that structure of what we was talking about, I was said we're going to change the narrative and we're going to start talking about solutions, because I see too many people talk about problems. But if we talk about problems all day and we ain't got no solutions, then honestly, what we talk about is what Nika was saying earlier. It's like, yo, when are we going to, we did enough talking now. Like, what I'm saying? What's the solution? So what I did was I put everybody in the position that they say that they need to be in order for the change to happen. And just hearing some of the responses on how they would invest, how they would approach the entire industry from that top C-level position, because a lot of these positions we don't have, that right there was very inspiring. I encourage everybody to go back to day one and listen to the solutions that we all came up with and spoke about. So shout out to the whole panel, because that right there, even I learned some things. And that right there it was incredible. So thank you for asking about that. That was fun.
No problem. It was super fun. It was just really cool to see, like we've talked about, the intersectionality, which I think IGDA Foundation is so good at. And I've told Nika this, I think, like we talked about earlier, right, about how we even talked about accessibility of places, there's accessibility of education, right, that not everyone can afford to go to a four-year university, right? And then talking about how there's velocity, you have scholars, and you have next gen. So I just think, I honestly, my personal opinion, I just think the IGDA Foundation does it so well, and that they tackle these issues from so many different perspectives and sides, right? So you have the students, you have the people who are switching mid-career from another profession into games, and then you have these mid-level people. It's just such a good, you're not trying one thing, you're trying it all, and you've seen real success with it. When you look at the alumni of these programs and where people are at now, it's like, whoa, okay, something was going on that was good and was right.
No, that's crazy. What's so funny? Just to stay on this real quick. There's this video that I watched, right? And Nika, I want you to chime in on this too. So there was this video I was watching, right? And this dude held up a sign and he was like, if money didn't exist, or if you didn't need money, what would you be doing? Like, if, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you go to the store, whatever it is, but you don't need money, like everything that you need, everybody just had, what would you be doing? Like, what career would you be in? And it's amazing to see how literally what Nika said in terms of how people don't even dream anymore. Everybody came up to this guy, literally telling them their dreams and what they would do and all this other stuff. It was like refreshing, but also sad, because there's so much out there that we're missing and that we would never see from certain people because of their conditions and their living situations and just what they got to work with. So Nika, what I would like for you to jump in on is like that dream, like the importance of remaining and keeping those dreams alive from a game developer standpoint, and just what we're building as an organization here with the IGDAF.
Yeah. Look, it sounds really cheesy, but I really do live my life with a lot of gratitude. And the biggest moment for me was I was 23, and a friend of mine who's no longer, on this earth, passed very suddenly at 26. And I remember that moment of being like, holy shit. What would I do if I knew I only had 3 years left on this earth? And oh man, I've got a passport. I went to other countries. I got really aggressive with my work. I just didn't really care about, the promotion or whatever. I did care about, being equitably paid for my labor, but I just did everything you could think of. I started training for the Ironman, and I wasn't going after things to build a resume. I just went after it and truly lived every day like it was my last. I never thought that I would have, I don't think if I not had that moment in that mantra, I don't think I would be running the foundation. And I think especially a big part of coming here, having faced some serious bad juju myself. I just remember being like, something has to give. This isn't rocket science. I'm an informatics computer nerd person, public policy wonk. And if I can come in and help you build programs and spaces and pull people together, right? The IGDA Foundation is not mine. It's ours. It's our space to break, to mold. And that's why, if I've mentored you or talked to you or push you, probably I'm a little pushy, but if I'm pushing you, I'm pushing you because I want you to do the thing that makes you the most uncomfortable. Every time I've done the thing I've been the least certain about, I've had the most, on paper success. But at the end of the day, we're all going to come to a place where it doesn't matter what we did it for ourselves. So I love that individual, because I disagree. It's not about just like, oh, if you didn't have to work for money. It's if you knew you only had 24 hours, 48 hours, what would you do with that time? Because time is the one thing you can't buy back. Currency is fluid.
Yo, Nika, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care what nobody say.
Oh, man.
When I see you in person, like finally, when I see you, I'm gonna hold you like this. I'm gonna give you the biggest hug like this, and we're gonna spin the chain, but I'm gonna hold you just like this. I might even have a tear come down. I'm telling you, because like, yo, you get me hyped, son, like for real, because like I get that, I understand that, I live that, and literally that's like what I came in with the industry with. Like that saying with my heart on my sleeve, and we going in. And so just to see that, like, your leadership in anything that you do, whatever you're a part of, is A1. I ride with you all day for life, son. I got you. That's amazing. So like, yo, Ab, before I start crying and stuff like that, like there was a moment where you looked like you was about to tear up a bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yesterday. Let's talk about this child's play situation. So let me know what's up, son.
I was getting misty-eyed. You could tell. I think Travis Erickson, who is the executive director of Child's Play Charity, could tell too, because he was like, "It's okay. It's a fact of life." And I was like, "Oh no, I'm hosting." But yes, I agree. I got it, and that was wonderful. So Child's Play doing such really cool work, and I love, kind of their mission statement to help, these children in hospitals, also, domestic violence shelters. But the origin story, which I did not know, that it was kind of started out of spite, I love. Like, I thought that was great, because I think, at least for me, I can speak for me personally, like that's something you're like, I want to prove them wrong. And I think that's like like sometimes that starts out with the objective, and then like we've talked about, there is that love there, but that, I want to prove them wrong can also be a powerful motivating factor. And so that was really interesting to hear. But I mean, they're just doing such fantastic work. And I really liked, I think my biggest thing also was talking about comparison is the thief of joy. I will repeat that to the camera. Comparison is the thief of joy. So talking about people who want to fundraise, right, for the org, you don't need to be one of these like huge, big content creators or streamers. Like just $60 is already buying a game. And so being like, it doesn't matter who you are or whatever stage you're at, you can still help and give back to the community. I thought was a really wonderful message to give.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now, comparison is the thief of joy. When you said that, the chain almost spit by itself.
I use the force.
I'm gonna spit it. Like, matter of fact, yo, Abby, go like this. On the count of 3, do this. All right, 1. No. Put your hand down. On the count of 3, you're gonna put it up. All right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, the force, baby. That was crazy. Right? So, yo, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna keep it so real. When you said that about the comparison, that right there was like real powerful, because it's so true. I see so many people take away from what somebody else did simply because of comparison. Now, one thing I want to add to that though, when you was talking about proven wrong, I ain't gonna front. You know what I'm saying? I had that same energy for a long time. People said this, I'm gonna prove it wrong, say this, and I keep doing it. But I'm gonna tell you something that helped me out even stronger. It was once I realized this, it changed my perspective on things. I know a lot of times people want to prove people wrong, but the thing is, what I've learned is that you move into the beat of other people's drum when you're trying to just prove them wrong. What I decided was to prove me right, and that changed everything for me. So I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean, and I hopefully this can help other people. I always said that, yo, I'm the best at what I do. When it comes to gaming and my energy, my culture, I'm the best at this. You know what I'm saying? This stems from my grandma. Now, I had to really bet on myself. I had to put God first and bet on myself. So when I left my job supervising the mailroom, I left my job in 2016, June 3rd, 2016. It is 2021 now. And literally, I'm retired from the 9 to 5 like life. And I'm doing literally what I love. Hip Hop Game is the brand, and I'm making big moves, and it's incredible. And so many people helped me along the way. But if I never would have left, I never would have known, you know what I'm saying, what I could really do when it's really all on me to make it happen and put the work in. Like Nika was talking about earlier, put that work in. So the more you prove yourself right, the more you can actually make others realize how wrong they were. So proving me right will make them realize that they were wrong. And then when they realize that they was wrong, it could potentially create a change in them to make it seem that, wow, I can do this too. Or I could find something I can make happen because I know that brother right there. And he did it, I can do it. And that's what I wanted to share.
No, I love that. And it was definitely a really impactful moment of like you said, anyone can help. It does not have to be a big thing. So I'm really excited for that. And that we also have these 2 other charities coming up today. We're going to have Able Gamers and also Take This. So like I said, it's just such these past 2 days, and these 2 days are just such a celebration of so many different aspects of gaming and the advocacy work that we do to make the world a better place.
Now, I love it.
Great snapshot of it.
I love it. So like Nika, is there anything else like you wanted to add to everything that, we've been saying, or are you good?
I would just say thank you so much to Grant for the Web for making all of this possible, for bringing so many people's game ideas to fruition, and for trusting the IGDA Foundation in carrying out the mission. Very sincere thank you to our 2 co-hosts and all the energy that they bring to this. I love it. I have an appreciation for content creators and dreamers, etc. So just so you know, for those out there, talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion is not easy. It's not. It's really easy to talk the talk with these 2 fantastic people, Abby and Hip Hop Gamer. They also walk the walk. And I absolutely love it. I cannot wait for a stellar rest of the day. I will be here watching and commenting, and not in a weird way. I'll be watching you, watching me, watching you back. Like, that's such a welcome to the metaverse that is. Anyway, and thanks again. I'm Nika Noor. I'm the executive director of this little operation, and I cannot wait to see what comes next for the foundation.
Yo, that was perfectly well said. So listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this. We got some crazy stuff coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like Bought Broken, and like I don't even want to tell y'all too much because I just want y'all to watch. But we got a lot of stuff coming up. So Abby, is there anything that you want to say before we get up out of here?
Totally. I mean, just thank y'all for being with us today. Thank you for Great for the Web. Thank you to the IGDA Foundation. Thank you to our production crew. We're going to give you a great show today. You're going to be learning a lot. You're going to be seeing these highlights from these diverse game developers. You're going to be learning about their pre-production, production, and post-production process. I hope you're taking notes. I am very honored then to introduce our next segment, which is an interview with hip hop and another one of our recipients. It is France, Danny, and Alonzo with their project Balboa Island. Can't wait to see it.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Now, look, I'm going to tell you right now because it's about to be serious. Before I tell you what y'all about to see and who I'm about to bring up on stage right now, it's the one and only hip hop gamer, Hot 97, Logitech G. You already know how it goes down with me. You know what I'm saying? Indie, gaming, business, Twitch TV, front page is going down. Now, look, there's this game called Bobot Island. And I'm telling you right now, just from the music alone, it's going to bring you back to that classic 80s and 90s feel, son. You're going to want to jump right into this game. Now, I got some people I want to introduce, but before I introduce the people, we got to roll the clip on this game so y'all can check it out. Yo, bro, roll that, son. Y'all listen, before I bring my peoples to the stage, I gotta do one of these. You know what I'm saying? Because that music, son. Yo, that joint was fire, son. Yo, that joint took me back. So instead of going back, we about to move forward. And who we about to move forward with, I want y'all to put y'all hands together, sitting at home watching the show. Give it up for France, Alonzo, and Danny. Yo, what's going on, baby? Yo, first off, I gotta tell y'all, yo, friends. Oh, I saw that, friends. I got you. So, yo, first off, before we even dive deep into this game and talk about what y'all been creating, can you let people know like who you are and what you do? I'm gonna start with Danny first. Let them know, like your role on the game and what you do.
Okay, the three of us are Smarto Club. We have I'm forgetting all the English words for everything. But we make games together, and I'm mainly the character artist for the group.
Oh, you're the character artist? Oh
yeah.
My God, yo, that's crazy. Yo, God bless, yo. That's amazing. I feel like your skill set is crazy. Yo, Alonzo, talk to me, bro. What's going on, son? What's your role on the game, bro?
So yeah, I'm Alonso. I'm the programmer on the team, and I also handle the fun production and business parts, which are very important and necessary.
All right, cool. So since you handle the business part, we need to talk. Sure. After we need to have a conversation because the programming, I can imagine your skill set there. But on the business side, we gotta talk because I already got ideas and thoughts on this game. So last but not least, yo, France in the building. Talk to me. Let us know what you do, yo.
Hi, I'm Frances. I am the environmental designer of the Smarto team. I do the backgrounds.
Wow. So let's dive right into it. The first thing I want to say is like collectively working together. The concept of the game, because you see stores, you see so many things like in the backgrounds. But what's the purpose? Like, what's the concept of the game? What's your goal in the game? And I'll let France take that one first.
Okay, so we created the game. This actually was a dream Danny had about a baobab in the middle of the ocean, I think. And another character of our games was on the baobab and had to climb to the top and everything. So we developed that idea and decided to make it like a really tropical island, but inspired by like Taiwan stores, like that kind of buildings.
Wow.
And then the story of the kid that wants to get to the top of the baobab because he's a big fan of rabbits, and and there's a legend on the baobab that says like there lives rabbits on the top. So he wants to try to find out if it's true or not. That's
wow. Okay. I love it so far. Now I got the premise of the game. Now, Alonzo, with your skill set, especially programming the game and stuff like that, on the outside looking in, like us as consumers, like we'll look at the game and be like, oh, well, it's simple. Like, go back and forth and you just jump. It looks simple. But we all know programming is not simple. You know what I'm saying? So what's some of the techniques that you had to use, or what is the game built on so that y'all was able to actually pull this off?
So yeah, this game is developed using Unity, which is kind of a very typical program used for this stuff, and we've used it in other projects before. And yeah, so what's interesting about this game is that it's a platformer, and it's the first time we make a action game like this, since our experience was mostly in story games. So it took a lot of time because you can make a character. It's easy to make a character jump, but trying to make the movement feel good, make it feel responsive to the player input. That's kind of where the art comes in, and it takes a lot of tweaking and experimenting to get that right.
Now, absolutely, because I'm gonna tell you right now, like one of my favorite games, like in terms of platforming, has always been Mario. You know what I'm saying? But one of the games that I can't stand, that I hated, I love to play, but I couldn't stand it, was The Lion King on Sega Genesis, because the platforming was, what? That joint was got me tight. So my next question to you, Danny, especially being a character artist, I'm a huge fan of Bob's Burgers. I'm not sure if you ever seen that cartoon, Bob's Burgers, but the way the main character looks is the same way the character looks in Bob's Burgers, with the big bunny ears and stuff like that. It's incredible. So I already got a love for the character. So what I want to ask you is, in the process of creating this character, developing this character, what do you want the audience to feel when they see this character and when they control this character? Like, what is that expression that you're trying to capture for your audience?
Well, I think mostly I wanted the character to look cute.
It does. It does.
And before making this game, I was already drawing a lot of characters with this bunny hat for some reason, because I like drawing bunnies. So I thought it would be good to show his love for bunnies wearing this hat.
Wow, that's crazy. Yo, I love this because I can imagine what your day-to-day life is, and seeing this game, I can see so much of y'all lives being put into the game. This is beautiful. So now, I got one more question before we go to to see some more clips of the actual game, because I want y'all to detail and narrate for me. So the music, I need to know, how did y'all come up with the score? Who are y'all working with? Because the whole time the trailer was going, you saw me, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing my thing, you know what I'm saying? That joint felt right. It felt fun. It felt like it was therapeutic, you know what I mean? I enjoyed it. So can you talk about how the music was implemented to bring the game to life?
Well, it's a very simple story. I just have a friend who makes really good music, and we hired him, and he made this song.
Oh, for real?
That's pretty much it.
That's crazy. Go ahead, Alonso.
Yeah, one of our inspirations that we sent over to him was Yoshi's Island, which is a game we loved on this NES. Oh, actually, I played it on the Game Boy Advance, but I love the music, and we sent it as a reference because we felt like the upbeat, kind of happy mood was perfect for our game too, and he knocked it out of the park, made something that felt similar, had the same energy, but was unique at the same time, and we really loved what he came up with.
Yo, listen, it's amazing that y'all utilizing y'all friends. Make sure you don't lose him as a friend. Make sure you don't lose him, because that joint is crazy. So, right now, let's run that clip. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Daniel, I know you in the back. You know what I'm saying? Can you show us the clip? And I want y'all to talk to us and let us know what we're actually seeing here, because I'm seeing stores, I'm seeing these buildings, I'm seeing birds, all this other stuff. So run the clip, and I want y'all to narrate what we're seeing and what this experience is going to be like when people get a hold of it. All right, so now we're about to check out the game, but before we start the game, we gotta give it a chain spin. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Now we can start the track. Now we can start the trailer. Roll that, Daniel. Let's get it. All right, so France, Alonzo, Danny, let us know what we're looking at. What's going on. Anyone can take it first.
Well, right now we're seeing the cyber cafe. We wanted a look that it was 90s. Communicating outside the island is not easy. So the cyber cafe, all the mails and stuff, we wanted that cozy feeling. I don't know how to say it, but isolated. So we have a coffee shop, and here we have a small store. I think places that are small have random stores with things that doesn't actually make sense, for example, glue and also food. So that's kind of store. We have a vegetable shop. We also have a clothing store. And here it is, super fashionable 90s style.
All right, no doubt. So I got a question. So I'm sorry, you said clothing store. So Danny, you know I gotta come to you. Are we gonna get more bunny ears? Can we buy different bunny ears? Yo, what's going on? What we doing? What we doing?
Oh, I actually never thought about it, but I think it's a great idea since there's
Yeah.
this legend in the game about the rabbits. There could be some more merch.
Oh, word, yo, that would be fire. I'm telling you, because you gotta think about it from this standpoint. Like this game right here, people could love it or people could hate it or whatever it is. But if they love that character, it ain't gonna matter. They're gonna be drawn to the character, and that character is gonna help the game, but it's also gonna help the brand overall. It's gonna help y'all grow. So the more we can get in tune with the character, that's your secret weapon right there. Because I already love it. So Alonzo, in the process of programming, man, how did you tackle the platforming? Like, is it something where it's extremely responsive, or is there a delay on purpose? Like, how does the platforming feel in the game?
Yeah, we aim to make something that's slightly on the more floaty side, kind of one of our references, because we wanted to make a game that was easy to play.
Okay.
And we kind of looked to mobile games to see as a reference, as a game that anybody could play. One of the games we looked like was Doodle Jump. I don't know if you played it like 10 years ago when it was what everybody was playing, but Doodle Jump is a kind of this game about this little green alien who keeps on jumping up, and kind of very bouncy, floaty feel that I felt very appropriate for the type of levels in this game, which is very vertical and you have to keep on going up and up and up.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of tried to make it kind of more floaty, and with that I hope it's easier for players to kind of get into it without making it less responsive.
Got you. So now I have another question for y'all. I see that like you see how it says height reach, coins collected, and all these other things. So is there like a 2-player mode, or is there like a multiplayer mode where there's a race to get to the top? Like, have y'all thought about implementing something like that? Let me hear from you, France.
I think that that would be that's actually a really good idea. I also write that down.
Yeah, I'm writing it down in my notepad. So yeah, keep on throwing all ideas.
Yeah, like y'all can have that. You know, say you don't worry about it. You can have that. You know what I mean? Because as I'm looking at this and looking at what you said with the height and stuff like that, I can easily see this being something that has a challenge component with other players. And because like people like the character so much, I can see Danny going in and making another character. And if you make another character besides bunny ears, what would you want to bring to the game? You understand what I'm saying? Besides bunny ears, and then you grow it like that. So I love it so far. So and on top of that, what I want to ask is how many levels? Like, because I know we just see this one, but are there other levels, or is this only level?
So yeah, this is supposed to be a roguelike inspired game. One of our big references is Hades, so levels are generated randomly. So as you slowly go up the tree, levels will be randomly generated, and it will be changing each time you go up. So at the beginning, the level we're seeing here, there's more houses and stuff, but the higher you go, the more you go to the wilderness, and there'll be more plants and enemies and wildlife, because yeah, people live at the bottom of the tree, not at the top of it.
Yo, that's fire! Yo, bro, you should have led with that. Like, you should have told people about that first, bro. That's crazy. So this is a roguelike game, and it's procedurally generated. So bro, this is incredible. So when can we expect this when can we get our hands on it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, talk to me. Like, let me know when we can get our hands on it, Alonzo.
Ooh, hopefully soon. We're looking for additional funding at the moment, because we have this prototype here, which look very nice in this video, but it has a lot of work behind the scenes needed until we can release it to state where people can play it without it exploding into pieces. But we're currently searching for further funding, and depending how it goes, we'd also love to release this on Steam or maybe in a console like Nintendo Switch. So maybe
this would be perfect.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to cut you off. This would be perfect on the Switch, and with the Steam Deck coming later, this would be perfect. All right, so here's what I need y'all to do, because we're about to wrap this up, but here's what I need y'all to do. Danny and France, what I would love to hear from y'all, starting with Danny, is like, tell the audience right now, is you and the audience. They see the game, they see the passion, all of it. Please, Danny, let them know why this is important, why y'all want to bring it to the world to experience, so they can understand why this funding is needed. Please, Danny, just like literally put your heart out here. We on the front page of Twitch, all of that. We need your energy, we need your love. Share it. Let everybody know right now why we need to make this happen, Danny. Go ahead.
I'm too shy for this kind of question, but
Then you know what? Don't worry about it. We got your back. Yo, France, step in, France. Come on, France.
Come on, Francie, you can do it. You can do it.
And you gotta represent.
I'm gonna try. We wanted to be wholesome, and we wanted to be a wholesome experience. You know, people, and pursue your passions because he loves rabbits. So you love that kind of game. You should play Bob Island, like beautiful landscapes and stuff.
I also remember playing Yoshi's Island as a kid, and it made me so happy how cute it was, how nice the music was. So I'd like people to get the same feeling from this game.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, man, like, look, I really hope y'all support like this title for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all jokes aside, like, there's a lot of great technology out there, and there's a lot of people taking a lot of time to learn this technology. So it takes a lot. So you want this to be delivered to y'all. Please show your love. Please show your support. Let everybody know about it now that you know about it. And let's all, band together to make this come to fruition. And I'm telling you, the joint is dope, man. So once again, it's called Bob Island, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So what I would want to say, just to wrap this up, Alonzo, I'll let you get the, closing words and stuff like that. But from the standpoint of a programmer and also someone that's taking care of a lot of the business, and you have a lot of weight on your shoulders. Is there anything that you want to say to leave the fans with before we get out of here, showing off Bob Island?
Yeah, so if you like what you see, you can find us on Twitter and Instagram. We are Smarto_club. Smarto_club. And so, yeah, I'd also like to take the moment to pitch the other game, since you always got to be pitching and hustling if you have a business. I'll take a moment to talk about the other game we're developing. We're developing a game called Teacup, which is a wholesome adventure game about a frog who likes to drink tea. And it's going to come out very soon to Steam and all major consoles. So if you like adventure games about frogs, then I recommend you check out our social media on Instagram or Twitter.
Okay.
To learn more about that.
Okay, so first off, the show ain't over, y'all. We still on front page Twitch. The show ain't over. Here's why the show ain't over. I did not know about a second game. How you gonna show all right, so first off, how you gonna show up here and you got 2 joints but only tell me about one? No, we not doing that. I love y'all too much to let y'all leave like that. So this second game about a frog, and obviously we all know Frogger, we grew up on that. First of all, what inspired you to do a game, like about a frog, and will it be better than Frogger? Like that's gonna be the first question that fans is gonna have. So go ahead, Alonzo. We're gonna start with you before we go to France and Danny.
Yeah, because I'm the one who pitched the idea about making an adventure game about tea, because I know, because this was before we were a team, we're just friends, and Danny and Franche, I knew both of them love tea, so I pitched them, let's make an adventure game about collecting tea. And then they came up with the frog. I don't remember how they came up with the frog, but they came up with the frog. Maybe Franche remembers.
See, these are the reasons why, this is why a game like this will work. See, the more people understand how something was created, they just want to know more about the game. They want to know more about y'all simply because it exists. This is crazy. So, France, what I want to ask you is, in the process of developing any game, what is it about you, Alonzo, and Danny, chemistry-wise, that allow y'all to be able to get something done? Because it's one thing to try to make something, it's another thing to actually get it done. Talk to me.
Okay, so we have a really great dynamic because I am not that knowledgeable in games, but Alonso knows a lot about games and knows how to program, so he actually knows how games work. And Danny knows a lot about games aesthetic and references, visual references. So when we create ideas, we see it, and like I said, the most random thing, or Danny said the most random thing, and then we like it's like a snowball. We just add layers and everything. So that's why I think, and also always keep track on us, because Danny and I always tend to go sidetrack and like, oh, this is a great idea. And I was always like, no, stop. This is great. We should develop this, and that's I think why we work together.
Amazing. So here's what I want to say. I know we got to make mention of the grant for the web and stuff like that. So if y'all could speak like to that, so everybody that's watching could understand what the grant like is, and you know what it's all about. And then after that, we gonna roll some footage of this teacup. We need to roll some footage of that. So go ahead, Alonso.
Sure, I'll take the question. So Grant for the Web is an initiative that wants to aim for a fair web through alternative methods of monetization. And they're doing it in tons of ways. But one way, the way that we're related to, is through games that use the web monetization alternative. So the idea is basically to give players who have this web monetization enabled some bonus in the game. So in the case of Baobab Island, you can get bonus items and currency by activating this. And kind of that's a way, an incentive, kind of like an alternative to having to rely on microtransactions, which are kind of the typical option in most mobile games, that you have to kind of spend money to continue advancing. The idea of this is to kind of give players a bonus to make it easier to go on forward, but without locking content behind a paywall that forces them to pay to continue playing.
Wow, bro. Yo, we gotta see. We gotta talk more, man. We gotta talk more, because that right there is crazy. Because you're literally changing the narrative on what the whole idea of microtransactions is with Grant for the Web. So we gotta, that I didn't know that. Like, that is fire. So look, I'm excited, man. I want to see this frog. I want to know what's popping. So if we, so Daniel, shout out to my boy Daniel in the back, you know what I'm saying, on the ones and twos, controlling everything. If we could roll that footage of teacup, let's get that teacup popping on the screen, baby. Let's get it. All right, so now look, I told y'all, right, that they had 2 games all along, but they try to only give me 1. You know what I'm saying? This is hip hop gamer right here. I'm the GOAT for a reason. So ain't no that we got to get it all in. You know what I'm saying? IGDAF style. You already know how it goes down. So we got to run this footage of Teacup, and they're gonna talk about it so we can know what we're looking at. Run that, baby. Let's get it.
So yeah, Teacup is a game about this tea-loving frog who was organizing a tea party, but totally forgot she had it this weekend and realized she ran out of tea. So she has to go out into the forest and explore the town to get all the tea she needed for the tea party, so that everybody, all her friends, can drink tea.
That's so dope. Now, have y'all ever, your friends, I got to get an answer from you. Have y'all ever like went to actual like different schools and like showed off your titles in a way where it's like, this is interactivity coming to life? Because I think a lot of the schools would like take your titles and use them as teachable tools for classrooms. I love this. Friends, talk to me. What's up?
Well, actually, that's a really nice activity, but since we haven't released the game yet, we haven't had the experience yet to, propose to schools and everything. And since when we're a pandemic, it's kind of hard, but I think it will be nice. It will be a really wholesome experience to show people that it's not easy to go out for all people,
No, absolutely. No, I get it. So now let me ask you this. Just kind of going back to Baobab Island, do you think that that's something that could work on mobile? And the reason I'm saying that is because looking at the jumping and everything like that, and you just tap your screen, I think this could be a hit on mobile. What are your thoughts, Alonso? Are you embracing that?
Yeah, because we focus now on desktop, since it's always the easiest place to start. But since it's vertical, because basically now you look at the screen and it's kind of all the actions happening in the middle of the screen, and the sides, it's just sky. So it'll be very interesting to see if we could trim that up and see if we could change the controls to make it fun. It's definitely something we should experiment, but we are focusing now on getting the basic kind of movement feeling good and making a beautiful world to explore.
Got you. Nah, absolutely. Now, I know y'all was talking about the funding and things that y'all need raised.
Mhm.
So, what I would like to, just to be real and to be transparent and stuff like that. What do y'all need? Like, besides just funding and money and stuff like that, but what is it that y'all need right now to help y'all get to the next level? It could be promotion, it could be like other developers that come in on a team, whatever it is. But besides just funding, what else are your needs?
So yeah, as I mentioned before, this game's still kind of in an early point, and I spent a lot of time kind of tweaking the parameters and seeing if it felt right, but we still haven't really placed it with real people. We need people to try it out and tell us if it's actually fun, because I think it's fun so far, but we need other people that's not me, and the team to play the game and tell us this is fun. So we're still kind of fixing on the problems, but I'd love to have more people try the game in a closed beta or alpha and tell us what they think about it.
Okay, well, this would be the perfect place to have that. Like, do y'all have like early access beta codes like right now? Because if that's the case, we could have did a Twitch drop or something right now and had everybody testing it out right now. That would have been crazy. Do you know when y'all would have something like that so we can push it out?
We're still a few weeks. Yeah, but if you follow our socials on Instagram and Twitter, we'll probably announce it when we drop it over there.
Okay. All right. Cool. So that's what I'm talking about. Well, look, I'm looking forward to it. Both titles. You know what I'm saying? Both titles. I'm looking forward to it because I have a program called Gaming and Guidance that I do with the kids, and I can literally see these titles being something of value in a lot of different schools and things of that nature. So we'll definitely talk again, off, camera. But this is amazing. God bless, and I encourage y'all, don't stop. Don't stop, because we need it and we appreciate it, period. You know what I'm saying? It means a lot that y'all are willing to come together to make something happen for us to enjoy. So we love you. We thank you. So before we get up out of here, I need y'all shout outs, man. So your friends, we're going to start with you. Your friends, anybody you want to shout out? You don't say anybody back at the crib or whatever, like who you want to shout out before we get out of here?
Wait, I am shouted. What does it mean? I'm sorry.
Oh, what does it mean? So what it means is, like, let's say you want to say thank you to my mom, thank you to my dad, like your thank yous and stuff like that. That's what the shout out means. Don't worry about it. I'm from the hood. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the hood. I'm from East New York, Brooklyn. So welcome to my world. I got you. Let's get it.
Shout out to my grandma because she's super nice and gives me plans, and shout out to my mom and my brother and my sister that are really nice and being really understanding with me, and I love them.
Yay! That's what I'm talking about, man. So, yo, Lonzo, come on, bro. We need your shout outs, man. Who you shouting out? Who you showing love to, son?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give a shout out to Grant for the Web and the IGDA Foundation, because without them, this program wouldn't exist, and it really brought us together, let us make this awesome prototype, and we're really grateful to both of them for giving us a chance to make this game.
Perfect. That's what I'm talking about, man. Beautiful, baby. And last but not least, the one, the only, the infamous Danny Rojas. Give a shout out to who you don't say and show your love to.
Okay, I want to give a shout out to all the people that have sent us really nice messages about our games. Like really unexpectedly, some tweets, some private messages that say, "Oh, I love your game. It made me happy. I really enjoyed it." That makes us really happy. So thank you.
Yo, that's amazing. You already know what it is. So on that note, I just want to say one love. God bless. Make sure y'all go out and support Bo Bep Island. You know what I'm saying? Teacup, all of that. Make sure you show love to this group. They doing big things. They need your help, and they're going to make it happen for us. So on that note, you already know what it is. Indie Game Business, the IGDAF, and it's the one and only hip-hop gamer on your Hot 9-7 every day. That's my word. Twitch, baby. Logitech G. You out of here. Peace.
I'm Joan Almeida, tech artist and one of this year's Next Gen leaders. I've always wanted to make games, but it seemed something out of reach. I study computer science, hoping I'd have actual job chances, with a vague hope that maybe I could figure out how to get into games. I started organizing Femdesk meetup, and it turned out so many others felt the same. The scandals exacerbated the need to connect. These networks were and are essential for us to support each other. I also learned the need to be more open about being trans, the one aspect of my identity I tried to keep hidden. I have to speak up on things that matter to me if I want people to know they are supported. So now, I was somehow chosen to be a next gen leader. I still don't quite get it, but it is so validating. Meeting everyone from the staff to my fellow virtual exchange members has been wonderful, and I'm so excited to finally have a proper mentor to speak to among so much more. But if anything, it's already such a huge success for me for giving me another network of amazing people to talk about silly things, support through darker moments, and to make me feel not alone.
So beautiful to see these wonderful interviews and amazing diverse game developers across the globe. I am amazingly honored today for our next fireside chat to introduce y'all. You probably already know him, but Steve Spawn of the Able Gamers Charity. He is the COO and has been recognized by so many amazing orgs in the space and places like the Game Awards and South by Southwest. And I am so excited to talk with him today. How are you doing, Steve?
Hello, I'm doing really well. How about you?
I'm good. I'm really excited to talk to you kind of about your journey in games. I just like, first off, for those who might not know, who are you and what do you do?
My name is Steve Spawn. I am the Chief Operations Officer of Able Gamers, and I am in charge of basically the day-to-day ops of running around the internet and making sure that everyone knows the importance of gaming with disabilities and how to support people with disabilities. And so that often involves you seeing me around the internet, running around with different people, and who knows what I'm up to, but it's always something to bring attention to this wonderful cause and this wonderful medium of video games.
I love that. I'm curious about your own story with games, like how growing up games affected you.
I grew up long ago where the dinosaurs were roaming the earth. We played on stone tablets made out of pterodactyl eggs. It was actually really great. Back then, we played a game called Pong. It was great. We loved it.
The graphics.
That's right. The graphics were amazing. So good, so realistic. No, I used to be just an ordinary gamer who just wanted to play video games, and I have a terminal illness called spinal muscular atrophy, and essentially it's a sister disease to ALS, like you saw with Stephen Hawking's and whatnot. But it's been really great in that this community has really accepted and taken me in as a gamer and as a human, despite having these challenges. And if you're not familiar with the disease itself, essentially it just means that my muscles are getting weaker over time. So I use a power wheelchair. The white straw in the middle of my throat is for air, not slushies. People make that mistake all the time. I kind of wish it was about slushies. But anyway, but it was, it was great. I used to be a gamer who was just trying to play games like everyone else. And I was blessed along the way to find Able Gamers when I was searching for a way that I could keep playing with my disabilities. And it's 15 years later, here we are, this juggernaut of a charity that's literally changing the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, thanks to all the people out there that are supporting us.
That's amazing. For those who don't know, what does Able Gamers do specifically, like programs that they might have heard of or that they can like see?
Yeah, well, you can see a lot of what we do on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram, where we're putting out pictures of smiling children with disabilities playing video games and whatnot. And people sometimes think that's all we do, so which is unfortunate because Able Gamers does so much. We do that. We give away controllers to people with disabilities who can't afford to buy the technology themselves, because sometimes this technology is expensive. The technological industry loves to make things as expensive as humanly possible, so sometimes you need a little bit of help buying them. That aside, we do some really cool things. We have a program called Player Panels, which if you are someone with the disabilities, you can come to us, you can apply for the program, and then when publishers and developers in the industry need testers who have disabilities to make sure that their games are as accessible as they can be, we call upon you to go in there and do the first-hand testing, right? Because we can tell developers all day what they should do, but when it actually comes to their game, we want to have people go in there and try it for themselves. Because you just never know. Every disability is different. They're varied. They have different sets of challenges and barriers, and therefore, got to make sure that it's accessible to as many as possible. And then on top of that, particularly of note to the IGDA is the accessible player experiences program. And so basically what we do, if you go to accessible.games right now, you can see a great website that's got dozens and dozens of design patterns that show you exactly how you can design your video game as accessible as possible, and generally for free if you do it early enough in the development cycle. And then on top of that, there's another course that we have behind that, which is the practitioner's version of APXP, which basically means you get to learn how to design accessibly from the experts at Able Gamers. Come in, do a 3-day workshop, and when you come out, you get a cool little certificate. We sign it, we give you a gold star, sometimes like a little plushie that says "Good job." It's great.
We love that. Wait, that's incredible. So all these programs, but I'm also curious. I've been asking on these fireside chats kind of the origin story of, Able Gamers and how it got started.
Long ago, there was a wonderful guy named Mark Barley who had a sister named Stephanie Walker, and she had MS, and they used to use EverQuest as their way to stay connected, even when he was on the Air Force Base and she was off in civilian life. And this game kept them together no matter how far they were apart, until one fateful Friday when he logged on and she didn't, and when he called her to find out what was going on, her husband answered the phone and she was crying in the background because her MS had flared up to the point that her arms wouldn't work anymore. She couldn't use the mouse and she couldn't use a computer. She thought her days were numbered playing games. Because the thing about MS that sucks is that it flares up and then you never know if it's going to subside. It might just be an ability that you lost, and there's no way to tell because the body just does what the body wants. So he was super scared and he wanted to help, and he decided to start a blog on how to be able to keep playing games no matter your disability, because there was no information out back then. 16, 17 years ago, there was none. There was no information on the online. So he made this tiny little blog. It was supposed to be a website with just information on it. And about 2 years after that creation, I joined up and we decided to turn it into a charity. And then it's sort of been a rocket ride since then. So going from tiny little blog to international charity.
To international amazing charity that's been featured in all these incredible things. And I wanted to congratulate you on the $1 million recently raised. How was that process like?
Well, it takes herding a lot of cats. It's been amazing, and something that I keep having to repeat over and over is it's not my victory to claim. This is 100% the people out there who gave their $5, their $10. They decided instead of Starbucks this week they would do a charity donation, and it's really thanks to everyone out there who donated. The way that you raised $1 million is one at a time. Everybody out there, when we think about streaming and we think about charity fundraising, we think, oh man, let's get the top man streamer. Let's get the same 15 people that we talk about all the time. And while those people, have their own right to their own popularity, there's a lot of people out there that raise money. There's a lot of people on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube. And what about all of them? So we kind of thought, well, what if I just tap into these amazing human beings, get them all to raise $100, and when you put that together, it equals a lot of money. And that lot of money is going to do a lot of good for some amazing people with disabilities. I'm really excited about it, and I think I'm most excited that this was done outside of Able Gamers. So what some people weren't really getting from the press releases was this wasn't an Able Gamers thing where we were putting money into marketing and all this. This was just a grassroots effort. I started outside the charity and had friends come along and join me along the way and ask their friends and their friends and their friends, and it snowballed, and here we are today. And the reason that I mention that very specifically is many times as I can is I want people out there to be inspired. I want people to know that if you decide you want to make a change, you can. We all have friend networks. You just have to tap into them.
Exactly. That's a great lead in for my next question, which is also if people did want to get involved, what were the ways that they could get involved with Able Gamers? It sounds like there's a lot of different initiatives y'all are doing, but how would like someone in the audience is watching, what could they do?
There's a lot of different ways you can get involved and a lot of different ways that you might want to be involved. If you're a person with disabilities and you want to get help from Able Gamers, you just go to the website ablegamers.org. There's a cool little button at the top that says get help, and then we just do like a little intake form. You just talk about what your challenges are and what kind of games you want to play, and then we basically pull you in for an interview of sorts where we'll talk to you one-on-one with one of our peer support specialists who will then say, what are some of the pain points you're having? How do you want to have fun? What have you tried so far? And through sometimes a 2-hour, sometimes an 8-hour process, we figure out exactly what things are needed to make your life better. And, that is sort of my own personal pride program. I love that program. I think it's one of the most fun things we do. Helping people is really what this is all about. But if you're somebody who just wants to, raise money, raise a couple of dollars, hang out, and support the charity, you can raise money. You can open up a fundraiser. You can, go and find us online. Able Gamers has Tiltify and all kinds of fundraisers running all the time. You can always open up your own stream and do your own thing. But honestly, just sharing the messages. I mean, that's what I tell people all the time because, especially you get kids who are 15, 16, 17. They're like, I don't have money. Mom doesn't want me to donate. Right? That's it. But it's fine. It's like you don't need to donate $1. Sometimes just telling someone, tell your friends about supporting people with disabilities. I don't love the term normalize, but, quote unquote, normalize being supportive of people who are different than you. Like, look for people who are different than you. Go follow them on Twitter. Go follow them on their social media channels and support them. That's honestly how you support Able Gamers. Is the only reason that Able Gamers exists. I'm gonna let you in on the secret here. The secret in the sauce is we actually tried. I know that sounds super trite, doesn't it? But the thing of it is, like, people just tend to feel like if you can't make a quote huge difference, you're not making any difference at all, which is just a shame for me because there's so many people out there who can do a little bit of good and combine with others who are also doing a little bit of good, and you end up raising $1 million.
No, exactly. We talked about that yesterday with Child's Play, where it was like, you have these awesome big groups, right? You have these great spaces, these news things, and the production companies in the space, but also it takes, it doesn't take that much money to buy a game or to do these things. And so little by little, it adds up to a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a parable that my friend Markiplier taught me, which is the starfish example. Have you ever heard the starfish?
I have
example?
not. Please share.
The starfish story is my absolute favorite. So you have some parents and a small child, 5 or 6-year-old, walking on a beach along the sand. The waves are crashing and the sun's coming up for its morning nap. And the parents are just walking along with the kid, and the kid spots a starfish sitting on the sand right outside the lapping of the waves. Picks up the starfish, gently pushes it back into the ocean. Okay. The parents are like, okay, whatever. And they keep going on down the beach, and they find that the kid does it again and again. And finally, on the 4th or 5th time, the parents are like, okay, this isn't helping anybody. Why are you doing this? You're literally wasting your time. You're not changing the world. Stop it. And the kid stops and just pauses and goes, but I'm changing the world for the starfish.
Oh.
And that's really what I know, right? It's a story that has stuck with me for a long time. In when people are watching streams and they're just donating $1 and they feel bad because it's just $1 or it's just a retweet or it's just telling their family members, and it's so important to go back and remember that we're just trying to change one starfish's life at a time.
I love that. And that makes it so much, we're a diverse game developers summit today. And so bringing it back to scope, you're kind of scoping that down, right? So it's like I can control what I can control, not the entire world.
Exactly.
What is something you wish that game developers would know when thinking about accessibility?
I think that it's a great transition from the starfish. And it's almost like we planned this script.
Yeah, right?
Almost. No, I think it's in that sometimes game developers take a look at the elephant and they don't realize it's the old adage of how do you remove an elephant from a room one bite at a time. Like that's how you have to look at game accessibility and making your game accessible. Some people are just so focused on, can I make my game accessible to every single person with every single disability? I'm going to tell you the answer is no. No, you cannot. Stop worrying about trying to do every disability and every single person. You're never going to hit that. It's not going to be an achievable goal. So, wow, Steve just said accessibility doesn't matter. No, that's not what I said. What I said is stop looking at the picture that you have to help every single person. You help as many as you can. You add all the easy things, all the things that are necessary, like closed captioning, having second channels for audio, having remappable keys, make your mouse sensitivity good, make your controller support in the game. Those are the basics. Those are like, if you're going to make a game, that's like 101. You got to put that in there in the beginning. So once you get past that, start looking at all the other things that you can add, and add as much of them as you can, as much as your time allows, as much as your budget allows. And from there, just keep adding them and helping people along the way. People email you and say, hey, I can't play the game because of this. Great. What didn't you put in there? What could you have done better? If you have 1,000 people emailing you asking for the same thing, then you really should have put that in the beginning. And now you know for your next game, make sure it's in there. That's how you make your game accessible. And so what I say to your original question of what do you tell game developers when they're thinking about accessibility, think about helping people, not about trying to come up with a specific mechanic. Think of it just like the accessible player experiences program teaches people. We don't tell developers how to code their games. Listen, y'all know how to code games. You make games great. We love your games. Keep making them. All we're doing is that we are helping people figure out how to solve the problems for the barriers that exist. For example, let's say you just can't use both hands, you can only use one hand. I don't need to tell the developer that, hey, this is Abby, amazing human being, totally cool, and this is the challenge here, and you need to add this little button here to do this jump. All they need to know is that you have one arm, so that means you have only certain inputs. That's all they need to know. I don't need to tell you how to code the game. And that's really the principle behind the program, is some very smart people like Chris Power, who came up with the program, thought about, how we're going to teach people and let them think about these things. I tell you, we've been teaching this thing for over a year and a half now, and we do workshops. Every 6 weeks, we do a new class. You can sign up. You can get your studio to pay for it and come in and learn from us every single time. It's different answers. It's so fun, Abby. Every time we never have the same answer twice. It's so good. It's fun listening to developers' creativity, because I'll tell you what, developers are some creative sons of guns. You know what I mean?
Yes. I love that. That's so design centric. As someone comes from a game design background, that I love. It's game design centric while also using gaming, as I've always said, gaming as a conduit for community and for good.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, y'all just want people to be able to play your game. So what would be the least bit bad about learning some new ways to think about people playing your game?
Exactly. I'm curious. I know we've talked about how there's such like a diverse spectrum of what disability means. Are there any examples you can think of where you or other people you feel like were like, wow, this is a really good example of representation or of mechanics that were accessible?
There are a lot of good examples out there, and the funny thing about it is, so you can go to accessible.games, the website, and on each and everything, product advertisement. No, but you can go there and you can look at examples we have on each of the patterns, which are great. I think that one of the shining examples people have is they think about The Last of Us too. They're like, that's just the banner example. It's okay. It's but here's the thing is, again, back to my point about you can't design for everybody. I can't play The Last of Us 2. So, again, you can't design for every person. You do the best you can. So let's take example of Player Unknown Battleground, PUBG. People don't think about first-person shooters as accessible, but they were one of the first games to allow you to come up with a control scheme, and that control scheme is modular and changes depending on your environment. So the same keys work for walking, and then they work for driving, and then they work for flying, and then they work for swimming, and it changes them what they do based on what the character is in. So that kind of modular design was amazing, because a lot of people with disabilities are limited in how many inputs they can put, how many are comfortable and easy to press. So if you can keep those numbers down, looking at you, Call of Duty. You don't need 95 buttons to play one game. So that's a good example. Fortnite does it well. There are a lot of platforms out there. Forza is another great one that allows good accessibility. In Forza, you literally can turn on the assistive driving mode, and the car will almost magnetize to the track as long as you control the speed. It'll even show you a green, yellow, and red arrow telling you if you're going too slow, too fast, or just right. So there's a lot of cool things, and again, from the program, we call that helping hand. Helping hand is when the video game helps you to defeat the video game, and I think there's a lot of accessibility out there that is just like that, where the game itself is very good at helping you along the way.
I love that. So we're talking about, how game designers, can learn more about accessibility.
Yeah.
I'm also curious about just like Able Gamer's impact on yourself, like favorite memories that the organization has given you, because it just sounds like such a wonderful community that you've developed here with the team.
I work with some amazing humans. I wouldn't trade them for the world, even on the days when we're frustrated with each other and fighting.
Yeah.
The greatest part about Able Gamers is that although every company has internal arguments, the great thing about working here is that it's never an argument against the person. I don't like the way that you proposed that idea, but I do like your idea, and let's reshape it a little bit. And it just becomes this collaborative process of we're both fighting for what we believe in. We're not arguing with each other. It's not personal. It's not, damn it, Steve, why aren't you doing this? It's, hey, well, what if we do this a little bit differently? And we'll get the same thing done. And that's what's been great about working there. I remember one time when we went to Chicago, there was an Abilities Expo. Abilities Expos, for those of you who don't know, are sort of like PAX. They are a giant convention that has like different kinds of accessibility things and adaptations, and you can clap your hands to close your shower curtains, or you can yell out a command to a robot, or there's a robot that you can make flip off your friend with its middle finger, which I totally did not do, and there's no video evidence. But we were sitting at one of our booths, sponsored by Microsoft. We had Forza on display. And this family comes up with a mom, a dad, a sister, and a brother, and another brother. The brother was maybe, I don't know, 7, 8, reclined back in a wheelchair, manual wheelchair with an oxygen tank and a heart monitor on his tray, leaning back into the side, not really focusing on anything. And we could see the family kind of looking over here, and they didn't want to come over. They didn't want to come over. Finally, we got them to come over to the game. Right? We're like, just come over, come play with us. Come on. We coaxed them over, and the family is a little resistant, a little hesitant, and obviously, understandably, they're afraid of being disappointed. And the founder, Mark, and I are sitting there talking to the family, but while we're talking, we're observing the small child, and we're going through, okay, what movements does he have? And we spot that his foot is moving just a little bit. So we have a side conference. We're like, oh, this is it. So we ask the family, can we take off his footrest? We remove it, and we get a gas pedal, plug it into the device called an Adroit Switchblade, which was like the predecessor to the Xbox Adaptive Controller. Plug it in, held the pedal up to the kid's foot. He presses down. The car comes roaring to life, drives across the freeway, slams into the wall. The kid lights up like a Christmas tree, just giggling and bubbling. It was the most adorable thing I'd ever seen. And that would be a great memory if it stopped there. But the next day, the dad, who is like a rock looking dude, like Marine, 6'12". Oh yeah, just big ass dude, hanging out, and I'm like 5 foot off the ground. So I'm like, hey, what's up? How's the weather? I turn around, and he's squeezing me on the shoulder, and he's got tears in his eyes. I'm like, oh, Mr. So-and-so, are you okay? He's like, Steve, I just had to tell you, like, thank you. And I'm like, nah, this is what we do. Don't worry about it. No big deal. I'm glad you can play. And he squeezes a little bit harder, and he's like, no, seriously, you need to understand. My son is nonverbal. He can't communicate with anyone. And every weekend we watch cartoons together. He lays his head in my lap and we just watch together. And every time a video game commercial comes on, he wiggles and bubbles. And I know he wants to play. And you guys gave that back to him. And at this point, I'm just, it's okay. I'm just like falling out of my wheelchair, like, And at that moment, I just kind of realized that it wasn't about video games.
Yeah.
This is all about connecting me to you
is.
and all of our friends together.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Love that. And it's but like I said, a conduit for community. Like that's games. I think have they're so artistic in that way, and that they're so masterful in that.
Yeah, absolutely. Games have this wonderful way of connecting each other, no matter the distance, no matter what pandemic the world may throw at us. Together, we can still stay connected.
Exactly. We actually have a question from chat, which is an interesting
Oh
one.
God, I'm running away now. Bye. See ya.
Approved by our production team.
Oh, okay.
So this is kind of similar, I guess, because this is an indie game dev summit of sorts. What are some of the most common mistakes developers make? And I know we talked about there's not one size fits all, but if there's any telltale signs to look for that, like, that is not looking great.
First of all, I'm very disappointed that they didn't ask what my favorite grilled cheese is. So I'm gonna hold that against this group forever. Other than that, you know, the I don't like to think of it as a mistake. Let's take for example, recently, Dark Alliance from D&D came out, right?
Yes.
And it did not have remapping. It did not have the ability to use a controller. It did not have the ability for people to do any kind of abilities on their mouse. It didn't allow anybody to do anything as simple as walking forward with clicking on the mouse. It was literally just out of the box, like it had come out of a fresh engine, and they added no adaptations. And that's bad. That's really bad. And it kept people out. It kept me out. And it not only kept me out, but it kept my friends who wanted to play with me because they weren't buying the game anymore, thanks to that. And the mistake there was that they got left behind. They got left behind by the industry. The industry kept thinking forward, kept moving forward with accessibility. They didn't keep up, and so because of it, they lost sales. Their credibility took a shot because people kept yelling at them on Twitter. They didn't sell as many copies, and now it's not even the game we're really hearing about because, well, it didn't have what it was supposed to. And how do you know that that's a common mistake? Well, if it's something that everybody thinks as standard and you're not putting it into your game, then you know you're on the wrong course. When you're thinking about your game, think about how other people might play. How might you play if you're closing one eye? How might you play if you only have one arm to use? What if you only have some of the digits on your hand? What if you have no hands at all? Would you be able to do anything in your game? Well,
Yeah.
if you keep coming up with no, well, then you probably should look into how other people play video games.
Incredible. Like I said, thinking of it also, I think from the start is something, and especially as someone who's, been in the production process, it can't be something really that's tacked on the QA at the end. It has to be a constant practice.
It's got to be baked in from the beginning, and that's how you save your money in later worlds. Is you do things early on when they're still able to be done, and don't think of yourself like a giant. Think of yourself like an indie dev who are small and agile, and you can do things like. I wanted to play the game Raft not that long ago, and Raft had a cap on their mouse sensitivity where you could only put it up to like a 5, and I can only move the mouse about a quarter of an inch in any one direction. So I needed it on like 500. And so I just tweeted at them, hey, I want to play the game, but I can't move the mouse. Yeah. And they were like, oh, okay, we'll fix it. And then the next day they patched it.
Cool.
It was just a variable. That's all they had to do. And what I learned, since those days is, some of these decisions developers make just because they always did. Like, oh, what do we put mouse sensitivity on? Put it on 10, it'll be fine. But, maybe you need to think about it a little bit more than that.
No, definitely. Well, we're wrapping up towards the end. I was wondering, as kind of one of our final thoughts, if you had any advice to anyone in the audience. Like, I know we mentioned the website, but any advice or parting words to anyone who feels like, I feel represented by able gamers and I need some words of comfort? What would you say?
I hope that there are a lot of people out there who feel represented by able gamers, whether people love how we're in your face with developers and getting them to get this done, or they wish we'd be a little bit more chillax about it. Either way, I hope you're proud that we're out there representing disabled people in the video game space. And, if you're looking for comfort, remember that just 10 years ago, when going to the Game Developers Conference there's a video still on YouTube, you can look it up, called One Question by Able Gamers, in which we asked developers, have you ever thought about people with disabilities? And we had a bunch of people say no, a few people say yes, and a couple of jerkbags who laughed at the camera and walked away. And if you think about that today, if we were to do the same video, you'd
Yeah.
have almost the opposite, where everybody says, yes, we have thought about people with disabilities.
That's awesome. You can measure the change right there. And our final question, any last shout outs for yourself or for the org?
Make sure you follow all Able Gamers channels. You can find it on Able Gamers on Twitch, Twitter, things that haven't been invented yet that are 12 years away. Go follow them. They're an amazing bunch of human beings. And you can find me, Steven Spawn, spelled just like the cryon below, or on Twitch, the phonetic way, SPAWN. And we're doing some great things with Spawn together, where we're all banding together to raise some money for this great cause. And I got a really cool couple of announcements in the next couple of weeks, so stay tuned.
Yay! Please go follow Steve. I want to give you a thank you. Thank you for coming today and sharing your story and talking about the org.
I'm honored to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Well, that was amazing. Steve is excellent. And if you would like to go help out Able Gamers, please go check out their org right now on all the social media platforms. We are going to link to our next segment, which is another highlighting video where we're going to hear from Margaret Wong.
Hi, I'm Margaret, who has just graduated from the Master of Animation, Games and Interactivity program at RMIT. During my study, I found myself really enjoying game development, especially as a game designer. I like testing my prototypes and listening to feedbacks. As I try to respond to the feedback from the players, I found my games were getting better. It's really rewarding to see the smiley face of my players, and I like to dedicate myself into the game development industry. I see this program as a really precious opportunity for me to know more about the industry and meeting people from all around the world having a similar goal. Also, I'm looking for a game designer role in the industry. I believe this program will provide me with some potential job opportunities, as well as hacks to get a job. Finally, I'm really glad to be part of this big family and looking forward to know more about everyone. See ya!
Incredible to learn even more about our amazing diverse game developer recipients. I am so honored to introduce our next interview and video with Hip Hop Gamer, which is Jermaine and Douglas and their project, Elite Gems. Can't wait to learn more.
Yo, what's up? It's the one and only Hip Hop Gamer, Hot 97, Logitech G. We on the live page, the live front page of Twitch. So get hyped and get lit, because I got two special guests that I'm about to bring to y'all right now, representing that indie game business. Then when I bring these two people to the stage, you got to show your love, because they represent something called elite. All right? And when you at the elite, when you at that elite status, you're number one. So I want to bring to the stage, all right, my dude, my bro from Jamaica. Give it up for Jermaine and Douglas. You already know what it is, baby. They out here representing Elite Gems, and we about to talk to them about it right now. So, first off, Douglas, Jermaine, first off, how y'all feeling today, man? Talk to me. How y'all feeling today?
Feeling good. Yeah, definitely up there, feeling airy and nice.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. So, what we want to do is we want to get right into what Elite Gems is all about. So, can you give us a little bit about what Elite Gems is all about before we show some of the footage so that the fans can see what we're talking about? So, Douglas, I'll start with you, bro. Give us a little summary of what Elite Gems is about, bro.
I mean, in summary, Elite Gems is a social interactive media platform, and it's designed for a new experience for users. And this new experience allows users to create games and express themselves through games using video, image, text, and augmented reality.
Ooh, you got that AR up in there. All right, cool. Yeah. So, Jermaine, Real quick, just a question for you. When it comes to elite gems, what's some of your thoughts on what y'all accomplished? So before people see it, they can have an idea of what they're about to experience in practice.
Well, I think it's rather innovative in terms of how we approach it. The actual editor and flow of someone creating a game is pretty simple, so anyone can jump into it and start expressing their ideas. So just so everyone, YouTube is now an available platform. We actually take it a step further, where someone can shoot these videos, whether it be with their phone, their camera, what have you, essentially upload them and piece it together in a way that's interactive. So you're not necessarily presenting content that's just straightforward for someone to sit down and watch, but someone can essentially take their time and go through it and find different parts and get different experiences essentially for one person versus another.
Amazing. So, without further ado, dare you already know what to do. Run that clip, baby. Let's get it.
Welcome to Elite Gems. This is a unique social interactive media platform that allows its users to express themselves through games using video, images, or text. Play, relax, enjoy, create, and give back. Elite Gems have developed products that have been a godsend during this challenging COVID-19 pandemic through its first game, Stress Busters. Unwind. Play by listening to the instructions and making choices to guide the story forward.
Bree, wake up. Bree, you have to wake up.
What is it?
You're not going to believe it.
Okay, I'm up.
Guess what?
What?
There's $1 million on the ground.
Stop it right there. Stop it right there. Cut it. Stop right there. All right. We gotta talk, bro. What, before I really come at you with a bunch of questions, Douglas, what did we just see? Break that down, because when you said, hit the what is it button, did it say what is it? It's like you're playing real life. This is crazy. Break this down to me, bro.
For sure. So what you saw was just a clip of our first game type on the platform called interactive story game. So interactive story game allows users to express themselves with a twist that's using video, image, text, and augmented reality mini games. So it allows a user to either create and play games. And with Create, we provide easy to use game templates that allow a creator, whether you're a professional creator or you're entry-level creator that, for instance, would make short form vlogs per day or any kind of simple content, can create this interactive story game in a few minutes and post to the platform. So what you just saw was what we consider a medium level creator, use interactive story game and post content. So as a platform, our first interactive game series will be Stress Busters. And Stress Busters is specially designed to help users relax and unwind. As you know, we're going through a really difficult period right now, and stress levels are shooting through the roof worldwide. So we're starting by providing our users with content that can help alleviate and help them to relax and unwind. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So I don't. It says, let me know if that was clear. If I need to, that any other spin you want or any other info you want. If you notice on the UI there was a hidden item where you could find the glasses. That's where the augmented reality comes in. So while you're playing this game, you have to keep a lookout for this hidden item that's gonna appear somewhere in the video. And once you find that, you will win a prize at the end of the game.
Wow, bro, that's crazy. So, like, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. And Jermaine, please, chime in on this, bro. So, let's say, like today, I got to go out and do interviews, and I'm vlogging about my daily experience. So, what you're saying is, I can create an interactive experience that deals with what I'm doing today. And let's say I put take the train station or take an Uber, and then like they click it, and then you see me going to the Uber instead of going into the train station. Like, is that what we doing? Like, can you like, are you serious?
That's it.
Wow, bro, listen, I've seen games and played games like this, but I never seen it in a way where you could create your own experience. It's always been something that a developer would create. They release it and you just play it out. So like even on Netflix, there are certain like movies that they tested with the interactive stories like that. And if you play games like Life is Strange, or if you play games like Detroit Become Human, and you can make these choices and decisions, you have those elements there. But the way you have it like this is unbelievable. So now I got another question for you. When it comes to the hidden items and stuff like that, let's say, okay, my chain. For instance, let's say I made my chain like a augmented reality thing, and it's a hidden item in that world. And if they find my chain, they get $20 off a PlayStation card. I don't know. Is that what you're talking about, Douglas? Like you could really make things personalized like that for the end user to interact with?
In terms of the hidden items, it's built so that it's a plug and play feature. So users don't have to be concerned about developing or doing any kind of development work around that game. So, for instance, if there's a shade or any other item that's pre-configured, then they would have to look for that. In terms of the user being able to upload, as you mentioned, their own items. In our MVP, we won't have that feature, but that is something that we can consider for our backlog for users to be able to upload their 3D scan their objects and have their hidden items, have their own hidden items placed in their games, But for right now, and let me just clarify a little bit about that, the reward you mentioned. So on the platform, we will reward users with elite gems. So these elite gems, if you were to scroll back to the start of the video, you'd see that there's a number at the top of the screen that shows the amount of elite gems that a user has. These elite gems can be spent in two ways. One, you can use them to either go to any scene in any game at a game over, so you don't have to start all over from the start, or you can spend on raffle tickets to win prizes. So we have prizes weekly of $500, $1,000 Amazon gift cards, trips to hotel resorts in the Caribbean, and other brand sponsored retailers. So you mentioned there a card. If we partnered with that retailer you mentioned, then that could be a prize that's offered on the platform as well.
That is, bro. So let me ask y'all this, Jermaine. Right now, what's the goal right now? Like, is it to just make it more available for people to see and download? Like, what is the goal right now? Because to me, there's two things here. One, as a standalone product, it's amazing, but also, is this something that can be like implemented to enhance products that already exist? So you can talk to me about that.
All right. So as Douglas said, we have an MVP that we're targeting. For that one, it will be something that persons can download and they can enjoy for themselves, add their own content, play content advisor users, and so on. The long-term goal, though, is to integrate with other platforms in whether it be vertical or horizontal integrations. So that is something we do have in mind. So we are looking we are looking at different ways that we can capitalize on existing platforms and in terms of having our content presented to them, for example, like Facebook, where you can embed other elements, or maybe even in Zoom, and all opportunities that we see around. We're taking note of those and seeing how best we can essentially build our platform, because what we've built so far is pretty flexible, I think, in terms of how it's structured. So we should be pretty comfortable moving or exposing our content to other platforms, whether it be through whatever mechanisms that we come up with. So I think long term, we definitely are going to be showing up in other places, not just on your phone.
Oh my god, yo, I'm hyped, son, because in my mind, I'm already thinking about what if I turn my PlayStation on or turn on my Xbox, and Xbox, they already have a reward system, but nothing like this. And if you could take what they got and enhance it because of the way it's designed, it's over. It's over, bro. So look, I want to show more of the game. I want to show more of the app. So we're going to show more of the app, and then after that, we're going to come back with some more questions for you. So, yo, Daniel, let's roll some more of that clip, bro.
The choices you make determine whether you win or lose the game. The Elite Gems platform is unique. It has a tech combination of social video sharing, augmented reality, and HTML5 gaming. Make your games by integrating human life and expression with our easy-to-use templates. Connect and play. Connect and play with friends, anywhere and anytime. No other platform does it quite like this. This provides a platform for content creators and game developers to create compelling interactive experiences and to earn a sustained income from revenue split.
All right, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Yo, there's a lot more to this than y'all said. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in the beginning, there's a lot more to this. So check this out. Like the next questions that I got for y'all, before we even talk about what we just saw, I need to know if y'all could be honest and like transparent, you know, with this question. But what do y'all need from a funding standpoint to make this, you know, big, like to make this what y'all needed to be to really see that ROI and be super successful? Like, let everybody know, like, what's that funding number that you're trying to target, man?
Yeah, for sure. So our funding target is 1.48 million. This 1.48 million will cover the completion and development of our MVP and also operational expenses for the first 1.5 years. What we're currently doing right now is that we've just recently completed the Diverse Game Developers Grant Program, where we developed a prototype. So this prototype is currently being validated by a closed user group and focus groups. Following that, we're going to go into the other side of development now, where we're going to complete the MVP and then get ready for a soft launch. And that's when the wider market will be able to enjoy this product, and especially going into at the end of our first year, we'll be introducing new games. So outside of interactive story game, we imagine being able to turn your entire house into an escape room and being able to play other, HTML5 games from game developers. Is going to be, it's the next shift. It's the next big shift in gaming, where we're moving from games as a service to games as a platform, and we're currently there. So I'm really excited to be a part of this and to help content creators and game developers to further their craft and to become, experts in their fields,
Yo, this is fire. Cause soon as you said about turning your like room into an escape room, your house into an escape room, I was also thinking about this technology being utilized with VR. So Jermaine, I got a question for you. Can this technology be utilized like in VR? Like let's say, because in VR you got different suites and apps, even in VR. Can this also be translated into a VR experience as well? That's one. And two, when it comes to the funding, do y'all have enough funding to make sure the marketing is right? So it's not just about operations and finishing the product, but also having the same amount of type of money to market it and put it out there to have that sustainability for growth. So even though that's a two-part question, but yeah, man, can you answer that for me?
All right. So in terms of extending it to VR, that is something that we have considered. We haven't quite worked out the final details of how to accomplish taking someone's regular video and having that projected into a 3D space and have it feel realistic. That is something that we have on our list, but it is definitely something that we think would be good to have. There are some other long-term plans that we have to do actual 3D games instead of simply flat 2D. So it is definitely something that we're looking at, but it may not necessarily be a direct transition from someone capturing a video on their phone, but may require some more complex equipment in terms of motion capture suits and stuff like that. So that is something that we have on our list for like a developer SDK or some way of essentially simplifying that process and workflow so it can be much simpler for a regular person to really jump into it and get that kind of content created without much overhead or much of a barrier to entry to that particular field. So it's definitely something that is on our list, and we definitely are looking into it. We just don't have a definite path to hitting that target in an acceptable way just yet. In terms of the funding for marketing, that's definitely something that we do have in our budget and our projections. Douglas is really the brains behind that part of it. So I know it's there because you discussed it, but in terms of his magic, in terms of how he arrives at the figures for what needs to go where, that's his forte. So I think that's a question better suited for him. So I'll let him have that part.
Thanks, Jermaine. Much respect. I very well taken on with the VR as well. We're definitely looking at that in the future in terms of the budget. Yes, you're correct. The marketing budget is included in that figure. Just to have a quick breakdown though, to give a better idea of how it's split up. So it's 135K. So it's 135K for us to get to launch. So that's really the funding that we would need now to get the product out there. But for our operational expenses, including and most importantly, the legal and company risk support, intellectual property, that covers intellectual property, copyright, cybersecurity, and company and management risk. Because as you know, starting a platform like this comes with, there are a lot of responsibilities, including privacy laws, ensuring that our users are safe and secure, and ensuring that any risks that exist, including content moderation and everything, all our risks are mitigated. Those costs are also included in that operational budget. So to answer your question, right now, the funds we need urgently would be the 135K, and after which would be on a phased approach, the remaining amount for the 1.48 million dollars.
Amazing. Okay, because just to keep it real, like a lot of companies, they go all in on developing something and they leave the marketing and other things completely out because they so focused on developing, and then they get something but they can't even support what they built because there's nothing left for them to actually get the word out so people know what they built. So that's why I wanted to ask that question, because I noticed that with a lot of companies that they leave out a very important part. So it's great to hear that you have that in place. Now, there's one thing I want to talk about real quick before we go into another clip of the Elite Gems game. Grant for the Web. I'm hearing a lot about this. I was wondering if y'all could talk about what Grant for the Web is all about and how this is going to help y'all as well. So, Jermaine, if you like, you could take that, or Douglas, you could take it, either one.
I think we can. I think we can both. I think we can both. We can both separate. So, German. I guess you can start with how how we plan to integrate Grant for the web, and then I guess I can talk about the the business potential part behind that.
Okay.
All right, no problem. I can take it. So with Grant for the web, they're focused on a new way of essentially monetizing for both services, both from the consumer and the publisher side. So that is something that we are looking at actively. We're literally in the process of building that function into our platform. It has been part of the larger plan, but just because of time, we haven't really fully integrated. However, what we're looking to do is to utilize Coil as the mechanism for integrating with Grant for the web. So what we'll have is a user as well, we have two types of users essentially in our system. One would be a creator, one would be a player or a consumer. So our plan is to have integrations on both sides of that coin, where the publisher can receive payments for activity that happens on games that they create. So it would first appear in the system as elite gems, but there would be a mechanism for having those gems converted at some point down the line into actual value, whether it be whatever that value works out to be, more than likely a digital currency. That is where we're looking at this point in time. Nothing set in stone just yet, but that is how it would satisfy a creator side. Now, from the side of the consumer, again, utilizing Coil has a mechanism for supporting subscriptions. So that is what we intend to utilize, where a consumer can actually link their Coil account to their Elite Gems account, and then from there we can charge them on that subscription basis. And from there, the revenue share that Douglas had mentioned before would come into play, where that consumption by the user would be shared with the creator. And that is essentially how we intend to work with Grant for the web, to get as many persons on and get a new shift in terms of monetization, rather than the standard, oh, you watch this, let's just target you with this ad. No, we're going to use a little bit different in that our ads will be supported, as I said, through Coil, and you will have the means of removing those ads by having a subscription. So you can use a platform without having a subscription, but there will be added value. And as I said, we know that Coil is very cost effective, so it will be attractive for a lot of persons, especially when you look at the actual features you'll be gaining by having an active Coil subscription. So I hand over to Douglas from here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Well said, German. So just to add as well, that Coil subscription that a user has allows them to access all sites on the web where Coil is accepted. Right now, you can use big platforms like Twitch to fund creators through Coil, to go to Cinnamon, which is a video platform, and many other sites will accept Coil and use web monetization. So imagine paying one fee which allows you to access all these sites and only pay for what you use at that time. So in terms of elite gems, we're going to utilize what's called the 100 plus 20 method. And what that means essentially is 100 in the sense that we will provide the users a complete, satisfying, and independently useful content experience for free. And then we're going to offer bonus features now through Elite Gems Premium. So that's where the Coil subscription comes in. So a user will be able to subscribe to Coil, subscribe to Elite Gems Premium through Coil. And with this Elite Gems Premium subscription now, there are many advantages for a small and reasonable monthly price, right? So some of these benefits include 10 free add-ons per month. I remember earlier in the talk we mentioned about being able to purchase items you want to include on your hidden item game, or you mentioned the chain or the ability to upload. Those would be add-ons. So getting as 10 free add-ons per month, so 10 free add-ons per month, daily check-in gifts, and your Elite Gems rewards are times 10. So when your Elite Gems rewards are much more increased, imagine being able to win your 1,000 US Amazon gift card per week.
Oh my God!
Card per week, and and just enjoying your time on the platform. So that's how the monetization ties in. And we see Coil, and we know Coil and monetization is the future. And we see this in our projections. our forecast for premium subscriptions in our first year will represent 17% and then grow massively to almost 50% of our total revenue from Coil and web monetization. So we definitely see this as the next big shift in web monetization generally and platform monetization as we move into the future, you know?
Yo, bro, first off, before we go and see more of this video, that joint is fire, so I gotta spin the chain on that again, son. This joint is unbelievable, bro. Yo, Daniel, you know what I need? I need you to run that video for me right now, son. We lit right now, bro. Elite Gems, man. EGP, EGP, Elite Gems Premium. That's what we talking. That's what we doing right now, son. So yeah, D, run that video, bro. We gotta finish that.
I am Douglas Davidson, founder and CEO of Elite Gems.
I'm Christopher Walton. I'm the lead platform developer on the Elite Gems team.
And I'm Ricardo Gaynor, the lead mobile developer on the Elite Gems team.
Our small technical and content team has combined over 100 years technical hands-on experience. We are a diverse and results-oriented team, and we will deliver a world-class social interactive media platform second to few. Our market entry strategy is localized within the English-speaking Caribbean, where we expect initially 166,000 daily active users. This comprises college students, employed individuals, content creators, and game developers who will provide the impetus for scale to global expansion. According to PwC's Seeing is Believing report, the augmented reality global market is currently $105 billion with an annual growth rate of 65%, amounting to $1 trillion by 2030. We intend to be a competitive provider in this market. Elite Gems team was selected from worldwide entrants as a grantee of the IGDA Foundation's Global Diverse Game Developers Fund. The IGDA grant for the prototype will not cover the total projected cost of USD 1.48 million for the full rollout of the platform. This seed funding investment will be absolutely critical to the successful development, launch, and financing of operational expenses for the first year, supported by best people, best games, and best technology. Our unique experience will deliver happiness to thousands and ultimately millions of diverse content creators and game developers around the globe. Our team thanks you for this opportunity of funding and look forward to working successfully with you.
Yeah. Yo, bro, I mean, this interview, everything has been crazy. First of all, before we get out of here, yo, how y'all feel? You know what I'm saying? Like, how y'all feel about the whole interview? Like, everything that we doing, IGDAF, like, everything. Like, how y'all feel about what's going on right now, B?
Feeling great. Feeling really good.
Definitely feeling hyped. You know, really looking forward to work with you guys and dynamic investors who will work along with us and our team in seeing this vision come to life, you know?
Yo, this is amazing. It's a blessing. So look, y'all, we about to wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? This is the movement. All right? EGP. All right? I'll say it again. EGP. All right? Elite Gems Premium. That's how we moving. On that note, one love and God bless. It's the one and only hip hop gamer, Logitech G, on your hot 9-7 every day. That's my word. And I'll talk to y'all soon. Peace.
We are in the campus of Umeå University, of which I'm a student, as you've guessed. I'm studying right now a master in interaction technology and design. Personally, I aim to take my skills that I've learned right now and take them to the game industry, as you might be guessing right now. It started with a Reddit post where I joined a community of game developers working for a fan-made game for the TV series Community, where from July 2020 to January 21st, 2021, I worked as a game designer, but mainly as the director for the marketing efforts for that project. I was one of the originators for Project Arton, an esports medicine project that is still in the making, in collaboration with the local medtech test lab. This past year, I applied for the IGDA Foundation Virtual Exchange, and here I am, being part of it.
So incredible to learn more about these amazing diverse game developers, and also something I didn't even think about, y'all, but we're getting to see all these videos from people's like backgrounds and their homes and their schools and their communities, and it's just so neat to like see the gaming community come together in such a remote and digital way. But I am super excited to introduce our next segment, which is going to be a roundtable. You've been hearing about all these recipients and learning about all their ideas, but we're actually going to get to talk with them live, face-to-face, in a roundtable with some of our Grant for the Web IGDAF recipients. So I am super excited that we have all these lovely people coming in now. Hey, y'all. I'm really excited also. Hi. I'm excited for this because also I have to say personally, I was a recipient of the IGDAF last year. So I think this is really, I'm muted. Are you sure? Can you hear me?
Fine.
You hear me fine? Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Teresa. I think we're good. I was a recipient last year. So for this to me means a lot because I feel like we're going to have a peer kind of like talk today. That's why it's a roundtable, not really a panel or fireside chat. We're just going to talk as people in the industry. So to get things started, I would love to have each of you introduce yourselves, where you're coming from, and what your concentration within the industry is. Let's start with Melanie.
Oh, okay. Well, as you said, I'm Melanie. Hi, my name is Melanie Ehrlich. I've been in the games industry for a bit. I'm as an actor. I'm an actor on camera in film and TV, and voiceover for animation video games. One of my favorite titles I did some voiceover for is an Adult Swim Games release called Battle Chef Brigade. It's a fun little indie cult hit. I voiced the two lead female protagonists in a game called Y2K. And now I'm leading development of our game From Girl Adventures, some of which you can see a little bit of in my shoulder here because of the
yes.
This is great. We're just gonna explore the game through my shoulder today. We're developing our first game through my production company, Melody Productions, a multidisciplinary creative studio. And the game is called From Girl Adventures, and it is, to our knowledge, the first video game by and about Jewish women. And we're very excited about it. That's right.
That is absolutely incredible. I would love to hear from Alfonso.
Hey, so I'm Alonso. I'm a developer at Smarter Club from Santiago, Chile, in Latin America. And well, as any indie company, I wear a lot of hats, but I'm a programmer, producer, and business at the company. We're currently working on finishing and releasing our first game called Teacup, which is a narrative adventure about a frog who likes to drink tea. And for this program, we started developing a new game called Baobab Island, which is a platforming roguelike about a bunny-loving boy who wants to reach the top of a giant baobab tree.
Amazing. Falsa.
Hi, I'm Falesso. I'm working on Maledictorian, which is an LGBT plus visual novel about being a new university student in a magic university. In the field of game development, I wear many hats, mostly related with direction. But I also do a lot of programming and user interface, user experience design. Yeah, so that's kind of what it's about.
Awesome. ID.
Hello. Good evening. It's 10:30 p.m.
Oh
Where I am.
Good night.
Almost, and I am honestly pumped to be here. So my name is ID. I am from Akwa Ibom. It's a place in Nigeria. And currently I am a numbers person. I'm a finance major, and we are creating a game. It's a word-based game, and on the team I am the business and web monetization expert. So I help make sure that the game has to make money one way or the other. So yes, that's basically that's all about it. We are creating a word-based game that helps you get into the nitty-gritty compositions of English language, your vowels and your consonant. It's a fun game as well as a learning tool. So yes.
Very cool. And Douglas.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, man. So glad to be here. So, I mean, I'm Douglas Davidson. I'm the founder and CEO of Elite Gems. And what Elite Gems is it's a social interactive media platform. It's designed for a new user experience using video, image, text, and augmented reality. So, as a team, we're diverse and we're passionate and we're results oriented and we're a team of 13 and we're split up into technical, content, biz dev, and user acquisition.
Awesome. This is incredible. I'm going to kick it off with like a pretty, I feel like, broad question, but a fun one. What was it like to find out you were a grant recipient this year? What was that experience like? Let's start with Douglas.
Wow, that was one of the best emails I got this year.
Yeah.
That was one of the best emails I got this year. So it was truly ecstatic for me, especially when we shared it for the team. Also, with a member of our team who introduced us to the IGDA Foundation. We're forever grateful for that connection there. And we basically shared it with as many persons as we could and looking forward to continuing the words, continuing the great works for the IGDA Foundation in the Caribbean and later down globally.
Awesome. Well, we actually have another guest who's joining us today. I think Teresa is also here. If you would like to introduce yourself before we get more into this roundtable.
Hi, how are you doing? Can you
We're
hear me
good.
okay,
We
Abby?
can hear you. We can hear you everything.
Good.
We want to
Okay.
know who you are, where you're coming to us from, and what your concentration within games is.
Sure. So, hi, as you can see, my name is Teresa Lung, and I'm joining you today from upstate New York. I spend time on the East Coast here in New York and New Jersey. I'm a director and producer, both for film interactive and games. And I'm working on a project called Bought Broken. And I was so happy to be a part of this cohort along with the folks that you see here on the panel today.
The amazing
and Abby,
panel.
thank you so much for your time and your leadership as well. Really
It's
great to
so
have you and
kind.
spend time with you.
I'm so happy to be here. Like I said, it's just a bunch of like us recipients like geeking out together and talking about what it means to be in games, which is just awesome. So, Alonso, I want to talk more about what was your experience like getting that email, finding out you were a grant recipient.
Yeah, it's a funny story because it'll sound like I'm showing shade to the IGDA Foundation, but I love them. I really love them. But they had mentioned something along the lines like they would tell us it arrived on a Monday, and Monday came and passed by, and we hadn't heard anything. So our whole team was like, "Oh, we didn't get in. We didn't get it. Oh man, oh that sucks. It's time to move on to the next thing." And
Yeah.
suddenly, 2 days later, whoop, we got the email. So it was kind of a mix of surprise, relief, after kind of processing all the 5 stages of grief and loss. Suddenly we were kind of confusion and happiness. But yeah, we were really glad.
Happiness as the end goal.
Yeah, at the end, yeah.
Let's do Melanie.
I almost forgot about it until Alonso brought it up, but I remember those days leading up to getting that email were some very, very like tense ones where we were all just like holding our breath and gritting our teeth. I'm like, but when we finally got that email, it was for me, it was a rush of emotions because
Mm.
it was. Well, there were so many thoughts. I mean, first it was like there are people who trust me with this amount of money, like who just like saw my concept and said, "Yes, this is a good idea. I trust you to bring it to life. Here is money." That was like I think every developer kind of dreams of something like that happening, and especially since this is our first go. Like, look, we are a core team of 3 very independent, very capable, very self-starters. And I knew that we could do this, but we are all new in our respective like capacities on this project. I've never led development of a game. I've always been on the audio end of things, either behind the mic or helping the studio or what have you. Our artist has been an artist for quite some time, but she'd never before this project, before 3 months ago, neither of us had ever worked in Unity. And we're building our game in Unity. So there was a lot to learn. Like, so when we got this email too, it was like there was like a day of celebration that was like, okay, time to get to work because we've definitely got our work cut out for us. But it was like I knew that this is what we needed. I knew we needed a start, and this was our start. And now that we had that little leg up, now so many possibilities have. Now it's where do we go from here? Not is this possible, but how are we going to make it happen?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. ID.
Okay, so first of all, we submitted our application like 30 minutes to closing time. So I had already taken my mind off. I had told my partner Dominion that, you know what, let's just not even think about it. And when, like Alonso said, when the IGDA team didn't get to us on time, I just told Dominion, forget about it. Let's just move on. Let's just do something else. Let's just do something else. And I remember I was about to sleep and a mail just pops up and I'm like, I really just want to sleep. And then I see from my side, I am like, oh my God, what? And I opened the mail and I see we had gotten in. And the first thing I do is I call my mom and I'm screaming. I had literally just picked an interest in games at the beginning of the year. So this was a huge big breakthrough for myself and the team. We are a team of 5. We have 2 developers, 1 game design artist, and 1 project lead, and I handle the finance team. So for us, it was a new team. It was like new experiences, new frontiers, and I'm honestly just grateful for this opportunity at the end of the day. So yes, getting in, I was ecstatic when I got the message. And yes, from now on, it's just basically what next.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love also mom was excited too. We love that. Felisto, would love to hear your story.
Yeah, so at first it was complete disbelief. Like I was like, I cannot believe that this is happening. Like, and then after the initial like shock wore off, I was so excited. I told my mom, my dad, and my brother. We were all like so excited. My mom like she cooked like a special meal that day. We were all so excited. So once we did all that, I think I was extremely like excited to just get started. I was like, now I want to start already. But then we were like, okay. Then I was like, okay, I probably should plan this out. So which is not as fun, right? But I was so excited. I just remember like telling everyone in my family, and just getting excited for being able, because I feel like this is something that I've always sort of dreamed of, but never actually expected to happen. So I had to pinch myself a couple of times, but yeah.
We love that. And Teresa, your story of finding out.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this was covered before, but there was actually an interview process prior to finding out if we are
Yeah.
selected. So I think it ratchets up the nerves, and so yeah, I just remember being immensely excited and just that rush of adrenaline, like, "Yee! I did it! We did it! We did it!" And I would want to encourage people like what you've heard from the other folks already. Like life isn't perfect, right? And we come from all different types of backgrounds, and so for me, there was this point of like, oh yeah, I know it's going to be very competitive, like, but I want to give it a shot, but oh my gosh, the timing of it, like, is it going to be possible? Like, so there was a lot of like, should I apply? Just a bunch of like um, worries. And I think one of the main things to learn about both this process, I think for me, and just in general, right, is that yeah, there are worries, but like, go for it, right? Because yes, what do you have to lose? Like the worst is like, oh, it doesn't work out, but you also put together the application, right? Refine your concept. It gave me a chance to, yes, I also did it at the last minute, like ID. Like I had a previous sort of idea, right? But to polish it. So yeah, it was just this immense sense of joy to be like,
Joy.
yes, yes.
Happiness, elation,
Yeah.
surprise. We went through the whole gambit.
Yeah.
So now we've kind of learned about our recipients, kind of their stories of getting into the program. Since this is a roundtable, I kind of want to take a back seat and let y'all talk to each other. I'm going to kind of drop questions, but like feel free to respond to each other. You know how I've been kind of directing you, but like asking your name, or saying your name and then giving a question. I'm just going to drop the question, and then whoever wants to answer it can answer it. So our first question then is, what does it mean to you to be classified as a diverse game developer? Floor is open.
Giving us these easy questions today, Abby. starting up with something easy in life. It for me, maybe I should have thought out an answer more before I volunteered to speak here. But for me, it's a kind of a double-edged sword. I appreciate that there is some recognition that, hey, different people have different needs, and we collectively need to acknowledge and account for them. On the other hand, there's this distinct type of otherization, which sure, that's a word that I'm going to use now. Otherization that happens in classifying someone as a diverse game developer, and I'm still like feeling out where I fit into all of that too. But in the context of this this program, and especially receiving the grant now and being part of this cohort now during the pandemic, it was a reminder of just how much is out there, like how many different people and things and cultures and parts of the world there actually are at a time when the world feels so small and it feels like there's nothing outside of these four walls, and like I'll never leave the country again, like when that has started to set in over the last couple of this was a really welcome departure from that, just a reminder that we have teams in smarter clubs in Chile, right? We have Douglas and his team in Jamaica. Like it was just a reminder that once we're past all this, like there's so much in life to discover. Like there's so many different kinds of people, and they all have such interesting stories, and like it's like a treasure hunt, that I'm just excited to go on. So to me, it's an opportunity to bring some of this hidden treasure to people, I guess. Start whacking.
Yeah. Yeah. Like going off what Melanie said, I feel like I've been in the, I wouldn't say I've been in the industry for a very long time, but I've been in the industry long enough to know that there is a clear barrier for people of diverse backgrounds to really establish themselves. It's because without certain like existing connections, or if the where you are doesn't have certain infrastructure to support um, your venture, it can be really really difficult for people of diverse backgrounds to enter. So to me, That's I've always tried to like reach out and like talk about it if I had the opportunity to. Um, but uh, so to me, it's part of almost I would say like my identity as a dev is like being um, like really proactive about. I want there to be more games and media that sort of explores that aspect, because people are not like like the world is so diverse, and like Melanie said, like there's so many people from different cultures and backgrounds, and um I want all that to be represented in my games, and I want to play games that also represent that. So I would say that to me that is what really matters.
Amazing. Anyone else feel something that you're like, this is what it means to be a diverse game developer to me?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick it up because it's an interesting case for me. Because yeah, I'm the white dude over here, so I'm kind of like the less diverse-looking one. Like, why am I here? But I do speak for the rest of the team. The rest of the Smarter Club team is female. And it's been an interesting experience because I met them at university, and when we met each other, the rest of the team, Daniela and Francesca, they didn't really know making games was an option, and but we got to know each other. They were in art school, and we started kind of working together on stuff, making games, art, whatever. And it was very interesting because I've been playing games since I was a kid, and I have maybe perhaps a very narrow view of what games I'd like and what kind of things I'd like to make. But then I met these people who had completely different worldviews, looked at games in a very different way since they hadn't been playing them since they were little. And I really feel that there's kind of a lot of different views that aren't really being represented in games just because people who get into games have been playing games all their lives and just want to develop things similar to the games they already like and play. So I have a feeling like having people who maybe aren't so close to games, people who are getting into games now, have very fresh ideas that are very useful for us who have been here kind of playing games for so long.
Right. So I guess I'll go next, Avi. Oh, right. So I mean, for us as a team, it's really been a milestone achievement for us internally and externally in the Caribbean as well. In Jamaica and in the Caribbean, gaming is not really seen as a serious vocation. It's really in a nascent state. It's something that's currently starting to pick up steam, such as with groups, growing groups such as the Jamaica Game Developers Society, um, which is a local group in Jamaica that's growing. It currently has over 300 members of persons who are interested in gaming and game development. But part of this problem really stemmed from infrastructure, really, in the colleges and universities. In Jamaica and the Caribbean, we don't have programs specially designed to teach persons gaming and game development and the business of games. And usually, what happens in Jamaica and the Caribbean is that usually, um, whether it's someone from the diaspora or some other representative of the country will do well, as they call it, abroad or internationally, and that would sort of galvanize interest around it, and then get the key stakeholders involved, such as universities and local educational groups, to start taking it serious. So Elite Gems really, personally and with the team as well, takes on that, would love to take on that to sort of represent that gaming is a serious vocation. It's something that you can earn and a serious income from. It's something that you can live comfortably from while enjoying what you're doing. And we're really, 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 really grateful for this opportunity that IGDAF and Diverse Game Developers Code Covenant Grant for the Web has enabled for us. And yeah, it means so much. It means so much to us to have that title.
Yeah. That's so wonderful. Anyone who hasn't spoken have anything else to
Yes, I
add?
want to go next.
Yes.
All right. So I remember saying that I had just picked an interest into games at the beginning of the year. This was because my partner now, Dominion, he organized a boot camp basically, and he brought people to come teach us about gaming. So in Nigeria, I live in Lagos. It's it's not unheard of, but the gaming culture is just not. It's not there. I mean, parents would rather have their children do more stuff that could probably earn them money, like the traditional medicine, engineering, law. That in fact, once you say you play games, you seem unserious. The mere thought of saying, "Oh, I play games," you seem unserious. So, what that book camp did for me was that it opened my eyes to the myriad of opportunities that exist in the world of gaming. And when we now decided to take a step further and apply for the diverse games fund, it was mind blowing that we got in a fully African team. We got in, and it was just confirmation for us that we were onto something. And it's basically just us blazing the trail for other people coming behind us to see it is possible. That once you set your mind to it, of course, you can definitely get it. So yes, that's what it means for me, particularly being female, particularly having a head for numbers and knowing, okay, I have an interest in the business of games. So now how do I go about it? The Diverse Fund has given me an option. So for that, I'm eternally grateful.
That's so wonderful. And Teresa.
Sure. Thanks, Abby. Yeah, I echo a lot of what has been said before, and I think to maybe add some specificity as well. So, like on our team, it's composed of 2 women, people of color, musicians. There are some overlapping identities here, if you will, right? Different sexual orientation, some geographic diversity. And I think in the stories that you've just heard, as well as on my team, right, that is true. Loved hearing what everyone else said, and like what Alonso said too makes a lot of sense. Alonso, you like to joke, and I love that about spending time in the cohort with you and learning from you. But I also appreciate your willingness as I would say it's like you are a diverse game developer and you are an ally. You have these intersectionality, right, as a term. And I think that willingness to both learn from people, right, which I think all of us do in this cohort, that I think to encourage people who are, whether you consider yourself diverse or not, to maybe look at who you could partner with, who could you give an opportunity to, who else can you decide to learn from, whether, again, you think that you are diverse or not. Yeah, thanks.
Exactly. That makes so much sense. Intersectionality is very important. I now kind of want to like drop the question that, again, any of you can answer in any order, but what do you think your project brings new to the industry or explores a new facet that other developers have ignored until now? It's a hard one.
Well, not for me. I'm like kind of laughing behind my muted mic because like, what does our project bring that's new to the industry? Jews. I mean, not okay. Jewish representation. I'll put it that way. So, in my like research for the project, I found this great article. It was like, ranked every Jew in games, and there were 5. There were 5 on that list. And here's the thing: it's not so much about like, oh, we don't see any Jews, they're not represented. It's more that even when they are, they're like, they're kind of portrayed, and this is, I find this is a case across all media. I'm thinking in particular about TV shows and movies too. When I say this, they're very whitewashed representations. So I'm thinking like they're either very whitewashed or like very stereotypical representations of what one might consider. So right now I'm thinking in games, here are all the Jews in games. You ready? There's BJ Blazkowicz in Wolfenstein 3D in 1992. That's how far back we're going. Who's a Nazi killer, which to his credit is, like, okay, power to him. But then we don't have anything until the rabbi in Wajidai Games, The Shiva, which came out in 2006, I think. So we have a Nazi killer and we have a rabbi. And the vast majority of Jews that you might know or meet in your everyday life are probably not either of those things. So what we're doing in this game is just like, our protagonist is just a girl. Like, she's just a girl, and also she's a religious Jew. Like, she's just living her life. She's not a rabbi. She doesn't have, like, you know, just a Jew, being a Jew, doing Jew things. But as far as why this is important, even when Jews appear in, it's what I started to say, it's not so much even solely about Jewish representation as it is this like default, very Eurocentric, American-centric in certain ways, and in many ways Christian-centric approach to games and to protagonists and to story arcs. Even with something like in when a character is faced with a life or death decision, let's say in like an RPG or a first-person shooter, something, I don't know. Someone who is really living their life according to like the Torah, like what the Torah and Jewish law says about it, they're not going to, we're taught that life, we're to value life, pikuach nefesh, there's a phrase for that like a life is valued above everything, and we can do anything, we can break any other law in Judaism to save life except for three. We can't kill, we can't commit adultery, and we can't commit avodah zarah, idol worship. So someone in that position is going to respond differently to that situation if, you know, at the climax of a game, someone's loved one is held hostage or whatever it is. Like there's a dimension, and that's a very like specific example in that context. But there are specific ways that people are going to react to situations, and different viewpoints they're going to have just based on who they are and their backgrounds. Like Jews aren't just white people who celebrate Hanukkah. there's like, you know, almost 6,000 years of history and holidays and such there. Like there's a little more there. We can explore a little more there. Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go. So yeah, Melanie's game is so exciting, and it is very unique, and it has the humor and seriousness in it. So I look forward to seeing it as it develops. With my project, it's a more serious game, and it straddles the game and experience, if you will, right? So there is a movement for serious games, right? I've learned from many people that games are not all RPGs, right? And I think we're seeing this more and more now, right? I mean, it's been brought to the mainstream, the different types of games, and yet there's still so many more experiences that, you know, seeing from this cohort, our cohort, as well as hopefully in the future that can come out. So my, you know, as a content warning, my piece is about intimate partner violence, right? And so it's about how do we as artists and gamers and developers, right, find other ways to tell that story, right? And so I think I'd like to believe that my game is unique, but it does build upon other experiences and games that have come before, right, and will continue after. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, building on what Melanie and Teresa said, for me, when I came up with like valedictorian and stuff like that, like one of the things that I really wanted to tackle, in addition to diverse representation, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but was the monetization aspect. So in a lot of story-based games that are usually on mobile devices, the monetization can get pretty scummy, like if there isn't a better word for it, but where they use these like blatant emotional manipulation to like try and get you to spend money, which is, you know, it's something that I've always disliked, but but how do you really combat that? And that's when I think, was it last year? Wow, it's been a year already. I feel like I feel like the year's just gone by.
Yes.
Like last year's just gone by without like realizing. But I participated in a game jam where we had to use web monetization. And I was like, this could be great for like story-based games, especially because now you can reward players without having to be like, pay money to make the good choice. And like I'm not even kidding, but I was playing this one game where it was like you have to like pay money to save the dog. like what kind of choice is that?
That would
But
destroy me. Oh my god.
I know it was pretty bad, but the idea was okay. So I want to make a visual novel that's in this case web based, that you will allow us to make money without having to exploit the like emotional senses of our fans.
Yeah.
The other aspect was this relates to a lot of what Melanie said, but I wanted to have characters that are diverse, but their whole thing isn't that like, oh, um they fulfill the specific role that that they've been shoehorned into. They're just, because I feel like in my daily life I'm surrounded by people who are so diverse. Like there are people of different sexual orientations, different cultures, but in games you don't see that. You don't really, I mean, you do see that in a lot of indie games, especially like that I've been playing. But in a lot of mainstream games, like it's very much they're either in to fulfill like a certain role that their archetype is made to fulfill, or something like that. So I just wanted to have characters that are LGBT, from different cultures, just as magicians, as magic students who are all dealing with their own problems. So yeah, that's kind of the two reasons that I think that makes Maledictorian like sort of makes it stand apart. That makes sense. Yeah.
Anyone? Yeah, I would love to
Okay,
hear
I think
from. Yes, please.
I think I'd like to go next.
Yes,
What
please.
makes Conquer of Words different is the fact that every language has a foundation. It has bricks you have to build upon. And if that foundation is shaky, then you cannot say you have assimilated or can properly speak that language. Now, in the case of English, it's your consonant and vowels. That is that's aside the alphabet, that is the foundation on which you can start building words on. A lot of games that are out now, word-based games, they make you they rearrange words and ask you to form them back, but no one is really teaching, or no one is really helping you make fun of the fact that okay, while you're learning, you can also have fun finding out which word is a consonant or a vowel, and at the same time learning new words. So that's what I feel Conquer of Words does different, that makes us stand out. Thank you.
Totally.
Oh,
Douglas.
oh yeah, man. Thanks, Abe. Well, as a team and as a platform, I think that we're truly blessed and in a unique position to be positioned in the next evolutionary development of gaming. It's from Newzoo's report considering the metaverse and PwC's report in terms of how augmented reality is going to grow into $1 trillion industry by 2030. We really think that we're really in a unique position to benefit the many Jamaican, Caribbean, and diverse content creators and game developers globally. We're really a unique tech combination, though there are other platforms that have what do you call it, parts of what we offer as a platform in terms of our whole offering, in terms of focus on user generated games, user generated content, and including non gaming experiences into the platform. I really believe that we stand out from that aspect and will sort of be in a unique position to lead the way as far as that is concerned, and really truly show our way as diverse game developers and content creators globally, and really make a true impact in that regard.
So cool. Alonso.
Sure. So yeah, I didn't want to talk much about the theme of our game because the theme of our game isn't particularly stand up because basically we said we like Hades the game a lot and we want to make something like that. So basically we started like that, but since Foleso talked about monetization, I think we tried to be innovative there
Mhm.
because sometimes I feel like monetization in a lot of free games is very kind of selfish. Might sound more dramatic, but basically you buy stuff for yourself. And the kind of question we want to explore is how can we make that something more social, kind of like by spending money in your game, you're also helping other people. And the system we started prototyping is basically an upgrade system. So in this game, it's a roguelike. So you lose all the upgrades you get during run of the game when you die, but you can collect them too. And the system we started prototyping was basically a mail system, where when you started playing, you receive mail from another player, which would give you an upgrade that make you stronger, faster, whatever, at the beginning of a new game session. And the system we were experimenting with kind of let players that are web monetized send more mail and receive more mail. So on one hand, if you're monetized, you can receive more upgrades from other players. You can go to the post office more often and get more upgrades, but you can also send more upgrades and help other players who are playing the game advance faster. So we haven't really released it to enough people to know the effects of it, but we liked experimenting with making this more social and kind of make you feel like you're helping people by spending money in this game.
Awesome. Well, ID mentioned visibility and like showing that there's a way forward. I wanted to hear from all of y'all advice you might have to anyone in the audience who's going to listen who might be a marginalized game developer and is interested in applying for a future IGDAF program or a grant for the web program. What advice would you give them if they're about to set off on this journey too?
My quick piece of advice would be get other people to help you and check your application. At least in my case, in both applications, it's kind of like I'd write something, then I show it to somebody, and they wouldn't understand tons of it because I'm messy when writing. So yeah, the application is a lot of writing. I might seem daunting at first, but if you take your time, write a bit every day, and then help other people help you check it out, I really recommend it to make sure you have a solid application that other people can understand and read.
Yeah, my piece of advice is before applying for this specific program or anything, first take stock of what are my goals when applying for this program, and then look at what are their goals for recipients, and then see what skills or what talents do I have that would apply to their goals, if that makes sense, and would sort of bridge that. So the thing to remember is, even you don't need to have a perfect pitch, you don't need to have like everything done beforehand. You just need to make sure that you are accurately communicating that you have the skill set and talents to be able to achieve what you want to set out, what you are setting out to do, and what they are setting out to do. And as long as you can do that, I think you're good. And I also strongly believe that before you apply, also tend to have something prepared beforehand about really solidifying your concept, because that's something that actually I've been working on valedictorian for a while, and I went back to the old documents and I'm like, oh, all of this has changed. So I think having that also really solidified beforehand would help you have a better clear agenda when because we did have a live interview segment, so it really helped for that, because that way you sort of know already what you want to talk about. That would be, I guess, my advice.
I would say, in addition to the strong writing, if you do have some visuals, be strategic about what those are. If you don't have any, you could sketch some out or ask a friend if you want to ask a favor. The reason why I think is that it is good, to to emphasize and build upon what Alonso and Feliso were saying. If you have that clear vision, but if in your head it's not clear yet, take the time to do it, right? And so again, if it's a sketch or an outline or even like a process box of how you think you're going to experiment and get to your end result, whatever that is, a prototype, it's valuable to take the time to do that and to prep the application.
Thanks for that as well, Teresa, Alonso, and Feliso. Those are excellent points. I just like to add my little tidbit to those awesome comments. What helped us as a team was, and what would help you as well, is a consideration of whatever best practices, whatever best practice resources you can get. So whether there's a 10-page pitch deck that goes into the best ways to present your concept, the goals that you want to achieve, like what Phyllis was saying, and the goals that the group or organization wants to achieve, you can clearly communicate that within your pitch deck. So it's a part of networking, doing some research to find those resources and applying them as how they're prescribed.
Okay, so what I think would help, particularly because for us, our concept was clear. We knew what we wanted, but we just lacked infrastructure. In fact, stumbling on the diverse grant fund was mere chance. So for us here, we do not have access to a lot of these facilities. So the first advice I would give, especially if you're from Africa, would be to find a way to get information, these funds, find a way to get opportunities, and make sure that while you're trying to get these opportunities, you are also sharpening your skills so that when they come, you are ready to take the ball and just start running. Because at this point now, every single person that gets this opportunity isn't just doing it for themselves or their team. They're doing it for the whole continent. So now it isn't even a matter of, something else. Don't let fear make you want to back out. Doesn't matter how many people are applying, apply still. Your idea might just apply. Thank you so much.
Those are some really, really good points that ID just brought up. Yeah. I wanted to address that when you're just starting out, if you have limited resources, it can be really daunting to explore any new interest, but especially games, because there's so much to it. There are the technical aspects, the creative aspects. I've always been a very big fan and proponent of game jams. So I would recommend, if anyone is interested in like working in or on games and doesn't have experience, doesn't know where to start, just Google game jams near me. Or actually now, since COVID times, most of it's online anyway. There are always game jams going on. And for anyone not familiar, a game jam is a short period of time. It could be 24 hours, 72 hours, a week, a month, whatever, set amount of time in which people come together and make a game. And sometimes there's a competition aspect. Sometimes it's just to have a game at the end of it. But the point is, at the end of 24 hours, 3 days a week, a month, you have a game. And you've met new people and you've learned some stuff along the way. That was a big part of how I got started. Because the thing is, with our application here, as I mentioned, I had never used Unity before. We had so much help just to make the application happen. And we had what I call our guardian angels. I won't embarrass them and name names, but they know who they are, who helped us, people from within the industries who served as mentors or just friends to lend an ear. I didn't know what a core gameplay loop was. I had to have someone explain it to me at least 5 times before I got it. I think multiple people. But these terms, they're not like, it was all stuff like I knew it could be done. I knew the information was out there. It was just a matter of finding it. But there's so many unknown unknowns that it could be really overwhelming. And if you don't know where to start with game jams. They're made to be this collaborative sort of safe space to explore. And if you don't have a solid idea, like ID mentioned, we had a really strong idea of what we wanted to do too. Me or our co-creator and artist and I came together. We knew that we wanted to make this game. It was just a matter of, can we come from where we are now and the knowledge base that we already have, and can we get to where we need to go to make this prototype happen with the amount given by the prototype, with the time given. And it was tight but doable, and that's what gave us the confidence to pursue this opportunity. If you don't have a clear idea of what you want to do, if you know you want to make a game but don't know what you want it to be about, or you know what you want it to be about, you have a clear idea but you don't have the support you need to do it, don't try to do it all yourself. It gets really overwhelming really fast. I see heads nodding. We all know from experience. But find people to work with, and game jams are great ways to do that. The IGDA has special interest groups, SIGs, for all different. There's a Jewish game developer SIG. There's a Latinx in gaming. There are all these different groups for all different kinds of games, and also more general. Not just. But there are so many communities out there on your social media platform of choice too. It's just a matter of finding your spot. But yeah, find a game jam.
We have lots of actionable advice for those in our audience. So we're almost at the 5-minute mark. So I kind of want to give each of you basically a minute to talk about where your project is currently at, and then where people can find you. So if they want to see what you're up to or how the project's doing. Let's start with Teresa, and we can work our way across because we see our little screen here.
Thank you, Abby. So the project is a prototype right now. It's about 3 minutes. And so the project is called Bot Broken. So that's the word botbroken.com. So that's where the project can be reached. I could be reached on the social media channels at my name, my first name, last name together is my handle. And where we're going with it is we're soliciting for more stories of objects, of people who have survived intimate partner violence. And so please do reach out to me if you are a creator, developer, or a survivor who would want to share a story. Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, we're Smarto Club. You can find us on Instagram and Twitter as Smarto_club, or else on our website, smarto.club. And we currently are looking for additional funding for our project, Baobab Island. We are actually talking with government grants, but we're looking at other sources too. And we're also about to finish and release our first commercial game called Teacup. You can find that on Steam or Twitter too.
Yeah, similarly, we also we're finishing up work on our prototype right now. And we're doing some more, planning and conceptualizing for what we want the larger message and the larger story arc in the full game to be. But we're pretty ready to hit the ground running as soon as we have our funding, and I have no idea where it's going to come from. I know in theory there are Jewish philanthropy sources of funding, and it's just a totally new world to me. So if anyone out there wants to write us a check for a whole lot of money, yeah, we're here ready. But our URL where you can find more information is From Girl Adventures. That is from spelled with a U, fromgirladventures.com. And we're on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and everything. But yeah, you can find us on the internet.
Right. So we've completed our prototype, and we're currently working on the MVP for the Elite Gems platform, and we're scheduled to launch in January of 2022. You can follow our progress at elitegems.net. You can just submit your email address, and we're gonna send you regular updates on the progress towards this amazing soft launch. In terms of our focus group and early adopter testing, if you're interested in being a part of this, you can just shoot me a mail at douglasd@elitegems.net.
Awesome.
All right.
So Maledictorian is currently finished its prototype stage, and we are working on two things right now. So one is the web platform where the game will be hosted, and second is completion of the game itself. So we're looking for additional funding for both of those things. And you can find us on all social medias at @FolesoDev or @Foleso, depending on which one it is. I'm most active probably on Twitter, but I try to update everything whenever I can. So, yeah.
Exciting. And ID, take us home.
Okay, so we have created the prototype, and we are currently seeking funding because we have like a whole lot of other ideas. And you can find us on Twitter, Instagram, Aruto Gaming, @Aruto Gaming, or you could just check out our website, aruto.net. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give a huge thank you to all of our amazing, diverse game developers that joined us today, recipients of Grant for the Web, and talked a bit about their experiences and their projects this past summer and about the amazing work they are doing within their community and honestly for our global gaming community. We're going to have another one of our highlighting videos next up with Mohammed. Excited to see what's going on there.
Hi, my name is Mohammed, and this is Layla, a cat that I'm cat sitting. I am a next gen leader as part of the Diverse Game Developers Virtual Exchange program. I do a lot of weird, wacky things such as gamified poetry, conceptual art games, and installations in the gallery space that center around VR experiences. When a minority person enters a team with their unique perspectives and their lived experiences as well, I think that that's when some really interesting work gets created. I'm really keen to learn more leadership skills. I'm really excited and I feel really grateful. Thanks so much to the IGDA team. I'm already feeling such a sense of belonging in the program. And I already feel like my peers are going to do such incredible work in the future of the games industry.
Incredible to meet Mohammed and his cat. I am so excited for our next segment, which is a panel, which is called Navigating the Rainbow Road Through Careers in Games. While the gaming industry as a whole is quite progressive, there are still individuals and companies who are unfriendly to LGBTQIA plus people. How can you find positive places to work, make connections with other people, forge supportive business partnerships, or be a good ally in the workplace? We are joined by Grace Collins, founder and CEO of Snowbright Studio, Shell Wong, award-winning video game composer, Kaden Jensen, producer and director at Rooster Teeth, as well as a content creator, and Stephen Tarlin, who is a producer at Double 11 Limited, for discussion on these and more. I am so excited to be here with y'all. To kick this off, I would love if each of you could introduce yourselves, give your pronouns, and explain what you do in games. Let's start with Shell.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chell Wong. I'm an award-winning freelance composer. I worked on games like Kine and Only Cans, and I'm currently working on Whisker Squadron, doing sound design for She Dreams Elsewhere, and something I can't talk about yet, but besides having a networking addiction and doing game audio, I also organize a meetup group called Game Audio Boston, and I found and produced an annual charity album for able gamers. Sorry.
It's all good. Grace.
Hi, I'm Grace Collins. Use they, them pronouns. I run Snowbright Studio, so we are a heartwarming LGBTQ+ game studio located in Cleveland, Ohio. We've just published our first digital game recently, Time Tales, which is on Steam, and it features the first canonically non-binary character in a learning game. It's all about learning coding and game development. And we're also running a Kickstarter right now for an LGBTQ+ tabletop role-playing game. And prior to all of this, I was a teacher, taught computer science and game design, and I also used to lead games and education policy for the federal government. Yeah, that's about it.
That's awesome. Stephen.
Hi, I'm Stephen Tolland. I'm a producer at Double 11 in the UK. I recently worked on Minecraft Dungeons alongside Mojang Stockholm. I'm also one of the program directors at the IGDA Foundation, running the Next Gen Leaders program. I'm also the founder and co-organizer of Rainbow Game Jam, a queer-centric annual game jam that we've been running for 6 years now.
Amazing. And Caden.
I'm Caden Jensen. I use she, they pronouns. I'm a producer director at Rooster Teeth, where we make a veritable wealth of gaming related content. I was also a writer for our brand Inside Gaming for quite some time, which encompasses doing news stories and introspectives and deep dives into gaming and gaming culture. So I'm all over the place. I'm also a voice actress, and I've been in
Yes.
several games myself.
Geeking out a little bit here. I'm Abby Sherlock, she, her. So we're gonna kick this off with this is this is kind of a hard question, but I think it's really interesting and impactful for our audience to know. How did the timelines of your career and coming out intersect? If you came out mid-career, how did work-related interactions include applying for jobs, relations with coworkers, or business develop change as a result? Let's go to Kaden.
So I came out November 2016. Might not have been the most optimal timing, but I came out and it was actually kind of I was nervous. I was super nervous, and I was expecting. I don't know really what I was expecting at the time. But a lot of my closest coworkers were not only immediately supportive, but really like leaned into asking it's like what I needed to, it's like to feel comfortable, in the office, which was essentially like I really didn't need much of anything. But the fact that they were so immediately kind was really heartwarming. And it's not that I was surprised because I had known them for quite some time and we had been friends for quite some time, but it was nice to just have that. Which I know in a lot of spaces isn't readily available to everyone, and some people just don't feel comfortable coming out. And in my previous area of work, I really wasn't super comfortable with that. I maintained an idea that everyone thought I was very cis and very heterosexual, even though I was very not. So having Rooster Teeth and the people there really like gave me the confidence to actually start coming out. And when, interacting with people outside of our company and our own, demographic and our own audience, people internally were incredibly, supportive, and they took time to speak out on their own personal behalf for me and to like make sure people know to treat me well, which was really just nice. It was just nice to have.
Stephen.
Yeah, I guess my experience was kind of similar. I came out within the first year of my career as a games programmer at the time. And I was surrounded by friends and colleagues who were just incredibly supportive. They couldn't have done any less to help me kind of, I guess, navigate my own identity at the time. I certainly had some difficult relationships then after in other roles and other companies that I worked at. But the majority of kind of professional relationships and interactions I've had in my career have been incredibly positive. I understand that I am a cis male and I have a lot of privilege, and and that has obviously helped me in my career. But the majority of people who understand that I'm a gay man and unapologetically gay about it has been incredible, and the support I've had in that has been really great.
It's awesome to hear. Tell.
I came out about like halfway into my career, which was AKA right before the pandemic, and I was like kind of stealth non-binary, and I was like that for like 13 years, where it's just kind of like, and then basically my friend was like, "Hey, HRT is like actually pretty cheap," and I'm like, So then the pandemic happened, and I'm like, "Oh well, that's a thing." And the bright side of transitioning during the pandemic is that you don't have to deal with the everyday crap of seeing people in like that awkward middle section of not being happy yet of where you are and but like not where you used to be. So people who knew me well, like that I've known for like a long time, they're like, yeah, I'm not surprised. That was gonna happen someday probably. And since then, like I think my career has kind of gotten to a point where it started to like get to a place where I like started to meet a lot of people, but that was during pandemic. And so the people who I did know beforehand were all chill about it, and if anyone's not chill about it, then like I don't know about it, and I don't want to know about it. But yeah, I'd say that it was a lot more people have known me as who I am now than who I was beforehand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Grace.
Yeah, I came out as pansexual when I was like 13, so that was a thing. But nobody ever bothers to ask you about that when you're in a hetero-passing relationship, so it never really had a huge impact. Um, when I came out as non-binary, that was a lot different. It was so I was working in the Trump administration, and it wasn't a friendly place. And I was being asked. So I used to work at the U.S. Department of Education, and I was being asked to work with a lot of people who kind of like hated that people like me existed. And while I was trying to do a good job representing the government and and all that, you know, I remember I was up on stage with like Focus on the Family and stuff, who just honestly would probably rather that I not be there. Um, and
Yeah.
so working with Mike Pence's office and things like that, and it got to be too much. To be honest, it got to be too much. I ended up leaving the government partially for that reason, and decided that I would go back to teaching because I love teaching. And I went to an all-girls school to teach, which was a very confusing place to be as you're trying to wrestle with your gender a little bit. And but I have to say that I drew so much strength from seeing how fearless some of those students were in tackling this, and how much they embraced each other and their diversity. So I think, long story is like I was pretty far advanced in my career, I guess, but I felt like I finally had the freedom to be a little bit more open about these things. So I'm sorry, like the sun is setting.
It's so beautiful, though. I've been admiring it the whole time.
It looks so nice.
Yeah, it's not digital. It's actually. But I was at one point I'm like, you know what? I don't care anymore. Like, just fire me. I'll start a company. Like, I'm at that point, right? And it's one of the reasons why I like having my own companies right now. I'm not afraid that the boss is going to fire me for being trans, because I am the boss, right? And no matter how much somebody says that they're an ally and all of this, there's that fear. There's that fear sometimes that things aren't going to go your way, and somebody's going to mention nail polish is kind of like a joke, but maybe it's not really a joke, and things like that. So I'm so happy and so proud to have an LGBTQ plus studio, and to provide a place where we can all just be us.
That's so incredible. I love that you talked about being in the workplace, because for many people in our audience, this is a great question to have in mind, and advice from y'all. When applying for jobs, what kind of questions can candidates ask potential employers to get an idea of how LGBTQIA plus friendly the company culture is? And what should they look for in those answers? Let's go to Caden.
I'd immediately ask if they have any what BRGs they have available inside of the either the studio or wherever you're asking. It's like, ask what they have as far as those are available, and you can soft pitch that a little bit. It's like, because I'm looking to do more, it's like to help the company further along, and they will immediately generally respond with, well, these are what we have as far as our BRGs. And most companies either are starting them up now or have been starting them up over the past like 18 months for various reasons, one way or another. And a lot of them have actually had them for quite some time, or were in the middle of starting them up pre-pandemic. So it's a great introductory question, because it gives you the ability to focus again on the company itself. And it doesn't necessarily, out you in one way or the other. And it just shows your dedication to the company itself, which is a good thing to lead with.
Yeah. Steven.
Yeah, a lot of the same as what Caden said. Ask about, kind of touch upon what policies they have in place around like equality, diversity, and inclusion. As you said, like a lot of organizations are putting this stuff in place, or if not, they have a plan to, especially over the last 18 months or so. So it's a good company you'll see are making proactive efforts in that.
Totally. Shell.
Well, I guess first, what's a BRG? 'Cause I don't know.
Oh, really? A BRG is a business resource group. Basically, the point of it is to give to not just the company itself, but also to the employees to encapsulate, and support different groups in different ways. There's, you'll find abilities BRGs,
Yeah.
LGBTQI plus BRGs, BIPOC and AAPI, and so on and so forth. And honestly, the more they have in place, the more mindful you can tell that each company is being. And generally, it will also reflect, what their existing employees look like as well. So if there isn't exactly a BRG for, a particular group, that might mean that there's not a whole lot of those, there's like that group of people there already. Which means that you could be just like, well, I'd love to, head up something like that. And it gives you, again, a leadership credit, which, again, they're always looking for. There's always ways to lead with the positivity behind it. So BRGs it's a support group, essentially, for the company to learn more and to also pass on all that information to their employees so they can learn more about each other and help each other, essentially.
Okay. So the reason why I didn't know is because I'm a freelancer.
Yeah.
And, so the thing is, I mostly work with small teams, and I ask my client or my potential clients how many people are on their team, like how big is the team, and who is on the team. And I feel like most of the time when I meet clients, it's people that I've networked with before, and I get to know people over time. And also, like, I can kind of suss out over a period of time based off of the things that they say, and usually through networking groups, like current events come up, and oh man, this terrible thing happened in the world lately. And then sometimes people let things slip, and I'm like, that's a little dubious. For the most part, though, everyone that I've worked with at least has been like really, really great. And the one time that I was an employee, I knew the guy who hired me ahead of time. Like, I'd known him for years. And so, like, and also like the audio department, they're all super great and wonderful, and that was fantastic. But typically, as a freelancer, it's like kind of on me to suss out like whether or not I want to work with someone. And if someone does suck, I can just go.
Yeah.
Like, I'm also I have a trans flag in my Twitter name. Like, if that's a problem with you, like, I don't know why you came to me to begin with.
I love that. Yeah, definitely a different path if you're independent versus a AAA, and I love having that perspective. Grace, also from a studio boss.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that when I was a Fed, working for the federal government, like you have the weight of the federal workers union behind you. You have like a high profile situation and all that sort of stuff. You never want to get to that point, right? Where you're like being a news article in the Hill because you're too trans for your office. So sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes you want to get into somewhere because you want to be there to make a difference, and it's going to be a hard time, and it's going to be an uphill climb, and sometimes, and it's just a flag. Like, it takes so much out of you. It takes so much out of you. You do better because you're there. I'm thinking of my time in the Trump administration. It was better, and more people had a better time because I was there than when I left. But it takes so much out of you. After that, I mean, I think really, like, you want to show up being you if you can. You want to show up and you want to see, like, you want to put your pronouns right at the start. You want to come in waving rainbow flags. Put it in your Twitter bio, like, because you're gonna find that a lot of places just, they're not for you. And while that might be really disappointing at the time, I honestly truly believe that means that you're going to be taking a step towards finding the right place for you.
I love that. And so, talking about, I guess, from this employee perspective, I'm curious, and we'll go back to you, Grace, about being, how can supportive companies signal to these potential employees and folks in our audience that the environment is friendly towards LGBTQIA plus and other diverse individuals?
I think that's a hard question.
I know.
Because you're using that word signal, right?
Yeah.
And I think that 5 years ago, when we hear that word signal and we look at it, we're like, oh, look, they're trying, right? And they got a rainbow logo. And now I think we're a little bit wiser, and we're like, oh, but I still can't. I still can't wear nail polish, or I still can't wear a tie
Yeah.
here, right? I think pairing people up, like again, I've met plenty of wonderful allies, and they're trying so hard, bless them. But sometimes you just need to talk to somebody who's a little bit closer
Yep.
closer to you when you go out and meet. So I think it's good habit, anyways, to get prospective employees to go out and meet a whole bunch of folks, but to make sure that they actually have time to meet and chat and get real information. If you stand by your company, you shouldn't be afraid of letting your interviewees hang out and chat with your employees.
Yeah. Chell.
Again, as a freelancer, I guess it's mostly me trying to figure out who is on the team, based off the team size and like the team makeup, and like, are there any minorities on this team?
Yeah.
Is it 20 cishet white guys? I don't know.
Maybe.
And so like and so like the thing is, like, it indicates who do they know,
Yeah.
and who are they comfortable around, and is there anyone that's in any sense like me that I could potentially just be like, man, things, stuff, right? But if I don't feel like I could possibly, like, if the team is not diverse, like, I don't know, that kind of gives me at least some sort of semblance of like, what does it say about the people, or at least who they know, and there are people that are trying, but sometimes trying is an impact.
Yeah.
Sometimes intent is not equal to impact. And so, like, if I can at least see, like, through the actions and the words of people, and also like the studio makeup, then like I can trust people a lot easier.
Yeah. Steven.
I guess from a company perspective, like, one of the things I see right now from kind of like my employers, like, we're really open and kind of honest about our kind of a lot of our policies about supporting people. So that's kind of really impactful for me. It's like, we have private health insurance, which is something we don't really need in the UK, but it's incredible that we have that. Loads of flexible working policies to be able to support a lot of different and diverse and be inclusive in the way that we work. And also, like, as a person in a position of like being able to hire people into the team, like, I approach those interviews super candid and just like, look, ask me anything. I will tell you absolutely anything about this company, good or bad. Because I want you to feel that you could be part of this studio. That's kind of like how I approach this stuff.
Totally. Kaden.
So one of the big things I feel like a lot of big companies do is they do we're donating X amount of money to such and such charity, which is great. And I mean, it is a very much putting your money where your mouth is scenario, and that's fantastic. Please continue to do that, every big corporation ever, because it's good regardless. But backing that up with actually putting in, the actual production of it. And I don't mean in the sense of, oh, we're making a tweet and here's a video about, was like actually like leaning into it and, giving, it's like getting public speakers to like come in and actually talk about it and using what they have as their platform to talk about those situations and talk about the issues that are going on, and giving that time to people, because it's very easy to make a tweet and say, here's some money. But it's just as important to make sure that the people that money is going to help have the moment to actually talk about why it's so important, and to, to drive the conversation, because there's a lot of conversations that happen around people, and there's not a lot of, giving the microphone over to the person who needs it at that moment. And I think that shows initiative almost more than anything else. If a company is small and that it can only give $1,000, that's fine. But if they have the, the drive to like pass the microphone and give their platform to people who need that platform to actually talk about these things, that's just as important as the money, because that's where the heart of the conversation is, with the people who are directly affected.
I completely agree. And we're talking about, to our audience today, if anyone is a LGBTQIA plus, or is questioning, and they need resources. They need networking communities. They need allies. What is out there for them besides? I know we've Kaden lovely information about business groups. If they're maybe as a student, what's out there for them? Yeah.
Honestly, I'd probably lean towards, actually just connecting with the one-to-one,
Yeah.
what Chell said earlier is like sometimes you just need to like put yourself out there into the position of like
Mhm.
getting to know the people behind it. Because if you don't start that whole networking, you won't really know a person. And you
Yeah.
start talking to the people because a person, it's like leading a company or in charge of a company or as an employee of a company can say, do, and so on and so forth. But getting to know the person behind the title is
Yeah.
really important. And you'll quickly discern the difference between a person you would like to continue to, either befriend or network with and somebody who is just another part of the industry and you may be a little bit more uncomfortable with. It's very easy to discern those things, and it's keeping those people close to you, and even if you're not even in the same company anymore, it's like
Yeah.
keeping in contact and letting them know
Mm.
what your current situation is, learning about their situation, and finding good places for LGBTQI plus folks and diverse folks in general, because that information is huge, and the industry is as big as it is very small, and information like that does travel. So allowing that information out to other people, it will travel around, and people will learn, "Oh, this studio was great to work with, and they were super supportive and super fantastic," and that's, like, incredibly valuable information.
Yeah. Steven.
Um, oh, I mean, a lot of that I agree with. Also, I guess the other thing is kind of like start finding your network, start finding your space, like
Yeah.
find what Discord spaces like your community is in,
Hmm.
find where they work. Like, don't be afraid to ask, "Hey, I'm thinking of applying to this place. Does anyone know anyone who works here?"
Yeah.
And if they don't, then maybe that's a bit of a flag. Uh, Try and kind of keep an eye on news and see how people in studios are reacting to like current events. See how people are reacting to the Blizzard Activision stuff. Um, it's very telling how a lot of studios and individuals at studios um, think in their reactions to this stuff.
Yeah. Very good and very relevant right now. Chell.
If you want links to Discords, if you're a minority of like, I don't have one that's like just all of queer people, but I knew there's a great trans game dev Discord that I'm in. But I'm also in like 100 Discords, so I'm like inactive in all of them basically. But yeah, also there's POC in play. So if you need links, literally reach out to me, DM me, and be like, how do I find my people?
Love
I got
that.
you. Yeah.
Grace.
Oh gosh. I don't think that there's a great situation right now for connecting. I think that it's better than it was 30 years ago, because we have the internet and stuff. But I think that a lot of the LGBTQ plus folks that I know are introverts. And us introverts, it's hard for us to network. um, and so, yeah, like joining a Discord and you're like, oh, hey, here's a party. I know what to do. I'll go find a corner somewhere and sit, and things like that. It used to be conferences, but
Mhm.
that's not so great anymore because
Yep.
conferences, at least like you're like physically there, you got to do something with yourself. So I don't know. Honestly, I think there's a gap in the marketplace. If anyone's listening to this, find a way to help LGBTQ plus folks who are introverts network. Call it the Rainbow Introvert Network, I guess. I'll be your first sign up. I swear.
Oh, wait, that's so fun. We are kind of wrapping up, but before I want each of you to give some final words, of wisdom. I like we've talked about advice, what you would say. So maybe we did this yesterday, which is your younger self. And then where people can find you on the interwebs. Let's go to Grace.
Oh yeah. I am at mx_Collins on Twitter, and then my studio is sbright Studio. Sorry, comps team would kill me if I misspell it. On Twitter, Snowbright Studio, and we're also on Kickstarter right now. And my advice Again, it's just, be who you are going in, fight for your right to be there, and like, the unspoken becomes unspeakable. So just keep saying it louder and louder and louder. Otherwise, you're gonna start feeling like you're not allowed to say it at all.
Chell, we're gonna get everyone's stuff and then we'll keep going.
Okay. I'm at Chell Wong Audio for Twitter and Instagram, but I hate Instagram. Linktree Chell Wong Audio. My website's Chell Wong Audio. That's actually getting remade soon because my domain has to connect to the new site builder instead of the old one because that was Garbo. And the Linktree is everything: Bandcamp, Spotify, SoundCloud. Check it out. Sorry, I'm being a little mess.
Okay, you're fine. Beat it.
Yeah, wishlist my games also on my Linktree.
We love that, Stephen.
Hi, yeah. You can reach out to me on Twitter at Stephen Talent. It's easily the better place to kind of reach out to me through. You can also kind of check out Rainbow Game Jam at Rainbow Game Jam on Twitter as well. And if I was to give myself any kind of advice to younger Stephen, be like, know your worth and know when to kind of move on and take care of yourself. Put your mental health ahead of your career. Yeah, it gets better.
Can I just plus one that? Because like so many people stay in toxic environments, extremely underpaid, and they're like, just because they're scared of the instability or the possibility of what's moving on. Like that's some good advice. Take some risks.
Awesome, Caden.
So you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. It's KDINJENZEN, just Caden Jensen. You can also find my voiceover website, which is cadenjensenvo.com. You can also find all the stuff I make over at Rooster Teeth, including 2 podcasts, one about model building and the other one about actually industry advice from people from within Rooster Teeth. So if you want to check that out, it's called Stay Zen. I like puns, if you haven't guessed. And and if I was to give advice to my younger self, it would be fight back.
Yeah.
It's not just for yourself, for everybody, because the time that you put into that will matter more in the long run than any length of your entire career. Because, fighting back and fighting on behalf of and with other people and for a cause, that's going to outlast you, your career, and everything else. So it's worth fighting for.
Beautiful. Well, you know what? The production gods have granted us 30 more minutes to talk, unlike previously thought. So we're going to keep going. I hope y'all are ready. Are y'all down?
Let's go.
Absolutely.
Let's go. Okay. Given a cis-het-led company that is supportive but still has some room for improvement, how can an LGBTQIA+ employee best work to give feedback and aim for positive change in the work environment? Let's go back to Caden.
I'm gonna say BRGs one more time. If there isn't an initiative to start a BRG in your company yet, you should probably, start talking about it now with everyone, because I guarantee you, the moment you do, things will start to roll forward, and get a group of people with you to actually have that, because it's really valuable. BRGs will pull, speakers from other parts of, the industry, different industries entirely. At Rooster Teeth, we recently had one that was targeted towards helping, women with finances, which is something that's super important and often gets, put on the wayside, because a lot of stuff is generally tailored towards, the finances of the male demographic, and it's nice to have, very pinpointy information to help everyone. And even so, like, sit in on other groups, learning sessions, because you may know a lot about you, and that's great, but sit in and encourage other people to come with you. I've had so many people like join me. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go and listen to this. It's like, even in just like a Discord group, it's like, I'm gonna listen to this, this speaker, and put it on. It's like, I'm inviting everybody to this Discord to go and watch this. And you wouldn't believe how many cishet folks have been just like, that sounds interesting. And they just sit and absorb. And it's a great way to just like learn about each other and spend time with people. And especially in the pandemic, because everybody's like hundreds of miles apart. But it's also just a great way to like learn about more about you, more about other people. And it's so awesome because there's always something going on. You know, it's, you can always even just leave it on in the background and link it to people.
I love that. Steven.
I guess the first thing I kind of want to say on this is like, whilst this shouldn't always sit on the shoulders of LGBTQIA individuals, unfortunately, in a lot of places that kind of has to be how it starts. But find your allies. Find the people that can make change in your organization, or find the people who are mates with the people who can make change in your organization and get their buy-in. Make sure they understand that you're not here to just tear the company down. You're not here to criticize for the sake of criticizing in some way. You want to do this to make this better for everyone.
Yeah.
You want the company to be successful and inclusive and continue doing the cool shit that they're doing. I think once you get that buy-in, you've got those kind of allies on your side, then that's how you get your BOGs, and that's how you get kind of your change coming down from the top.
Exactly. Chell.
So again, I've been an employee like once ever for a game studio, but to my friends who are leaders and, you know, people in positions of power, one, stop complaining about how hard it is to be an ally, because for how hard it is, like, I got a lot of things that I deal with. I just I put up really well. Two, it's just listen, as what Caden said, like, listen to people, and just listen to people. You don't have to talk, you can just listen. There's other things that I wanted to say, and now I'm forgetting them all. Oh, donk.
Did you have your advice?
My for what?
Yeah.
Well, I guess for all the new people, subscribe to my YouTube channel, sign up for my newsletter. But basically, ask for money that you can use to live off yourself, because you don't have to be a starving artist, and being a starving artist is it's not fun, it's not impressive, it's not like, oh, integrity. No, sell out, make money. I do great stuff and I love what I do, and it's cool, and I also make money. So like, do things that are fun and making money instead of die. Because I don't know, I'm just tired of seeing it's really hard to see people that look like me suffer, and it's really easy to fall into a rut of like, this is who I am, and therefore my existence is suffering. And like, you can thrive.
Yes.
You should thrive.
Yes.
And I just want to help people learn how to thrive and be happy, and then we can all stop being so depressed.
You heard it here. Less romanticization of suffering, y'all. Okay, Grace.
I'll follow that up. How do you make change at a big organization full of grumpy people who are kind of like, ugh, another diversity thing?
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to stay there and you really want to make an impact, the first thing you do is find a buddy. And if you can't find a buddy, you're not going to have an easy time of making change at all. Like, if you can't find at least one person, it's kind of game over. Once you got your buddy, then you find one thing that you and your buddy agree on, and then you do that thing together. Do something real small, because the proof is in the consummation, as the Sufjan Stevens would say, right? Like, you gotta actually do it, and then people start taking you seriously. It's almost like you're a threat. They're like, you got something done in the big organization? all right, maybe all right, whatever you want. All right, just don't change more things. So I think that's the thing. But honestly, I think there is a huge risk of burnout when you go into an organization saying, well, I know they've been doing wrong, but they hired me, so they must be doing something right, and I'm gonna fix it. And it's like that bad toxic relationship. You go in and try and fix the other person, and you end up getting burned out for it. Don't fall for it. You're not the hero. It's not your hero story there. Okay, your hero story is building something on your own, probably.
Oh, I love that. So this is actually, we kind of brushed on this earlier, which was a little bit about, talking about allyship, but not really going into, actual ways to do it. So I would love like a definition of like, okay, this is what allyship actually means, and here are actionable ways of doing it, not just, being pretty about it or the surface level. Grace.
Help with business stuff.
Yeah.
It's too many times I've been on like a call and I'm like, oh yeah, and then this awful transphobic thing happened, and then they're like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, can you tell me more about that? Oh, I wish I would go in there and fix it. And I'm like, we're scheduled for 15 more minutes and I'm trying to get a contract done with you. I don't need your pity for 10 more minutes. Like, can we please just get, and it's just time and again, they're just trying to, I don't know, just like they're trying to figure out what their role is in the situation, insert themselves in the story and all that. And it's like, no, I just need this to be a little bit easier right now for the business stuff.
Totally. Chill.
I guess my biggest things are hold your friends accountable or
Yes.
stop being friends with them, but like call at least to their face. Like you don't have to make it public, but like hold your friends accountable. Also, I amplify the voices of people instead of just it doesn't have to be about you, and I feel like sometimes people make it about themselves, but like just amplify the voices of those around you, especially if they are having a hard time having themselves heard. And it's not that hard. Just,
yeah.
Sometimes if you get frustrated, it's a lot more frustrating on the other side sometimes. So have some patience.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Steven.
Yeah, underlining the "it's not about you" part. It's certainly not. Use your position and privilege and experience to uplift the people around you. Give them a chance to have their voice. Make sure they have their seat at the table. Make sure they get to share their ideas as part of whatever dialogue is going on. Realize you'll make mistakes, and that kind of happens. It's not the end of the world, so don't be afraid to try and be better and try and help. But again, it's not about you, so understand that if you do make mistakes, someone will tell you, someone will call you out on it, but you just learn from it and move on.
Yeah.
You don't have to burn that bridge.
Exactly. Hayden.
Okay, so advice for cishet folks to help as allies. Ooh. This. All right, I promise this is I'm gonna turn this nice in a second.
Yes.
But if you're a white cishet person, shut up sometimes. Sometimes shut up. It's okay. Just shut up. Sometimes it's okay to not say anything. If you don't have anything really to add, you can just stop. You don't have to say anything more. You can be done with it right there. Sometimes listening is great, and just letting that happen and amplifying that voice by not saying anything and just giving support and approval. That's really, it's so simple. I know it sounds aggressive on paper. Just shut up. But seriously, just sometimes it's better to just saying nothing is more helpful sometimes than the pity party or the I don't know what to do. How can I help? It's like there's plenty of abilities to learn about things you could be doing for all sorts of marginalized people across the world. People have been giving you, cards to read and places to donate money to and articles to read and books to read. And it's all out there now. You literally can't say that you don't know where to find it. Every website has a huge list. Don't ask. You can do the research on your own. Sometimes it's just better to do that and then shut up.
Makes sense. Well, this is kind of a fun question I did want to ask y'all. I talked a bit earlier with Steven Spahn from Able Gamers about good representation of accessibility in games. And I was curious if y'all had any examples from indie, AAA of good representation that you personally felt was like well done or well researched or genuine. And let's go to Kaden.
Pull up my Steam library.
I want to hear them all. Let's geek out. Yeah, Kaden.
There's a lot of good indie ones, and I
Yeah.
kind of want to say this. There is a tremendous amount of amazing indie games out there. Please just go and search the tag. It's all there. You can find it all on Steam. You can find it all on itch. And I want to take just a minute to encourage all the AAA people and point them towards that list and say, look at how not hard it is. Look at how not difficult it is. Just do that. Be simple about it like that.
You're like, here's the list here. Do you want an example? It's here.
Look, here's the list. Again, I'm sorry, big developers. I'm not going to do the work for you. Indie developers have been doing it for a long time. It's not even hard to find indie games that are accurate and representative of so many folks and telling different stories from different perspectives, but still kind of difficult for AAA developers to do that. Very curious.
Big funk, Stephen.
I mean, hard to say, really. Like, yeah, indie space is just incredible. Like, they are miles and miles ahead of anything AAA is even remotely doing. And the good examples that we've seen in the last few years are just scratching the surface of what good representation is. If I had to actually pick one specific title, it would be kind of If Found by Junefeel. It's just a kind of incredible story that kind of really, really touched me in a lot of ways. So yeah, please go check that out.
Awesome. Chell, let's hear it.
There's a game called One Night Hot Springs. Really short, beautiful visual novel. There's 2 more sequels on the itch page. It's not on Steam. They're also free, or you could pay for them. I guess also briefly shouting out Team Toadhouse's upcoming games. I'm doing some consulting for them. Team Toadhouse is a wonderful studio, and the people who work there are wonderful. And they have a really diverse cast of characters, and they're making visual novels that are platonic and making friends as adults. And their last game has a Korean and Muslim girl making a halal food truck for Ramadan, and their upcoming one has a... Oh wait, is this a spoiler? I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. I've been doing a lot of consulting for that one, and that's not a spoiler. That's the best way I don't know. I just want to promote them because they're great.
Yeah, promoted. We hear them. Grace.
Kind of 3 things. Like, put it in the canon. So don't you dare, like, don't queer bait us, please. Like, just it'll be really interesting if they don't know. No, just tell us, all right, please. Don't make it a punchline. So when you do tell it, don't make it the joke or like or even like a shot. Oh, right? No, that's bad. That's not funny or ironic. That's bad. And don't make it the whole story, right? So it's like, oh, we put a gay character in, and now they're going to fall in love, and they're going to get kicked out by their parents, and everything's going to be awful for them, and people are going to love it. And like, no, we're done with that. That was 90s. We're done with that. So I think if you do those 3 things, like in our tabletop RPG, like we're putting pronouns, orientation, ability, abilities, and neurodiversity in the stat block. We're doing that because like it's there, it's in the canon, right? And then it doesn't have to take over their entire character arc just existing, right? So yeah, I think we're at that point now. 40 years ago, maybe something else, but I think we're at that point now.
Multiple
we just have
problems.
happy queers?
Yeah, please.
I just want happy queers that do things that aren't about that.
Our company was founded. Our company was founded on being queer Hallmark because we don't get queer Hallmark. We don't get queer Hallmark right now. I want to be able to turn on the TV and watch queer stories and not worry that something awful is going to happen.
Right?
Come on, just let us have a holiday.
Just let us be. Just give us the happy gays.
Oh, I love this. So this wasn't a question, but I would love to hear from y'all. So we're talking about hopes, right? Like, what do you hope, Ben? Like, we're talking about visibility, and then also for employees in the industry. What do you hope for the LGBTQI plus community in like 10 years? What we're gonna look like? Let's go to Kaden.
Oh, good. Hope for in 10 years.
Yeah.
More queer-led everything.
Mm.
Like, I'm not just, a part of the team, but people leading the teams,
Yeah.
people like, it's like actually heading up every aspect of it and not having to, pitch something halfway. And then once things are already on the rails, be like, okay, now here's where I can add the queer aspect of things without them getting too mad at me. I want that to be part of the pitch from the beginning. I want that to be, it's like unabashed and unashamed to have that in there without having to dance around anything. So I want content that actually, again, happy content that doesn't like the story can be sad, but don't make the sad part about being about being gay or trans or anything. It's just like you gotta make it like it's like it can be a part of the story.
Yeah.
Make it who they are. Make it, something that you can't cut out or cut around easily. And make that part of who the character is and part of the story. But if it's going to be a sad story, don't make the sad story because they're gay. Please.
The voice going up. I love it. Chell, what would you like to see?
Well, I guess one, normalizing. Two, in general, just the queer community being like happier and not so like, man, being trans is hard and suffering and things. And I was like, I guess also just like I feel like I had a discussion with this about with a friend at one point about how it feels like we haven't met too many other trans people who feel like they have self-actualized into this position where they're like really happy with this, but also just like the life stuff. And like I don't know, I'm pretty dang happy. I used to be not happy, and now life is great. And then I took the girl drugs, and now I'm even happier. But I guess essentially just I just want things to be more normal. And again, also like having queer characters, but not having the queerness be like the entire thing about them. And having, dreams and ambitions and stuff and whatever the struggle is, it not being the queer thing. Just, I don't know. Can we have the happy games? I'm not asking for much.
You hear it here, audience. Steven.
Show them kissing.
How do I follow that? I guess for me, and this is less about content and more about industry, but I want to see GDC, E3, all these events where the highlight isn't one single marginalized individual taking the stage talking about diversity. I want all those talks filled with marginalized people talking about their craft, not having to do this is why you should support EDI because we've been talking about it for 20 years and it's still important. Like, we have really valid spaces in our industry, and we're really fucking good at our jobs. So let us talk about it. Don't just keep putting us on panels about diversity in the industry. Even though this is one, and I'm really sorry. That's not a criticism. It's not a criticism in this sense because I get it, but we can't keep doing this.
It's a yes and. It's not
yes
a this
and,
but.
yeah.
I agree. Yeah, Grace.
I'll agree with that and say recognizing the intersectionality of identities too, right? So it's not like, oh, there's a trans person. Oh, they're Jewish too? How is that possible, right? Like no, we're just the same. Like, anyways. But I think what would really give me hope is if I could turn on anything, game, a TV show, anything, and just stop hearing those crappy throwaway jokes from the 90s of like man in a dress, haha, or whatever else. And I think seeing everyone else just kind of realize that that's over. Because I with the revival of shows like Friends and other sitcoms through Netflix, and the revival of some of these games, what is that scene in Breath of the Wild even doing there? That kind of stuff. I mean, I love the game, but aren't we beyond that? No, I guess not. So that's what would give me hope. In 10 years, we don't have that moment where it's like, haha,
Yeah.
guy wearing pink.
Atlas.
Yeah.
Well, we've talked about hope, we talked about advice. Now, kind of going back again to our Diverse Game Developers Summit, for people out there. So we've, talked to people in this community, and we're trying to we're here to support you with our resources. But if someone, again, back to like a cishet, is interested in telling a story that does deal with LGBTQI plus themes. I know Chell mentioned consulting. What other things can people do to make the story authentic? And I would love to hear from Chell.
Okay, so I remember I've had a bit of a soapbox. I've had this at some point. I want people to be able to write characters that are not exclusively the kind of people that they identify. Because again, it sucks if only queer people are able to write about queer characters. Because then it's just I don't have as much of it as possible. And also, man, being Asian, we're finally getting an Asian superhero. That's cool. Because our last one was an alien had to actively call ugly in the movie. Great, yay, wonderful. But yeah, consulting and getting multiple people, because not everyone's experiences are universal. I know that I am particularly unique in how I perceive and express my gender. And so just get people to play test your game, have sensitivity readers, have consultants, put the work into it, do your research. But I would also I would rather people go for it and maybe have it slightly miss the mark than to not try at all, because that's how you get Friends, but in 2000 and whatever again. We don't need more Friends.
No more Friends. Kaden.
So I'm gonna talk about one particular aspect of it that I feel like we're still not great at, and that's when you have a group of characters in your game and you're putting voices to them. Gosh, every single time does it feel like people are putting in enough effort. And so trans people and non-binary people, gender non-conforming individuals, there is no particular sound, that it's if you say things like, well, they don't sound trans or anything like that, and then you actively search for something that you feel it sounds right, and it turns into a stereotypical thing. And that goes across the board with casting of characters.
Yeah.
If you're casting and you're in the voice inside your head sounds like a stereotype, you hand those casting duties over to somebody else, because you're casting 30, 40 years ago for a movie that everybody looks back at now and goes, ooh, no, we don't watch that movie anymore. Try and actually cast appropriately. I know that there's a lot of folks out there that are saying it's well, I don't know where to look. There are plenty of resources for you, and I guarantee you, if you reach out to anyone in that sphere or that area, they'll give you the information you want. In fact, it's I kind of got tired of people being just well, I don't know where to find, it's certain voices. So I've just built my own casting roster. And it's what are you looking for? Who are you looking for? It's are you looking for someone AAPI? Here, guess what? I have a bunch of them. They're fantastic. Here's their demo reels. Please listen to them. It's you looking for trans actors? Here they all are. You looking for specifically trans masculine? Here you are. Trans feminine? Here's those. Non-binary? Got them all. I basically built it to prove a point, and the point is continually being proved by multiple people within that industry that it's if you're looking for it, you can find it. And in fact, a lot of people have already done that work for you. Just find the person who did the work for you. And if you can't find it, literally ask. They'll find you.
Grace.
Plus one to all that. And if you're not seeing the diversity in whatever you're doing, whether that's your conference, whether that's your team, whether that's your audience, it's your knee-jerk reaction might be that it's a marketing problem. It's not a marketing problem. It's a leadership problem. You need to get more people in on the leadership and the decisions, right? It's not going to be fixed just by paying ads. to somewhere else.
No, I love that. Steven.
Yeah, kind of everything else that everyone else has said. Like pay the people. Yeah, like
pay people.
Don't expect like LGBTQ people to come up to you with a plate going like, here's what you need to know. No, like just effing pay us. Sorry.
Agreed. Retweet. Well, we've reached kind of the end of our hour again. But before we go, I would love each of you again to give a shout out on where people can find you on the interwebs and kind of what's your current project you're doing. Caden.
You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. It's Caden Jensen, KDINJENZEN. You can also find me on the Rooster Teeth website, which is just Caden there. And you can find all my projects there as well. I'm working on some, I can't talk about them things currently, lots of NDA stuff, but there's a lot of stuff I'm actively working on. And hey, again, if you're looking to cast people in your games, I have a group of them, I have 400 people who are from all walks of life, queer, BIPOC, AAPI, everything. I have an entire list. If you're looking for it, please reach out to me. It's there as a resource. I want to give that to you. You can also find my own website, cadenjensenvo.com, and that's where the rest of me is.
Yes, Steven.
You can find me at Stephen Tolland on Twitter. Please check out Rainbow Game Jam, which starts literally in about 2 minutes, which is really exciting. That's pretty fun. So yeah, and be kind, be a good person. Be good.
Yes, I agree. Chell.
At Chelwong Audio, basically everywhere. ChelwongAudio.com. The new website's going up in 48 hours. Check out Linktree, Chelwong Audio, and you can see my YouTube channel where I give free advice for how to break into industry and networking better and all that fun stuff. Subscribe to my channel. And I have a newsletter where I'm also giving a lot of free advice so that people can be healthy and happy and survive and thrive.
Thrive!
I just want everyone to be the best that you can be and be the best that you can be to others. And I'm helping people at least with the first one, and I hope at least through the second one, just be cool.
Chell's amazing. Personally can attest.
Thank you.
Grace.
You can find us on Twitter, SBright Studio. We're on Instagram, TikTok, and everything else around similar. Snowbright Studio. And our big project is our Kickstarter. It's got 2 weeks left.
Woo!
Tea Time Adventures, tabletop role-playing game. Heckin' Queer, where every adventure comes with a custom tea pairing, and we actually ship the tea with it. So even if you just go back for $1 or share it on Twitter, it's super helpful for us. So I'm going to drop the link in.
Yes, please go support the Kickstarter. I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to all of our amazing panelists. That was a wonderful, wonderful hour. So fun, lots of laughs, a lot of education learned. We are going to have our next video now, which is another highlight from our diverse game developers, which is Rika. Take it away.
My name is Rika Watanabe, and I am one of the proud recipients of the Velocity program for IGDA Foundation's Diverse Game Developers Virtual Exchange this year. It is truly an honor for me to take part in this program, as I am currently in the path of transferring to the game industry to embark on my journey to become a game producer. My love for video games comes from my upbringing being surrounded by games, as my parents are also avid gamers. We immigrated from Japan when I was 1 year old, and the games that my parents brought with them and imported from Japan helped me connect to my culture, and it also fostered my affection and appreciation towards the media. As a queer individual myself, I feel that my personal experiences, perspectives, and thoughts regarding sexuality is something I want to share and empower the world with, and I would love to do that through producing and directing my own games. While I currently have not worked in the game industry yet, I am excited for what we will be learning and the wonderful people we'll be meeting through this opportunity. So thank you so much.
So incredible to hear from Rika, and I am so proud to introduce our next interview video with Hip Hop Gamer. It is with Melanie, who we met earlier, and Mira and their project From Girl. I'm so excited for this.
Yo, what's up? What's up? It's the one and only hip hop gamer, Hot 97, Logitech G. We on the front page of Twitch, baby. Make some noise. That's what I'm talking about, son. And I got special guests I'm about to introduce y'all to, all right? So let's get it popping. Indie game business from New York to LA, from LA to New York. From Girl Adventures, I present to you the one and only again. Give it up for me, Era and Melanie. Yo, what's going on, y'all? What's poppin'? That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Y'all throw it up like that. Yo, first off, welcome to the show. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all got a lot to talk about. We can't wait to get to it. But first off, how y'all feeling right now? Talk to me. How y'all feel? What's good?
I'm feeling good. You are bringing so much energy to this. I feel like I could talk about anything and you would amp it up. I could talk about like what my cat ate this morning for breakfast. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I love
it's so funny because I was eating some right now. I ain't even fresh. Word up. Yo, Era, how you feel? Yo, we about to do this. How you feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling really energized from you and your vibe and everyone, and I feel good. Nervous too, and good.
Don't you worry about it. It's about to be dope. So listen, everybody that's checking out right now, there's this game. It's called From Girl Adventures. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? You already know who run the world, girls. And we're about to see From Girl Adventures right now. So Daniel, run that first clip, baby. Let's set it off.
Hi, I'm From Girl. I was born and raised in a Frum Jewish community here in sunny Los Angeles. Oh, Frum. That's the word we use for our religious lifestyle and people who follow it. We have certain ways of behaving, dressing, eating, even putting on our shoes. And all of it comes from the Torah. Oh, right, the Torah. That's our word for what you might call the Hebrew Bible. Hey, you know what? This can be a lot to remember. So if you ever need to know what a word means, just click on the dictionary icon at any time.
All right. We about to go in on this. First off, what I love about what y'all doing is that when it comes to, religious beliefs and things of that nature, you have a lot of people that's like, yo, that's what you believe? Like, that's what you believe. Go ahead. They cheer it on. Then you got a lot of people that's like, they get a little sketchy. They get a little worried because everybody has different beliefs. So first off, inspiration. Like, what inspired y'all to create this? And also from a female's perspective, because this is called From Girl Adventures. Let's dive deep into that. Yo, Melanie, I'll let you take that one first, bro.
Whew. Well, something that has really been at the forefront of my mind for a long time is Jews in media, and Jewish representation in media and how Jews are portrayed in media. Because I feel like it goes one of two ways a lot of the time. Especially right now, Netflix just came out with a new series called My Unorthodox Life. I don't know if you've seen or heard anything about this series. Basically following a woman who left an ultra-Orthodox, a really religious Jewish community to live a more secular, what we might understand as more like normal, more secular lifestyle. And it paints that world, the ultra-Orthodox world and religious Jews, with a very broad stroke. This is what religious Jews are like, and also a very negative. It's a very negative approach, and it's coming not long after Netflix also released a series called Unorthodox. Similar title, not necessarily similar concept, but also painted Jews in very negative light. It's an escape sort of story. So the two tropes that Jewish representation in all media has fallen into is like this escape narrative, like escaping like this really like insular, toxic religious Jewish world where there's like no insider understanding into like why would anybody want to be there in the first place? Why would you choose to be there? Why would people continue to choose to stay there? So it's either that or they're Jews who look just like any other American, who look just like anybody else. And they just happen to celebrate Hanukkah. And that's not what it that's not what being Jewish is. It's not just this like one holiday that happens to fall at the same time as Christmas. Like, we've got thousands of years of tradition behind us, but you know, for whatever reason, people just don't know a lot about Jews. So we're going all in, and we're like, Mir and I connected a couple of months back, earlier this year actually, and we're just like, let's do this. Let's just make there aren't really any Jewish games like in the mainstream that we've seen. The closest, the only one I can remember, there's Dina in The Last of Us, but in terms of like Jewish player characters, the only one I can think of, well, there are two. There's a game called The Shiva, and the main character is a rabbi, so that's one. And then there's Wolfenstein 3D that came out in 1992. That's
way back. Yep.
Jewish. It's got a Jewish main character who happens to be a Nazi hunter, but not all of us are Nazi hunters or unhappy with our religion. So here we are. We're like going all in with the Jewish game experience, and to that the Jewish, you know, female, just a look into the life of a religious Jewish girl.
Absolutely. So yo, Miera, I'm coming to you next, because what I would love to know is, from the standpoint of building a game around this, what's some of the things from an experience standpoint that you want the end user to get out of this particular adventure that y'all putting together in game form? Like, you know, how do you actually play this out?
So it started off, the like original concept for this game when I grew up Orthodox. I grew up from, and at a certain point, like, I feel like I really needed space from that. So I moved to the desert, and I just like detached from everything, and I was just painting. And the more time that I spent on my own, I realized like how much anxiety I was living in all the time. With like every step of life that I took, like just this big weight. And a lot of it came from growing up in the Frum community, and from like the limitations that it put on me. And like, so I'm a painter usually, and then so I started to like paint about this idea, and then instead the idea of a video game came up for me, because a video game is like an analogy for growing up in the Frum community, because it's like a video game is something that is all the choices are set out for you. Like, you only have a few choices in terms of like what clothes you can wear, and what character you can be, and what path you can take, what like tools you can use, and so that's how my life felt in terms of like like my choices are very limited, and at the same time, it's like a video game is like, for me, it's like magical and like fun and exciting, and it has like a life of its own. And also growing up Frum was also like that. It was like beautiful, and like for me it was like a like magical bubble of safety and community, and and like spirituality. So I hope that people, for me, the game was like initially a healing process to like go past these limitations that other people set for me. So I hope that through the game, like it's evolved a lot with Melanie and I working on it, and it going to a lot of places. But I do hope that people can receive from it to feel more possibilities and less limitations.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you something right now. No, I'm gonna tell you. First off, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Even though we virtual, I'm giving you a hug, and Melody, I'm giving you a hug too. So y'all got hugs for me right now. You know what I'm saying? Word up. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I gotta tell you this. This is so like incredible. See, my grandmother, she taught me how to play games when I was 4 years old. And between God and games and just shaping my character up, I became who I am today. And gaming is my outlet, my everything. You know what I'm saying? So hearing y'all say this and create something around that is incredible. It's like I feel the connection. So normally I have a whole bunch of questions just to follow up. But the way we go do this today, I want to go into the next video and I want y'all to narrate what we about to see, because I like the way y'all are explaining this game. I want people to see more of this game right now.
Okay, so this video that we're seeing right now is just a little bit of footage from the very beginning of our game. Okay. So we're just coming out of the IGDA Foundation and Grant for the Web's Diverse Game Developers Prototype Program, which gave us the support we need to produce the prototype, which is the footage that you're seeing in front of us. This is before we started this program, we had nothing. We had some screens, we had some concept, like we had concept art, but all of this happened within the length of the program. So all of this is brand new to us. But what you're seeing right now, this is our dictionary feature, because a lot of people just don't know a lot about Jews. So we want this game to be an interesting educational experience, but like without being torturous, like a lot of kind of educational games tend to be. Right. We're not really thinking about this as like an educational game, but we know that like there's a lot about our world and our religion that people don't know. So we have the dictionary with like all these cultural and linguistic references that we make that are specific to like our world and our religion, our experience. Yeah, so that was just a look around our main character's bedroom, our hub where she gets her quests, and you can do some things in her room and outside of her room that get you mitzvah points. That later in the full version of the game, you can use to buy things from the store. You can use to buy power-ups and things like that.
So now I know y'all briefly made mention of Grant for the Web. I want to dive a little bit deeper into that. So Miera, if you can you give us a bit more detail on how Grant for the Web really is like helping y'all take this to the next level, but at the same time, keep it real. Like, what do y'all really need from a funding standpoint? What do y'all really need to really get this out the way y'all want it to get it out? Because the most important thing is making sure y'all vision is fulfilled and what y'all want to put out. So, Miera, let's go. Let's hit.
I'm gonna let Melanie answer this question.
Okay, cool. All right, so Melanie, you do it. Let's get it popping.
I was gonna say Grant for the Web. Really, one thing I can say about this experience is that Grant for the Web made us think very creatively about monetization. So I don't know who's watching and how familiar they are with web monetization in general, but I like that it's a method of monetizing a game that isn't necessarily like based in nefarious practices. I like keeping everything above board here. But it's based on a series of these microtransactions that kind of happen behind the scene. The player doesn't necessarily like see them happening on the screen unless we have something corresponding to it in gameplay, which we created. As we were thinking about the, how Grant for the Web's microtransactions work, I started thinking, what if we had a monetization system that also accrued over time, the way web monetization works. And that's how we came up with, in this game about Jewish women and this, religious Jewish world and lifestyle that we're exploring, one of our monetization methods that we came up with is farts. Would you like me to tell you more about the farts?
Yo, wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm hearing this right. Did you say what I think you said, farts? Yo.
Yeah, I did.
So first of all, I want to know more about the farts, because this is epic right here. I want to know more about the farts. That's one.
Tell you more about the farts.
And two, like, everybody that's watching, I hope y'all actually did get a good fart out this morning when you woke up, because that's the way you got to set your day off. All right, let's go, Melody. Let's get it.
Well, here's the thing. Like, even the fact that like I'm I'm like excited and simultaneously embarrassed that this conversation is happening. But that's exactly why they're in the game. So as when you hear the phrase religious Jewish women, when you think of religious Jewish women, when you think of there's a sense of proper behavior that you might expect, or a sense of there's certain expectations. A sense of what would you say?
Standards or something like that comes along with
certain
it.
like standards that you might expect to come from them, but or from us, but we want this game to be true to our experience as Jewish women in every way. And one of the scenes, the scene where this mechanic comes up for the first time. So basically in the game, farts have a story purpose in moving the story along, and also a gameplay focus. So the way our game is set up, you play through conversations with people to move the story along. And you're taking From Girl through all of the things she experiences over the course of life as a young religious Jewish girl. She's navigating it, not in the prototype, but eventually she's navigating like issues with boys and dating and sexuality and things like that. She's navigating balancing her religious self with her more secular personal interests. And she's also navigating what happens every Friday night when religious Jews sit down to a Shabbat dinner. And sometimes that can involve a table full of people where you don't really have a lot of freedom to, let out a good fart as need be. And there's this acknowledgement that like there's as much societal pressure in general as there is to act a certain way. Women are, on the whole, there's more pressure to like pretend we don't have bodily functions, or like pretend they don't exist or not acknowledge them. And so where does it all go? What are you supposed to do? You're not supposed to like acknowledge that any of this is happening within your own body, but it's very stressful when like you can't leave the table to take care of it. You can't like that. It's
and you have to wear a really tight skirt.
Yeah, if you're wearing a really tight skirt to like look good, and you're dressing up, because Friday night Shabbat is a really big part of Jewish life. It's a really big, really special, really really sacred part of Jewish life. So to be like have this worry in the back of our heads, like it's just such a specific like experience that both Meir and I have talked about this so much, and it's an experience that we've had so many times that like we needed it to be a part of her life as much as it is part of ours,
Okay.
Yeah. And also in a game full of like religious stuff people might not be familiar with, like everyone farts, it's a foothold anyone can grab onto.
I'm telling you right now, this is gonna be one of those videos where people will be like, I never thought that I would care so much about farting until I came across this video. I'm telling you, this is about to be epic, yo. So now, Miera, one thing I want to ask you, because you talked about painting and being an artist earlier. So when I'm looking at this game, obviously I see that influence. So can you talk to me about the process of making sure that your skill set was shown off in this game? And also, is there any customization that users will be able to have with this game? Because there's a lot of girls out there that's Jewish girls that would want to have themselves represented and look a certain way. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. So first, like the aesthetic is influenced from like the way I see the world, which is very colorful and very alive. Like everything is alive with spirit and with color and with light. And it felt like it works for the game because it's like being in this bubble and in this like safe, easy, like beautiful world. And it's like it also it creates like when it's a very light and happy aesthetic and pink, and it like allows like a something in between the person playing and the game that can kind of take the edge off of like difficult topics and things that might challenge like fears and personal things. And yeah, for the prototype, I basically used myself and as like a model for everything, because it started off as like a personal, like a way to like get out of my box and like make all these different faces and be these different characters, and it was really like healing for me to do that. And as we go beyond the prototype, we definitely want to create as many different characters as possible to show the diversity within Judaism, that Judaism is not like a white, very specific thing, or many stereotypes that are put onto like connecting Judaism with a racial type. So that's really important to us going further.
Yeah, that's really important to us. Not just the diversity in like in terms of what Jews look like, but how they Jew, you know? How do you Jew, you know? And that really inspired both Meira and I coming into the project. So as Meira said, she grew up in a religious environment. I did not. I grew up Jewish, but like I celebrated Hanukkah and I ate matzah at Passover, and like I went to synagogue a couple of times a year, and that was like the extent of what my Jewish identity was for the first many years of my life. And it wasn't until later in life that I chose it for myself. So there are two characters in the game. There's one who looks like Meira, but it's definitely not Meira, right? Our From girl, who grew up religious, who grew up from this specific religious Jewish lifestyle. And then we also have a character who looks like me, but is definitely not me. Definitely not. Who also grew up not religious and chose it herself later in life, what's called a Baal Teshuvah. So we have a From girl and we have a Baal Teshuvah for at least that variety in Jewish experience. But we really want to feature there are so many. This is the crux of the game. There are so many interesting and cool Jews and Jewish experiences all around the world. There's so many cool kinds of Jewish music. I'm really into music and world music. And this is something that I really want to feature in the game. Just like all the cool kinds of things that are already part of our culture that we give so relatively little time and attention to in the grand scheme of things, that I want to bring to the forefront here. Yeah.
Absolutely. So look, we got more stuff to look at, you know what I'm saying? So but this time, before we go into the next video, so far I gotta spin the chain and show y'all love, you know what I'm saying? This joint is looking crazy right now, you know what I mean?
We got a chain spin, that's something.
Let's get it. So yo, Daniel, roll that clip, bro. Let's get it.
Here we go.
Challah knife. The rabbi furrowed his brow but stayed smiling as he considered how to respond. But the Rebbitzin chimed in first.
You know, I wouldn't want to wear men's clothes anyway. I love getting all dressed up and feeling beautiful and feminine and attractive. It's fun to be all girly, no?
And you know what? Hashem in his great benevolence accounts for even this in his holy Torah. As the rabbis in the Talmud tell us, it means that men and women simply think differently and are better suited to different tasks. For women, there are special strengths in the home and family. And for men, in studying Torah and Talmud.
The rabbis in the Talmud also say the sun revolves around the earth.
BT said that last part under her breath. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who heard it.
A boy side.
Here's what I want to, based off that clip right there, I can imagine certain experiences that y'all had personally, you know what I'm saying, in your life and stuff like that. Yeah. So, is this more of something about, like, in terms of this game, is it more about something dealing with having the confidence and eliminating fear to live the life, the life that you want to live, as opposed to being told what to do? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. If so, like, Melanie, let me know what the goal is here.
No, I have to tell you, like, as you said that, like, this weight lifted from my chest, because Like, if that's what you're getting from it, then we are doing our job correctly.
Oh wow, yo, yeah, clap it up for that, man. Let's get it. From girl
I'm
all
so
day.
glad
Let's
it's
get it.
coming across. No, I'm so glad that's what you're getting from it, you know? Yeah, it's about, that's exactly what it's about. It balancing and reconciling one's different identities, right? And we all have them. We all have some degree of code switching that we engage in, right? There's like the self I am with like my Jewish religious friends, and then there's the self I am with my game dev friends, you know? I mean, as you played the clip, I was like, I had this realization, like, this is going to be on the front page of Twitch. Like, this,
Yeah.
it's a departure from, like, you know, the Overwatch streams and the whatever the kids are playing these days. You know, I'm but like, it just must be so different. I mean, one in that it's like, it's very narrative based, obviously. Like, it's very narrative focused, very narrative heavy. Because there's a lot to talk about. We have a lot to share that has never been seen. I don't think a Shabbat dinner, like, the, you know, Jews Jewing has really been like featured in a video game, let alone to that degree of detail or that kind of discourse. You know, that scene that we just saw is based on experiences both Mira and I have had, where we are both really curious, really intellectual people. And there is just a difference in the opportunities in those areas that are accessible for women, available and or accessible. And one of the few places that I think it's true from Ira as well, have found that we can really engage in that kind of dialogue discourse is at the Shabbos table. And there's this like mixed messaging where we always hear like, in Judaism, you're encouraged to ask questions, which is true. But you can't ask too far. Like that, like there's a point where like you challenge things too far and then you're just like shut down, right? Mira's laughing. I mean, this is, you know, it's yeah.
I could tell something personal was activated there, even though, you know what I mean, it's on the low, but I understand that there was something tricky. Got it. Got you.
Yeah, so just letting people like know, you know, you're not alone. And I think that's universal across religions too. Like I'm not Christian. I've only been in a church a handful of times. Like I only barely know what it's like myself. But I imagine that you know, that pull between the different parts of yourself, between fulfilling what you feel is right for you socially, religiously, individually, personally, mentally. You know, I don't think that's unique to the Jewish experience, but it definitely has its own flavor, if you will.
No, absolutely. But see, this is great because like me, I'm a Christian. You know, I follow Christ. And the cool but the thing is, one of the issues, and I hope this game speak to it the more like we play it, is just that you have people that may be a bad representation of what something is. And then because one person could represent something wrong, certain people will generalize everybody based off that one person's misrepresentation of what something actually is. So that's why it's great to have conversations and ask questions, because whether you agree to disagree or whatever it is, there's still respect, there's still love, and you still can go forward because you only got one life to live. So I love it. Like I love it. Like I'm excited about all this. So like there's a question that I asked earlier, but I didn't get the answer to. And we talked about funding. Now we spoke about Grant for the Web, but yo, we in the front page of Twitch, like we need to know like how much bread, like how much money that y'all really need to raise and get support so that this can be fully realized. Like let us know.
We're still figuring out. I mean, you want like a number? Like you want me to just like, hey, if anyone has $500,000 they want to throw me, go for it, you know?
Yeah, if you can, that'd be great. Because see, the thing is, one thing that I've learned is you got to be direct in detail with what you want. And if you're not sure of what you want, then why would someone want to invest in you if you're not even sure of what you want?
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Or what you need. So like, you want to help, like, you know, this is what this is for. You know what I'm saying? IGDAF in the building. Like, we want to make sure everything is right. So if you don't got the number, okay, you know, that's cool.
No, but I do. I would love to see I would love if we could get. I would love if we get 500. I was gonna say 400K, but I would love if we could get 500K. Whatever.
If that's the number,
throw
you
it out
say it.
there.
Yeah, you say it. 500K, that's what we're looking for.
I would love 500K to work on this game.
It's the one and only hip hop gamer, Logitech G, on your hot 97 every day. That's my word. God bless y'all, and let's get up out of here. Peace, baby.
We're going through a hard time in the industry, where it truly feels like not a week can go by without a new case of abuse and exploitation coming to the light. Being a trans-masked dev coming from comics into games, I know what it's like to join your dream career only to feel like there's danger around every corner, like there's no one to trust, to feel unsafe. That's why I can't even start to put into words the amount of work the IGDA Foundation has done for us marginalized devs, to empower us, to give us a chance to prove our worth. But I can tell you what it's personally meant for me, to have a chance to deliver this message to others, to tell other queer people like me, hey, you're allowed to be you, you deserve to be here, and to help amplify the voices of the people of the global majority, so that the industry may become a safe and equal place for all of us. I'm really excited to be here.
Some lovely, lovely words from Sandra. I am so excited to announce our last fireside chat of our 2-day Diverse Game Developers Summit, but a awesome, awesome, awesome charity that's doing such great work in the space. I am joined in this next segment by Take This with Eve, their executive director. How are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you.
No problem. I'm so excited about this. I heard Rachel's talk at GDC literally like 3 weeks ago, and then Dr. B talked with the IGDAF scholars and velocity recipients at Next Gen last year. So I feel like I've met so many people of your team, and they've all been so wonderful, and I'm so excited to talk more about Take This and your mission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, what is Take This?
Take This is a mental health nonprofit organization that serves the game industry and the game playing community with a variety of programs and research to address the conditions that will support mental well-being, create space for everyone to feel welcomed and supportive and mentally well, and to decrease the stigma around both games and mental health.
Amazing. So that's a lot. What are the different programs that Take This specifically does to combat all that?
So our first program and the thing that we're often most well known for is our AFK room, which is started as an in-person program at conventions, game conventions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a space, it's the most boring space at a convention. It's a space where you get to go and be and decompress and talk to someone if you need to, or just color or rest if you need to. And it's designed to provide that kind of backstop for folks if they're feeling overwhelmed or they feel like they need additional resources, and we can get the folks to that. And we have clinical and non-clinical volunteers. And of course, during the pandemic, we had to pivot, and that's now online. And it's the AFK Online is on Discord, and we have a regular Discord community as well, but that's part of it. We also, as I mentioned, we have Discord community. We have a program for streaming ambassadors. So streamers who are mental health advocates are really carefully vetted to make sure that they're responsible and that they're fact-based and that they know the difference between the boundaries between being an advocate and a professional and providing therapy. And so we have that program. We do a variety of workshops and trainings inside the game industry. So we work a lot with companies and folks and organizations across. So we do workshops with the IGDAF. We did that last year. We did it this year as well. And we'll continue to do those kinds of things. And we've worked with the Fair Play Alliance. We work closely with a number of other nonprofit organizations across the industry, including Safe in Our World and the Games Hotline, and a couple others, really great organizations that complement our work and our skill set. and we do research and science communication. We talk a lot about demystifying and explaining what the facts are, what we do know about games and violence, games and addiction, games and social effects, all of that kind of stuff. And we act as advocates across the industry and on issues related to the industry, like online harassment and stuff as well. So I think I've covered it all.
I know, so much cool stuff. I mean, again, I listened to your Games for Change talk with Anita Sarkeesian last year and the Games Hotline. Can you talk a bit, just also for the audience to learn about kind of the process of making that happen, and then also what it is now?
Yeah, so I'm really honored to be on the advisory board for the Games Hotline, and so one of the roles that we played was helping them to build their training for their volunteers. So the Games Hotline is like many other text emotional and support lines that provides a space for people to go very confidentially, very anonymously, and say, "Hey, I need help. I'm not doing okay."
Yeah.
And it is really based in from a survivor-centered perspective, but is open to everyone. And it's designed, like, there have been folks who come to the hotline who say, "Hey, I harassed or abused somebody, but I'm not okay with that. And now I'm dealing with emotion," but also really centered around what survivors and people who've experienced harm need and need to access. And so that came out of work that Anita Sarkeesian at Feminist Frequency really recognized was so important to the industry, that there needed to be a lot of structural change. And that's something that the Games Hotline and Take This are working on right now, is what's the structural change that will get us to a place where this isn't commonplace, isn't endemic in the industry. But we also needed really to get to a place where people were getting support when they needed it right away. And so this is a games literate space. You don't have to go explaining what gamer game is, what it means to get harassed online and what it means to play games. So those are really important pieces. Yeah.
I think it makes so much sense. I mean, mental health in games and seeing the bridge between that. I'm so glad y'all are there. I was really curious about also the history of Take This and how it started and kind of the formation of it.
Yeah. So it was founded in 2012 as a response to a suicide of a game industry colleague of the founder. And it was really like, hey, there's obviously challenges here. There's obviously problems, but we don't have a way of talking about it, and we don't have a space where it's not stigmatized. And there's stigma about mental health across society, although that's lessening, which is really great to see. But especially in games, it's really there. And then working in games is really unique. Making games, playing games is a really unique experience. And to be able to translate the mental health conversation into one that is friendly and makes sense to folks who are in games, that's really important. So, hey, I just got bigger, I think.
I love it. It's magic.
So it's really about combining that literacy in games in the game industry and the specific experience of making and playing games with a mental health conversation that's important everywhere.
Yeah. So you mentioned this Games Hotline. I'm curious because I'm going to ask questions. I mean, there's, I think, two kinds of people I kind of want to talk to in the audience right now. It's people who want to help other people who are suffering right now with their mental health or don't know what to do. And then those who are suffering and don't know what to do. So what are some tools for mental health that are accessible to anyone listening when they might think they need some help?
Yeah. So the best place to go is the Take This Mental Health Resources page, which or to the Games Hotline. And you can find the Games Hotline. It's on our mental health resources page. So if you go to takethis.org, there's a big yellow bar. There's the mental health resources and all of that. There's a widget that has all sorts of crisis text lines and hotlines in it. And also there's the resources on how to find a therapist, how to talk to people about mental health. And all of those are there. If you are feeling like you're in crisis and you don't know where to start, there are a couple of things. The first is find a person or people to talk to, find a community, find some places to find support that feel like they're going to be safe. And the reason why we started our Discord during the pandemic was because we realized there were a lot of people who didn't always feel safe and didn't always find their community. And that's another resource you can find on our website, I think on our community resources page. But there's lots of communities. That's why we have streaming ambassadors, because their streaming communities are spaces that are welcoming and positive and game literate. And so going and finding a community is really, that's one of the biggest protective factors around mental well-being, is having community support. Therapy is great. And a lot of people will benefit from it.
Can confirm. Yeah.
I go to therapy. And it's instrumental. And there's lots of different kinds of therapy. It can feel overwhelming to try and access it. And it also can be hard. And I want to acknowledge that, like, one of the challenges, especially in the US, is that it's hard to find, it's not always that you're properly insured for therapy. And it's not always that you can find a good therapist, especially right now.
Oh yeah.
As we enter year 2.5 of or year and a half of the pandemic, like therapists are overwhelmed. And so that can be really hard to find, but look for it. Don't necessarily expect that the first therapist you find is going to be a good fit, because the good fit of a therapist is actually one of the largest predictors of success in therapy. Like, you have to like your therapist and feel comfortable with them, or it doesn't work. Period. Stuff. It doesn't matter what their qualifications are, like what their identity is, where they, like, just if you like them and they like you, that's good. That's the place to start. And you feel comfortable with them. So therapy, community, and then hotlines and text lines, like places that are anonymous where you can go and find place. And then, of course, and this sounds trite, but it's real, is self-care. And when I talk about self-care, I'm talking about what the hard work of like consistent sleep and eating well and a good schedule, and like take it like the taking care of yourself. It's not the like fun go take a bath, although maybe sometimes a bath is great, but like or a sheet mask or something. I don't know, but really, like, self-care is exercise and diet and sleep and social interaction often. So finding ways that you can do that safely and effectively, and like there's apps that help you kind of gamify that. There's reminders. There's setting a routine gradually, like adding one new thing in at a time to build a new routine. There's all kinds of things like that that really can help you develop the right self-care. So that's my spiel.
I love it. No, you got actionable things for people to actually do, which I appreciate.
Always.
We love expanding our tool belt. This is you mentioned streaming ambassadors. So I said the question was kind of two-pronged. So it's like, yes, I need help for that group. But then the other group that's like, you know what? Like, I'm doing pretty okay, but I want to help others. What can they do with Take This?
Thank you for asking. So the Streaming Ambassador Program is actually, we only admit 1 to 2 classes a year. It's pretty hard to get in. But we keep it small on purpose because we do a lot of education and support for ambassadors, and we vet them really carefully. But we are coming out with some new resources, some videos that will be ready in the fall and winter, that are really educational videos for streamers that will help get you to a place where you're ready for that, right? And you can always, as a streamer, set up a fundraiser on our behalf. We love that. That's our bread and butter. Without money, we can't do our work, quite literally, and that's amazing. You can volunteer. You can join our volunteer community through our Discord. If you, we post our volunteer opportunities there. Most of them are around AFK and AFK Online, but other things come up as well. And we do provide training for a lot of those opportunities. And then if you're interested in financial support, which, as I mentioned, is really helpful to us, we have a donation link on our website, takethis.org, right on the front page.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I'll give you a fun question too about, I mean, y'all have done such great work in the community that's always like popping up in the news, but what has been your favorite experience with Take This? That's a story that's really close to your heart.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what's wonderful is that I love what I do. I have so much fun doing what I do. I think what's been so much fun is having the opportunity to talk to folks who feel really validated just by us being who we are and just by us saying it over and over and over again. It was hilarious last year because I'm over 40, so I don't feel like I'm up and comer. I had to prove it, right? So I got the GamesBeat Up and Comer Award last year because I'm relatively new to the game industry. Yeah. And I thought it was hilarious, but I was really pleased and honored to be recognized for my work and for the effort that we've put in to bring mental health to the forefront of the conversation across the industry. Yeah.
Well, that's so cool. And I love that you brought up the industry because we've talked a bit about self-care, therapy, individual things people can do, hotlines. What can companies do? Maybe we're talking teams that are small, teams that are big, all across the board. What can they do in their workplaces to encourage better mental health across our industry?
So when we talk about mental health in games, in the game industry, we talk always about what are the conditions that promote well-being and what are the conditions that make it worse. And almost all of it comes down to two things. One is company culture, and the other is online harassment, like abuse and the blowback. And of course, all of this is much more challenging for people of marginalized genders, people from the LGBTQIA+ community, and folks of color. And if you are part of one of those communities, you have faced a much larger set of hurdles. Yeah. So the work around all of this that we do to address it is really about how can you improve communication? How can you improve decentralized decision making, make sure more people are at the table being listened to, and those things making it into what happens, those things affecting decisions, like people are listened to and that stuff is acted on, that there's transparency, that there's consistency in evaluation, in promotion, et cetera, that there is enough transparency around financial stability and and company status that people feel secure, and that people aren't being showered with all kinds of implicit or explicit messages around overwork and bad metaphors like passion. Like passion is a really toxic metaphor in games. Yeah. We do love what we do. Most people who make games also play them and love them. That does not mean that that's an excuse to exploit people in their workplace in the name of passion. It's bad for people, and it causes people to do things out of fear and coercion, and negatively impacts both their creativity, their productivity, and their well-being, and contributes to things like burnout and trauma. So that's what we're talking about, and it's really in the details. It's really about specific things. And it's not just about HR benefits. It's about how you manage, who manages, how you communicate top to bottom, and what the leadership is doing. Leadership is really important to company culture, kind of instrumental in it. So there you go.
100%. I mean, that's a lot we can do actively, but I feel like this past year and a half, 2 years, past month also have been really hard for this particular area of our industry. And I know if there's any people in the audience who are maybe feeling tired or hopeless or over it or a mix of the emotions, I want to give them some hope. So what would you hope for in the industry in the next 10, 15 years, where you hope will be with mental health?
I am quite hopeful.
Yeah.
There's a couple of reasons why. One is that we're really busy, and we're really busy because people are asking for help. They're asking for help addressing a lot of these issues, even if they don't quite know where to start. I'm hopeful because people are starting to really change what they think the standards should be around online interaction and how design and company makeup impacts what the online climate is, either in game or around games.
Yeah.
And I'm very hopeful that the broader cultural conversations around Me Too, around Black Lives Matter, all of these things are bringing a conversation and a concern about diversity, representation, and support to games. The opportunities there to be inclusive, to represent through games the best of culture and the best of ourselves is really wonderful, and that's what games are about, and what they can continue to be about. Games are about play and delight and fun and creativity, and those things are can once again be at the center of how we of what we do. Yeah,
I agree. And talking, I guess I said about like these past 2 months with, just like tough news to go through. Are there any like specific resources? We've kind of mentioned the hotline, but what people can do if they literally, it's like, it is the past 2 months and I am tired. Where do I go?
So if you need like emotional support as a person who has experienced harm,
Yes.
or has been exposed to someone who's experienced harm, that you need a community of support. You need hotlines and warm lines, and you may need therapy. Like go get help, because you need a place to process this that isn't in your workplace, that feels safe. And like that's, go find your community and like really reach out and create those connections. If you are a person who has not experienced harm or is worried that they have perpetuated harm, that's a more complicated, but like that's a question, but it's really, that's where the meat of the opportunity is. And that's where we get to talking about repair and healing. And for me, my vision, and this is something it's not really common. It's not common understanding. It's not really part of the conversation, because there's really an all or nothing. Like, you did harm, you need to leave, and you can't be part of this anymore.
Yeah.
And a more constructive way of thinking about healing and repair is, I experienced harm from somebody. What can that person do to repair either my experience or the experience of other people in a similar position? And how can we have the conversation? And this is something that I've learned so much from the folks at the Games Hotline, and from other communities, which try to really hold accountability and bring people to the table. People have heard about calling in. This is about calling out. This is about calling in. This is about like saying, hey, you need to do better. We're going to give you another chance to do that. Let's talk about what that is and how it works. And let's talk about how we still, in that process, protect people who've experienced trauma or harm, so that they don't get re-exposed and re-traumatized, but so that a person has an opportunity to do better and to contribute back into the community. And that's really what I hope for over time. That's what I hope we can begin to really provide training around and language for. And that's what I think will be the most constructive for the game community.
I agree. And like I said, you're just giving people tools. You're giving them ways of, figuring this out. And that was something I'm glad you talked about, the content creators portion, because I have to say I did a lot of mentorship even at the academic level with starting streamers, and there's a really interesting thing. I would also, this is like a separate conversation than this, but to hear your thoughts, I mean, on content creators or streamers also. I know you're having to take this ambassadors who are equipped with this, but there's a lot of streamers and content creators out there who are now being kind of pseudo therapists in a way, which is very worrisome, I have to say, because I saw how deeply the sponginess, my young streamers, affected them.
It's the boundary setting around therapy and mental health advice and advocacy is essential. It's essential for safety. It's essential to prevent exploitation. It's essential to prevent misinterpretation and misinformation. And I don't see it universally. we are concerned. That's why we talk as much as we can about what good boundaries are. We have a whole article and infographic on our website about being an advocate versus a professional.
Yeah.
And it's really important. And knowing those boundaries, especially if you are a licensed professional somewhere, you need to know what those boundaries are and you need to follow them, because otherwise it's an ethics violation. And it's not okay to provide therapy on Twitch. Like, that doesn't fly. It's not okay. The reason why we do that, because it's not healthy and it's not safe and it's very exploitative. And so that's and so we are trying to have that conversation as much and as loudly as we can, as often as we can, in as many places as we can. So thank you for asking that question.
I appreciate it's a hard question, but it's something I've seen, I think, in the digital age the past just maybe 5 years, where I'm like, oh, these parasocial relationships, I was like, this is not going to end well.
So yeah, boundaries are like, I could say that about company culture. I could say that about, streaming. Could say that about families. Like, boundaries are really
important.
Really good. They're important and they're hard. So
yes, very multi-layered issue. But I wanted to give you one shout out. Are there any events that are upcoming that you would like to shout out that Take This is participating in that you would love the audience to know about?
Yes. So tomorrow, as a thank you to one of our streaming fundraisers, the RPG Valkyries, they do the Speedrun Ragnarok every year, and they raised a ton of money for us last year. We're doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow with a bunch of our staff and our streaming ambassadors. So check out the Take This Twitch page. 24 hours tomorrow. You can check out Take This org on Twitter for details of the schedule. I'm really excited about that. It's going to be really fun and probably very silly at times. And then we, what else is coming up? Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff coming up, but it's like weeks away and I don't know the exact date. So
follow on Twitter. Follow them on Twitter, y'all.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming today, Eve.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to talk to you. And I'm really pleased to be here today.
Thank you. Well, this is awesome. I hope you and the audience heard this about Take This and Eve's mission and their incredible team over there. And please, if you need help, do not feel free to ask. There are resources there. There are people there for you who want to help you. They're there. You just need to Google it. I promise it's there. I'm super, super excited to announce our next section, which is highlighting another one of our diverse game developers. And this time it is Valencia, Coleman, and Zach.
Hi, my name is Valencia Coleman, and I am part of the IGDA Foundation Scholars, part of the class of 2021. Last year, I got my bachelor's in computer science with focus in game programming, and this year I'm pursuing my master's in game design and interactive media. When I was an undergraduate, I would go to my local Girls Inc. and teach the girls video game design and video game programming. A lot of the girls were shocked because they didn't think that the game industry was for them. When they look up things about the video game industry, it's mostly men. And I want to help change that. I want to show girls there are women in this industry, and I'm part of this industry. I want to show girls, especially African American girls, that they are also part of this industry and they can be a part of it if they want to. This is a career option. This is a choice if they want to pursue. And that's why I'm excited to be part of the IGDA Foundation Scholars, because I know in the future I'll be able to promote and bring in more African American women into this industry. And of course, promote little girls' dreams into being game developers.
Hey, my name is Zach Theokata-Smith, and I am a Next Gen leader as part of the IGDA Foundation. I applied to this program because I was working in VR, but I didn't really know anyone who were similar to me, but also interested in the same things. I've had the chance to meet so many great people who value the same things, like welcoming interactions, diversity, and just generally making sure that everybody feels accepted while they're playing the game. Honestly, everybody who I've met through this program is genuinely supportive of you, regardless of where you might go in the industry. And they're also honestly passionate about seeing you succeed. And most importantly, I've also been pushed beyond my comfort zone and really pushed to do things that will really help me get where I want to be in the future, even if that's not really fully defined yet.
So cool to hear from our diverse game developers. Now we are here with our last interview with Hip Hop Gamer today and their amazing projects. We have Valesso and their project Maledictorian.
Yo, what's up, what's up? It's the one and only hip-hop gamer, Hot 97, Logitech G. We out here, baby. Now, look, special guest, special game. Now, you know about valedictorian when you out in school and stuff, but we're going to talk about maledictorian. You're about to learn something crazy. So I'm telling you right now, put your hands together, show love. This right here is the IGDA Foundation for Diverse Gaming Developer Summit. It's about to be live right now. So without further ado, give it up for the one, the only, coming out of Maryland, Felicio. Let's get it popping, y'all. Right off the bat, what I want to ask you is, why a visual novel? Like, what was the reason? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's visual novels that exist and stuff like that, but in terms of the majority of games that we may play and enter with, why a visual novel? What story are you trying to tell?
Well, the reason I picked it is because I really love how with a visual novel you have the interactivity of a game where you can still interact with all the characters, the world, you can learn more about everything, but you also have the same like storytelling of a novel. And that's the main reason why I chose it as a medium. The game is also not so much about like combat and things like that. It's about like you going through an adventure and like sort of finding yourself, finding like how magic works, all of those things. So it was really the best medium suited for it.
Okay, got you. So now one of the things I want to talk about before we go into the video, so like the rest of the fans can see what's going on. One thing I want to ask you is, from a gameplay standpoint, like how do you tell the story of a visual novel, considering you mentioned that it's not really combat based? So what techniques do you utilize to get the best out of telling a story like that?
Yeah, so the main thing of the story is you make choices that influence like how the story plays out. And so you make choices through the story itself, so like what you do and what you say, but you also have choices when you're texting your classmates and like the dean and people like that. So you can so that's another another way of making choices, if that makes sense.
Got you. No, it does make sense. Trust me, I play so many games, so I get it, I understand. And before we go to the video, one more thing. I think it's very interesting in terms of the title of the game, which is Maledictorian. Why name it that, considering in school we know it as valedictorian? What was the purpose of naming it this?
So this is actually, the way the name came about is actually pretty interesting. So it's the main character was the valedictorian of their high school, but me and a friend of mine, we thought it would be clever if we take malediction, which means magic in Latin, and add and like merge the two together. But it's caused a bunch of confusion because you have valedictorian, and then mal itself can mean a bunch of things. Like it can mean bad, it can mean like there's a few things. So like a bunch of people thought, wait, are you just playing as a really bad valedictorian? I was like, no, it's supposed to be clever. But yeah, that's kind of how we came up with the name.
Yo, that's interesting. So yo, first off, my boy Dan, you in the building. You already know what to do. Roll that footage, baby. Let's get it. Mm. Wow. First off, this is very interesting. And the reason why it's very interesting because it's like a day in the life of you know what people go through, period. Like, you know what I'm saying? When there's friction, you don't like this, and you know, you have those arguments, you know, like among friends and stuff like that. So in terms of the subject matter of this story, what do you want like the audience like to get out of this? Because one of the things that you talked about was choices. So do you have it set up to where there's going to be like multiple choices and you just choose, or you can actually put in whatever you want to say and see where it goes from there? How is this like done?
So this is multiple choices that you can choose from.
Okay.
And as interesting as typing in a choice would be, I feel like that would take ages to parse. Although there are quite a few good games that do that, but in this case, you have a set of options that you can choose between. And sometimes based on those options, you might get different options later on. So they sort of compound on each other.
So now I got a major question for you. So does this game have like multiple characters that you can pick? And the reason why normally with games like this, like especially like a visual novel, it's interesting to see if you pick a different character and based on their personality, certain choices may only pop up based off the character that you choose, because it's naturally in their personality to have deep choices. You understand? So is that something that's in the game that we can explore more, or you're just a certain character and everybody plays out the same way?
So you play as a certain character, but there might be like chapters in the future where you can play from the perspective of a different character, just because it makes most sense in that scenario to play as them. If that makes sense.
Got you. Okay. So now for the standpoint of building this game, now I want to learn more about the process and what it takes to make this happen, because obviously, you know, being indie, we need that next level of support. Like, you know, say to get this where we need to be. So my question to you now is what was the process of building this game? Whether, you know, the engine that you use, the team, like, you know, what you had to put together to get to where you're at today.
Yeah, so for the engine, I originally went with Unity because it's what I have the most experience with. Right now, we're not sure if we're going to stick with that just because it doesn't have great web support. Like, for example, if you play it on mobile, Unity's web builds don't work on mobile. But in terms of actually creating the game itself, by far what we pour the most hours in is into creating the world and characters, because that's really the central point of the game is the world and the characters. So you know, me and the lead writer, we spent hours pouring over like the magic system, you know, like what the structure of the game should be as well. Like things like that is what took definitely the most amount of time. And also sort of, since the game's world is a blend of modern and fantasy, so it's sort of like if we had magic today, what would it be like? That's kind of the concept. So we had to sort of figure out, how much of this would be technology, how much of this would be, like using magic and things like that. So, concepting all of that, and we had to make sure like the setting, like you saw the background there was the outside of the school. Like we had to make sure all of that sort of fit in with what we were going for, if that makes sense.
Got you. No, you got to set the tone. Like no matter what game it is, you got to set the tone so everything is believable in terms of the actions that you're taking, even if it's just looking at text. So let's go back to the video. Yeah, so obviously there's a conversation here, but we're seeing these different characters. So, okay.
So now you can make the choice of whether you want to ask them if they got the message from the beginning or if you want to just leave it alone. So in this case, for the demo, I picked like you ask them what's going on.
And so my question to you is like when I was talking before about different characters, what if you had a different character and based off that other character, those options wouldn't even been there? You know what I'm saying? It would probably been two completely different options based off the personality of another character.
Yeah. Basically.
That's what I meant. Okay. This is so crazy because they was like, yo, it's been a few minutes and they didn't respond. People, we can't wait for nothing. So it's just so funny to see like the authenticity of how we behave in the game.
Yeah. So now you're going over to the dean's office to try and figure out what's up. So
I love that fade blend that you did to like blend into the next scene. And I'm wondering, does the music set the tone to what's happening in that moment based off what you're reading as well?
Yeah, the music is actually probably the hardest, if not one of the hardest parts to figure out, because it needs to really match the tone of what's going on, but not distract, right? Like you don't want it to distract from the actual events. So
right. Now, one thing that you said in terms of building the game on Unity, you said something that it doesn't do well with mobile for some reason. So correct me if I'm wrong, but are you telling me that you could build a game on Unity and then in mid-development switch engines?
Yeah, actually, since this is it's very much like story and narration based, there are many different options for this type of game. I would imagine if it's a different type of game, it would be pretty difficult to port. But yeah, so in this case, yes, it is possible.
That's interesting. Yo, real talk, I just learned something. I did not know you can switch engines in mid-development, because in my mind, I'm thinking about everything that you've built so far. How would that work with an engine, like in terms of compatibility issues? This is interesting.
Yeah. So right now, you're just in the office, and then a portal opens up behind the dean's desk. So you you sort of realize that, and you get sucked in. So here is the web monetization, how it interacts. So right now I have web monetization enabled. So I can just continue on to the next chapter. If I didn't, I would have to wait a day to play the next chapter.
Really?
Yeah, so there's a little bug there. Unlimited should say unlimited, but it says unlimi. And in this case, you have these premium chapters. Sorry, it kind of went past, but you have these premium chapters that you can purchase with the gems up there. And I was just adjusting the volume because I couldn't hear myself clearly. But so with those gems, you can purchase. Apologies, the video, but this would be a preview of the next chapter. I didn't record it because it's kind of long, but.
Got you. Now this is very, very. Like first of all, I'm fascinated by the mobile that you talked about and switching engines. I'm fascinated by that. And I'm also, and I'm also fascinated about how the system worked within the store. So can you break down? Can you break this down even more so? Because one of the things that we talked about before in in other interviews that I did was Grant for the Web and the monetization. So can you break down how Grant for the Web is valuable to y'all, and also how your own system in this game works well when it comes to the gems and things of that nature? So yeah, take it away.
Yeah, so Grant for the Web, like, I'm super grateful for the funding, and the web monetization is actually something I've used before this project, and it's something that I've always been passionate about, because the gist of how it works for the audience, I guess, is that if you have an active subscription to a web monetization provider, and you have like the browser extension, or if it's inbuilt someday, and you use a website that is web monetized, that person gets paid, like, think it's 36 cents per hour that you spend on the website. So this is super valuable because in my case, I can reward players for the amount of time they've been actually playing and enjoying the game. And that's kind of the whole crux of the model. Is you have these three currencies. So you have keys, gems, and shards. I'm not too creative with names, so that's kind of how I came up with them.
That's okay.
So keys are what you use to advance through the game. So a player without web monetization gets 1 key a day, and they can play 1 chapter of the story per day. If you have web monetization enabled, you can keep playing the game indefinitely. You don't need to spend keys. And the idea here is we'd want someone who has web monetization to keep playing our game. We'd want them to, stay engaged and active. Shards are, so you have gems. So gems are what you use to purchase these premium chapters. So that's what I mentioned earlier. Like, if you can play a chapter from a different character's perspective, things like that would come under premium chapters. So they don't actually affect the main storyline, but rather they're really just additional content that you can experience to sort of expand what you've already been playing on. So those cost gems. So shards is for every I think right now it's set at every minute, but we might change it to every 10 minutes. You get a shard while you're playing the game, and you can convert these shards into gems. So the more you've been playing, you can sort of redeem that for the premium chapters. So that's kind of how it's set up.
So, yo, this is amazing. Yo, I gotta spin a chain on this. Yo, son, this is crazy, Flo. That's what we. Yo. All right. So I got a couple more questions, yo.
Okay.
So here's what I want to ask you. Now, when you look at, so you have a business model where there's value, not just playing the game in terms of playing the game to unlock something, but just time spent with the game. There's value. So here's what I want to ask you, right? Is this game planned for console or mobile only? What is this game planned for in terms of distribution? So
it's planned right now only to be played on web, but on any device. That's the idea. So, if you want to play the same game, you can play it on your phone. Right now, obviously, Unity's WebGL doesn't support that. But that's the idea. So you'd be able to sync your progress from playing on the computer to, maybe you're playing while you're on the train or something. So.
Okay. So now my next question is, when you think about Xbox Game Pass and the way their model is and stuff like that, one of the big things that a lot of companies is doing overall is they're gathering data and putting it in an infographic. So the value is more so about how many people and how long they're playing, as opposed to how many people brought the game. You know what I'm saying? So what I want to ask you is, do you think that this title can be something that land on Xbox Game Pass? And also, is there value? Because that right there doesn't exist yet in terms of just having value on time spent. You always got to do something to unlock something. So do you think this is something that Xbox should adapt for their business model, considering what you are building here with your game? This is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that sometimes with things like achievements and stuff like that, you can feel pressure to rush through the game. And that's something I really don't want players to feel while playing Maledictorian, because that's something in other narrative games that I've played where, and some of them are amazing, but you just feel this pressure to finish as soon as possible to get like the reward at the end of the chapter, or to just unlock like certain things or endings or something like that. So that's something I want them to feel like they're being rewarded for actually like taking their time, just slowly enjoying the story.
Yo, I gotta take time out to clap it up, son. I'm about to spin the chain again, son. Like, this joint is incredible because, like you said it, like the value is in the time spent. So now we need to know about the money. You know what I'm saying? We need to know about the money, the bread. What do you need? Like, for real, don't be afraid to say the number or nothing. Like, what do you need to make this a reality and have a real shot at success with this?
Yeah, it really depends on the amount of features we'd like to roll out. So I'm looking at about $50,000 or $75,000 on top of what we've already received. Because the idea is we need to build out like a full-fledged server, like for hosting it. There's also a lot of like additional like artwork, writing, music, like a lot of things need to be taken into account. So taking all that, that's about the amount that we're looking at.
Got you. Now let me ask you this, right? Have y'all the business model that y'all have for this game? Is this the only game that does this, or do y'all have some sort of technology that tracks the time spent so that like it's the game knows how much time you spent and the value is appeared there? Like, for example, let's say you play on PlayStation, right? And I've been playing God of War for an hour, and the game knows that I was playing it for an hour, so I got a trophy or some sort of reward or value just because I've been playing the game for an hour. Not because I unlocked something or beat something, just because I spent time on it for an hour. Is that something that's unique to your game? If so, is that something that y'all like have patent, like a patent technology or something for it?
Yeah, well, I think the idea of giving players currency for the amount of time they've played is definitely a novel concept. I personally don't know any games that have done that. I do know that I think The Sims like gives you little rewards, like not rewards, but just like a achievement for the amount of time you've spent playing. Like you've played The Sims for 5 hours, like you get like a little trophy. That's not something we've patented, no. And honestly, I kind of want to see more games with this model, so I don't think that's something that I'd be doing.
Oh, got it. I'm gonna tell you right now, like, this is something that should become a standard in gaming, period. Like everything you just said, and that alone right there is worth the investment. Like, for real. Like because Maledictorian it's more than just a game. The game itself introduces a new model for the business of gaming. And also the user ability of gaming. Like, for example, we always talk about replayability and tying that to multiplayer gaming. But to me, I feel like a great game is a great game, and a great game will always be played, and there's your replayability. But this right here goes to a whole nother level. So to get ready and wrap it up, what I would like to ask is, with the funding that you're looking to receive, the 50 or the 75,000, how does that help y'all finish? Is it based off just finishing the game, or does it help your overall impact in terms of finishing the game and promoting it to get it out there so you can set yourself up for the best chance of success?
So it does include finishing and a little bit for promotion, not a huge amount.
All right, let me stop you right there. I'm so sorry. I got to cut it off. See, this is why I asked that question. So I know Dan, you in the back, my man Jay and everybody, because we always be having this conversation. So, yo, like you got to be honest with yourself. All right, you gotta like tell people what you really need. 75,000 is not enough. But the thing is, that's what you said. And if you're not sure of yourself, then why anybody going to invest in you? They don't want to invest in something that's not sure of themselves. So you can have a little bit for marketing, but everything for the development. So realistically, like, what do you need? Would you say 150,000 then? Like the talk, like, what do you really need?
Well, probably 100,000. I don't think more than 100,000, but again, the majority will go into development costs, not just of Maledictorian, but for the entire platform, like user registration, tracking, just tracking the amount of time spent, like that stuff. Not invasive tracking. That's not something we plan to do, and things like that. So I would say like the existing like 50 to 75 does include promotion budgeting, but to have like a full-fledged like release would with like all the marketing that we need would be 100K, but not more than that. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bet. There we go. You know what I'm saying? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. This is what it's all about, baby. IGDAF in the building, Indie Game Summit. Like, I love this, man. So now, a couple more things before we wrap it up. Obviously, I'm pretty sure you have a vision beyond what we see right now when it comes to Maledictorian. You know, whether it's Maledictorian 2 or other games that fit this visual novel model. So my question to you is, have y'all thought about working with companies, like, for example, let's say you was working with different like storybooks, like, companies, or how you have Harry Potter books or Goosebumps and stuff like that. Have you thought about taking movies and taking books and things of that nature and making them into visual novels, working with other companies, getting those licenses to take everything to the next level? Have y'all thought about doing things like that to expand the brand? Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely something that sounds very interesting. The thing is, right now, like, that's our focus is straight on Maledictorian. Got you. But once that's, but we definitely have plans for other titles, working with other writers to sort of bring more visual novels, because that's what we love. But yeah, but right now we're kind of focused on Maledictorian, and the rest is sort of to come. Got you. So now I am hip hop gamer, you know what I'm saying? Hot 97. I gotta ask you, this. But when it comes to like music and stuff like that, like, do you rock with hip hop? If so, like, who's some of your favorite hip hop artists? And if you can get a hip hop artist on Maledictorian game or something like that to set the tone or whatever, like, what artists would you work with? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who you like, who you listen to? Oh, that's really hard. Well, if I'm being honest, I pretty much only listen to video game instrumentals. Okay, cool. Let's go with that then, because you got the video games live. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Tommy Tellerico. So it's like who, like, what theme songs or soundtracks in the gaming world you would love to utilize for Maledictorian? Well, I would honestly love, like, this, it probably doesn't fit the game at all, but like, what if Toby Fox's tracks from Undertale, like maybe Megalovania? It doesn't fit the game though, but I would love to have like one of those on there. Yo, Undertale is like so beloved by so many people that just his involvement, just that right there, people will go crazy just to know that, just because of the brand name and the attention that'll be brought to the table. So, like, yo, look, I'm excited. I think I'm glad we got down to the nitty gritty when it came down to the 100K and stuff like that. Another thing, shout out to Grant for the web for being amazing. literally being amazing. Shout out to Grant for the web doing that. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans before we get out of here? And also, is there a website that, like, what can we do to follow up on what you're doing and support you?
Yeah, I'm at Folesso Dev on all socials. I'm actually in the process of reworking the main website, but that's folesso.com. So,
all right, Folesso.com.
Mhm.
Got you. So, all right, y'all, make sure y'all show love to the homie Folesso. You know what I'm saying? She's doing it big right now. This is a great conversation. It's the one and only hip hop gamer, Logitech G, on your hot 9-7 every day. That's my word. You already know what it is, baby. Indie game business. And we out of here, son. Peace. Yeah, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yo, Abby, all right. Yo, on the count of 3, you gotta follow me, all right? We gotta do we gotta do this. You know what I'm saying? We gotta do this. All right, on the count of 3. All right. 1, 2. Oh, wait, hold on. Sarah, you here? All right, yo, Sarah. No, this is what you gotta do, Sarah. You gotta unmute yourself. All right, Sarah, you gotta do this. On the count of 3, you're gonna go like this. Then we're gonna go like that.
Wait,
all right.
Which way are we going?
Yeah, so you're gonna go to your left first. You're gonna go to your left first. All right, you're gonna go to your left. Your left. Like, yeah, your left first.
My left.
All right, cool. 1, 2, 3, go. 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 Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Yo, we killed it, son. That's what I'm talking about. So look, I love y'all. This is day 2. We about to wrap it up. This joint was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I just want to thank, Grant for the web. That's one. I want to thank the IGDAF Foundation. This is amazing. Shout out to Nika. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Abby. Shout out to Jay, Indy, everybody that showed up and showed out. It was incredible. Just to give y'all something real quick, one of my favorite highlights from today was the starfish. You know what I'm saying? My man Steve, that starfish moment. You know what I mean, Abby? That joint was dope. Just, making the world better, period. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how big or small, we all in this together to take the right steps to make things better collectively. So that was one of my highlights. But look, I'm having a ball. Abby, my co-host, love you. God bless. How you feel, man? We did it.
Thank you so much for being such an excellent co-host, Gerard. I appreciate it so much. Yeah. Thank you to Sarah. Thank you to our amazing production team. Thank you to Nika. I mean, the IGDA Foundation is just doing such great work. So I am really also grateful for Grant for the Web for powering these young individuals who are going to be the future of our industry. We're just really lucky to be able to witness it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank both of you so much. This has been absolutely fantastic. I love the energy. I love seeing what everyone is working on. I could not have imagined these games, and just seeing everyone bring them to life is so amazing. Thank you, Grant for the Web. Thank you, everyone who's been a part of this. Thank you for our volunteers and everyone who's mentored. Thank you to Code Coven, who helped us run this program. This has been absolutely amazing. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, everyone.
Now, I want to say something before we close this out. I want to give a big shout out to my man Cameron. Cameron has been holding it down, and he deserves a lot of love. So Cam, you know what I'm saying? Yeah! We got Cam on here, baby. Much love to you, man. Salute to you, yo, Cam, son. We appreciate you, man. All that you do, helping us be organized as well. We love you, bro. This has been incredible. So here's what I'm thinking about. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this. But on the count of 3, let's wrap it up like this. On the count of 3, we'll say IGDAF Foundation. And we out of here. All right? But we got to do it together. Okay. All right? So 1, 2, 3. IGDAF Foundation. Yo, it was fire, yo. So love y'all. God bless. Till next time. We out of here, baby. Peace.
Bye, everyone.